Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Yes, welcome. I tried to do some skills and abilities last night, and my internet went out, and so that was a failure. I think we got like 2 videos done, and that was it. And then yeah, yep. I want to finish the fire druid. I want to finish him. I want to finish the druid. Actually, let's finish the entire druid. I want to get that done. So the druid is... I'm trying to find my playlist here for the druid. See which skills I have not finished on the Drodad. The Drudado, Dido, Dido. Drodid. Druid skills. There we go. 22 druid skills is how many I currently have. 23, 24, technically, if you count the ones that I did yesterday, which are currently uploading. I went ahead and edited those up, since I had no internet last night. So, I know for a fact that we still need to do Fissure. We were just about to do Fissure when the internet died. We need to do Volcano and Armageddon. Actually, we may have already done Armageddon. Let's see. Fireclaws, Raven, Hurricane, Tornado... Hurricane Blast, Rabies, Feral Rage. No, never did Armageddon. So we gotta do Armageddon. It doesn't look like I did any of the creepers. I have done none of the creepers, not even the poison creeper. I did Rabies and I didn't do the poison creeper. That's interesting. Could have sworn I would have done the poison creeper. So we got to do the Poison Creeper, the Carrion Vine, and the Solar Creeper, and I think that's it. I think that finishes off the Druid completely. And then we'll be on to something else. Let me type in Creeper real quick, just to see. No, nothing comes up. Interesting. I could have sworn I'd done the Poison Creeper. Wouldn't be the first time I've accidentally done a video twice. What's up, Nick? So for those of you who are unaware of how this works, I am indeed live. It is not a recording. I don't know why some people would see that. It's live. We're going to be recording live, right? So we're recording live. Basically, I'm going to be recording some videos, and we're gonna start today with Fissure, and then we're going to work into the Volcanus, and then we're going to go into the Armageddon. What's up, Devil Cookie? So, Fissure. You know what? Let's just go right into it. Since I was already ready for this video last time, when the freaking Doojank died. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the Druid fire skills. Recently we took a look at Firestorm, and we also took a look at Molten Boulder, and now we're going to be taking a look at one of my favorites, which is Fissure. Fissure is an interesting ability. It's a 10-yard square that basically spawns fissures. The fissures spawn multiple times, and due to the next hit delay changes, it actually has gotten a little bit of a damage bump, and it has to do with the way that the fissures spawn, because there's multiple cracks in the ground. Basically, that's how the skill works. So when you cast it, it will start to spawn cracks. Each one of the cracks is about a size 3 monster, and it will randomly spawn those cracks all around the 10-yard radius. Now, unfortunately, what this does mean is that sometimes if a monster is standing in just the right place, they might not get hit by any of the cracks at all, which is unfortunate. This is very similar to the way that Blizzard works. If you've played around with a Sorceress with Blizzard, it's basically the exact same thing. It does massive amounts of damage within that 10-yard square. Can totally miss a target within the 10-yard square. If the monster is moving, they might get hit by multiple cracks, and they can take multiple hits of damage. And also, the other interesting thing is that if you don't have a lot of space, the 10-yard square kind of gets muted a little bit. So like places like Arcane Sanctuary, when you use Fissure in Arcane Sanctuary, what you'll notice is, well, you don't really get a lot of fissures directly on the path because it's a 10-yard square, even expanding outward into the abyss. So it's a little bit more difficult to get that fissure damage in areas like this where the ground space is limited. But what does Fissure do? Well, Fissure is a fire damage ability. It is one of the only two abilities within the Druid Fire Tree which are fire damage only. And this is important to note because all the other skills like Molten Boulder, Volcano, and Armageddon have a really nice physical damage aspect along with the fire damage. So Fissure and Firestorm are the only two abilities that are only fire damage. Fissure is one of my favorites because, well, it just has really nice damage output. It also is castable underneath of a target, so you can kind of just set it and forget it, like Ronco Rotisserie Grills. And works very well with Volcano in that regard because you can set and forget both of them. For pretty drastic effects. So anytime you're in a situation where you have a monster, like for instance this pack right here, you Fissure, Volcano, and you can just walk away. And the Fissure and the Volcano will do their jobs to kill pretty much everything within that radius. And they just work really well together. And it's actually good because Fissure has a synergy with Volcano. So if you are building Fissure, you do get to have Volcano as well, which is definitely very nice. And Volcano has a synergy with Fissure. So building Volcano and Fissure together, which work surprisingly well together because of the way that they function, allows you to basically just spam Fissures and Volcanoes right on top of the targets, allowing you to dish out pretty massive amounts of damage to everything within that radius. Now, Fissure in particular does have two synergies, the other one being Firestorm. And how a lot of this works within this tree is that you kind of have to build everything to get any real good effect out of anything. So like when it comes to Volcano, Volcano has Fissure as a synergy, but it also has Armageddon and Molten Boulder. Firestorm is a synergy for Fissure, but Firestorm also has Molten Boulder as a synergy. Molten Boulder is Volcano and Firestorm, and so forth and so on. And really, to get maximum effect out of any of these skills, unfortunately, you have to kind of just build everything, and it's unfortunate. In the Shapeshifting tree, we also have the Fire Claws, and Fire Claws does not synergize with Fissure, and it doesn't synergize with Volcano either. So it's Firestorm and Molten Boulder. You just got a really weird little thing here that just makes things silly because to get maximum effect out of Fissure, you're going to end up building Volcano. So basically, as you're leveling up, especially as a starter Druid, Fissure is one of the most powerful abilities that you've got in your arsenal. It's way better than Firestorm. It's way better than Molten Boulder. It's way better than Volcano. It's way better than Armageddon. It's literally extremely powerful at early levels. So what you do is as a low-level Druid, you're going to max out Firestorm early on until you can get access to Fissure. Once you get access to Fissure, you're going to put all your points into Fissure. And then you're going to build up Volcano, which is the synergy for Fissure, which is going to give you more Fissure damage, and it's going to give you access to the Volcano. And before you really level up anything else on this tree, you pretty much max out Fissure and the synergies for Fissure, and then you go from there. Because Fissure really is the top dog in terms of damage output for this tree. Just casting Fissure alone on these steps right here will show you that most monsters that come within range of the steps will just immediately die. The only downside is when you have a monster that stands still, if they happen to be in just the right spot, the Fissure won't touch them. And then once you get high enough, you start adding in your Volcano, and then things just get absolutely ridiculous from there. Now, the unfortunate side effect of this, Fissure being only fire damage, is that once you hit around Act 4 Nightmare, which is where things get spicy for fire damage characters, Fissure becomes far less effective. At that point, you're going to be relying more on the abilities that have dual elemental status. So Molten Boulder, which is physical and fire, Volcano, which is physical and fire, and Armageddon, which is physical and fire. But hopefully by the time you reach Act 4 Nightmare, you have maxed out Volcano and started on some of the synergies for Volcano. Like, for instance, Fissure is a synergy for Volcano. So once you have 20 points into Volcano, you've already got at least one of the 2 synergies maxed out. Then you start working on things like Armageddon and whatnot, so you can add in more physical damage into the mix. Now, with Fissure in the next hit delay changes, it's important to talk about this. Basically, how Fissure works is that when you cast it, it spawns multiple cracks in the ground. Each crack is representative of a damage output for that skill. It can actually spawn up to, I think, what is it? It lasts for 2 seconds, and it spawns like a crack every like I think it's like 0.25 of a second. So you end up with multiple cracks in that time period. And each crack can potentially hit a monster multiple times. So if the monster is moving through, there is a very good chance that they can get hit multiple times by Fissure within that time period. However, they cannot be hit by the same crack multiple times. I know there's a lot of crack talking here. So basically how this works is when you cast it, one crack will appear. That first crack that appears when the skill is cast can't hit a target more than once. But the second crack that appears after that first crack can hit the same target if he walks into that one, and so forth and so on. And basically a target can actually get hit multiple times by Fissure, especially if they are moving through Fissure. So if you happen to cast it multiple times in the way that they're moving, you'll notice that as they move through it, as they actually pass through the ability, they get hit multiple times. But monsters that are standing still like this might not get hit at all. As you saw, he got hit 2 times. He walked in, got hit once, and then continued to walk through, and then got hit again, which is definitely very nice. Another thing to talk about is the casting delay on this. So we do have a casting delay of 2 seconds and a duration of 1.6. Now what this means is that it has a full 50 frame delay on the ability, which is a pretty long period of time. That is 2 full seconds, or 25 frames per second. And then your casting speed is actually added to that, and it gets even slower. So it's 50 plus whatever your casting speed is. So it's about 57 frames, probably, depending on what your cast rate is. But you really can't speed this up much by getting a huge amount of faster cast. In fact, the majority of the skills on this tree are definitely like that. Volcano has a freaking 6-second duration and a 4-second casting delay. Fissure is a 2-second casting delay. Molten Boulder is a 1-second casting delay. Firestorm even has a 0.6 casting delay. So you have casting delays on all of these abilities, which means that you don't really spam Fissure so much as you spam everything in the tree. And you basically just keep spamming everything. That way you've got your Molten Boulders running, you have your Fissures running, you've got your Firestorms going, you've got everything going all at the same time. And this makes for some pretty high damage output. Relying on Fissure alone is just kind of a waste of time, because you can't do anything during that time period while you're waiting on the next Fissure to spawn. But what you can do is you can do something like this. Which is where you start to weave in other abilities. Now, this wasn't always possible, and for those of you who are, remember from back in the day, there used to be a global cooldown that would go across all the skills. So if I cast Volcano, which has a 4-second casting delay, and I tried to cast Fissure afterward, it wouldn't, because it would be redded out. But thankfully, now that we have the patch that has separated out all the cooldowns so that the cooldown of Volcano doesn't interfere with the cooldown of Fissure, now you can actually weave together all these abilities, and it actually works quite well. There's really not a whole lot more to go over with Vigor. It's an amazing skill. It works really good. It's fire damage only, and it does require some pretty good equipment to beef it up once you get into hell difficulty. Number one, you're definitely going to need a Fire Sunder, because the tons and tons of monsters are fire immune, and you're definitely going to need a pretty good amount of negative enemy fire resistance. Things like Flickering Flame, Fire Facets, maybe even a Mang Songs if you can get your hands on one, and before you know it, you'll be sitting at a pretty nice, like right now I'm at negative 26% enemy fire resistance, and you can go even lower than that, of course. But basically this allows me to dish out pretty good damage with fire with Fissure, no matter what monster I come across. It doesn't really have a very high mana cost either at 15. I feel like it's actually pretty decent. Some of the other skills have much higher mana cost, like Volcano is 25, and frickin' Molten Boulder is 30.5, which is pretty crazy. It's kind of like in the middle between the other skills. Definitely lower than the two higher ones, but a little bit higher than Firestorm, which is only 4 mana cost. But then again, Firestorm is one of those abilities that you pretty much have to get into people's faces and spam. Like, there's really no option. You pretty much just have to just spam the ever-living crap out of the ability. And it still has a pretty long casting delay, which means you can still work in other abilities in between it and the other. I think that's pretty much it for Fissure. It's a simple ability. It's a great ability. If you're a Fire Druid, you're definitely going to be using it. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Alright, so that's it for Fissure. Now we're going to move on to Volcanus. We're going to move on to the Volcani. Let me see, do I still have... I do still have it up from last night. Look at me doing stuff. Let me narrow this down a little bit. Way too much stuff on the screen. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at Volcano real quick. I want to make sure that I get everything right before we start that video. Size 3 Volcano erupts at the point targeted, applying physical and fire damage to targets standing or moving above the eruption, or the fire is caused by the impact of lob rocks. Each Volcano applies physical and fire damage in its second frame due to next delay, which every 11 frames thereafter until expiry, by which point it will have applied its damage 14 times. Of course, this may have changed with the next hit delay changes. Multiply damage 25 by 11 for maximum damage per second. Each Volcano also lobs 62 total rocks, the first in the 5th frame and every 2 frames thereafter until expiry. Rocks land randomly in a 16 2/3 yard squared center of the Volcano, resulting in size 2 fires on impact, which apply physical damage and fire damage to targets standing or moving over them. Although these fires last for 18 frames, 0.72 seconds, Last Collide is enabled, so damage is normally applied once to single targets. Next Delay ensures that damage is only applied every 6 frames to 2 targets that are close enough together to stand or move over the same fire, so that the last target alternates. When the fires resulting from the impact of a rock is close enough to the Volcano for a target to stand or move over both, then only the damage and next delay of the fire is applied. So this has been changed, so the standing over it and the other, because the two were separate events, and so this one no longer applies. Since physical and fire damage are applied simultaneously, fire damage will be blocked as well. Oh, interesting. You can block the fire damage. That's cute. You can block the fire damage. Volcanus? They get a Volcanus. You have to Volcanus. Come on now. Volcano, Volcani, Volcani. The Volcano. The Volcano. 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 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Druid fire skills, because I'm on a fire kick. completely, and that is the Volcanus, or the Volcano. Volcano is an ability that you can really get a lot of damage out of, and it has to do with placement, because you want to place the Volcanus in the correct location, which is directly underneath the anus. Volcanus, the anus, literally. So what you do with Volcano is you want to find your monster. Let's pretend this pillar, or this little doojank right, you know, this one, since the merc wants to be cute, is the monster. Your goal is to put that directly underneath of the monster's anus. That's essentially how it works. And if you do it correctly, you're going to get a pretty large amount of damage. Now, how much damage does Volcano do, and how does it actually work? Well, it's actually kind of complicated. So, first off, there is a damage for the Volcano itself, which is a size 3 Volcano. The size 3 little protrusion from the ground here is going to damage any monster that is standing over it at a rate which is pretty nice. It's just going to continually pulse that damage, which is both physical and fire, by the way, to the target that is standing directly on top of it. Now, it is a size 3, so it will actually hit more than just a monster that's standing directly on top of it. But it does pretty good damage if you put it directly under a monster. Then it also starts to shoot out these little doojanks all over the place. These are also physical and fire. Both physical and fire damage for the Volcano and the Volcano Eruption. The eruption hits the ground, and it actually makes a small little area which does fire damage. It's actually fire and physical as well. So everything about this ability is fire and physical. When I first started using this ability, I always thought that, like, some aspects of it were physical, some aspects of it were fire, some, you know, like I didn't think that everything was physical and fire, but everything is physical and fire. The standing over it damage is physical and fire. The impact damage from the little doodads are physical and fire. The fire damage, which is on the ground, is physical and fire. And because everything has a physical component to it, it can all potentially be blocked by the target that is being hit by it, including the fire damage, which is a component of the physical damage. So it actually functions in a way that allows you to potentially block the damage if you have a really nice block rate. You can get hit by both the Volcano and the explosions and the fire all at the same time, depending on how they land. So notice how some of these will land very close to the Volcano. So you have some of the little explosions will actually hit very, very close to the Volcano. These ones that hit very close to the Volcano will actually hit the target that is being attacked by the Volcano, and they will dish out multiple damage elements as well. Now, Volcano has a lot of synergies, and they're kind of split. So if you want to enhance the physical side of Volcano, Molten Boulder gets you the physical damage increase. Whereas if you want to increase the fire aspect, you do Fissure and Armageddon, both of which will enhance the total damage of the ability. Now, it does hit multiple times, multiple times, so even though the damage output on the screen doesn't really seem like a lot at 1,167 to 1,176 and 1,594 to 1,758, it really doesn't seem like a lot, but when you use it on a monster, you notice that it really does some pretty significant damage. Let me see if I can find a tasty little morsel here to Volcanus. And as you can see, the monsters take a pretty significant amount of damage from the Volcano. Like, it's not a slouch of an ability, and even the little effects that come out do a pretty significant amount of damage as well. And the other beautiful thing about the Volcano is that it pairs very well with another very good ability from the same tree, which is Fissure. So Fissure is also an ability that you can cast directly on a target, and it's also an ability that basically appears beneath the monster's feet. So you can actually stack Volcano and Fissure, thanks to the next hit delay changes, by the way, on top of each other, and it makes for some pretty amazing damage output. This is pretty crazy because the two abilities are very good AoE damage in a respective area. And so when you take a monster like for instance this Pit Lord, let's track him down, and you put your Volcano and your Fissure directly under his feet, he dies pretty dang fast. And that's, of course, not even considering the other things that you can do. Now, Volcano does have some issues, though, just the same way that Fissure does. Volcano doesn't really like to be used on specific areas, and it's something that we have to go over. So, when it comes to Volcano, like when you have steps and various places, like this straightaway right here, you can put a Volcano on that. That's perfectly fine. But you're not putting a Volcano usually on things like steps. Notice how it just won't let me put it on the steps no matter how many times I try. But you can put it at the bottom of the steps. Or you can put it at like the top of the steps. But it's not going to let you put it on the steps. And it's actually quite interesting when you actually explore all the various places that it doesn't let you put it. It also has trouble putting it up against walls like this. Notice how it will not let me cast it up against the edge of the wall. However, if I pull it back just a little bit from the edge of the wall, it will let me cast it near the edge of the wall. So you cannot actually cast it on the actual edges of the walls. Obviously, you can't cast it off into outer space either. Steps are basically outright, and anything that is a flat platform that's large enough will accept a Volcanus. Now, in my experience, though, you're not going to run into those situations a lot. Most of the time, the monsters are within range to have a Volcano placed directly underneath of them, and that is really the best and most optimal position for the Volcano. It does have a lot of synergies, unfortunately, which does make it a little bit difficult to build early on, but it's definitely an extremely powerful one. Now, back in the day, it was actually a terrible one to use because of the 4-second casting delay. There was actually a huge issue where if you cast an ability with a casting delay, it would then put all the other abilities with casting delays also on delay. And so casting Volcano would basically make all the other abilities useless. And so for a long time, nobody wanted to play the Fire Druid because of it. But recently, with changes, the Volcano casting delay no longer causes any of the other skills to go on delay. And on top of that, because of the next hit delay changes, the Volcano now no longer interferes with Fissure, which makes Fissure and Volcano an absolutely devastating combination to use on monsters. So, like, for instance, we've got some little spear cats here, and I'm just going to Volcano, Fissure directly on top of them, and I'm just going to walk away. Volcano, Fissure, Fissure, Volcano, Fissure, Volcano, Fissure, Volcano, Fissure. And as you can see, extremely powerful combination between the two abilities. Volcano and Fissure just tend to synergize very well together because both of them can be cast at range. Both of them can be cast, and you just simply forget that they're even there. They just kind of do their thing for their duration, and you don't have to worry about it. The other skills, unfortunately, are not quite as synergistic with Volcano and Fissure. Armageddon, which requires you to be directly near the target, would require you to stand directly on top of the target to combine that with Volcano and Fissure. Firestorm also has a relatively limited range, and it also does pretty crap damage unless you hit the monster with all 3 of the tines, which means that you generally have to be very close to the monster. So Armageddon and Firestorm actually go very well together because you have to stand literally right next to the monster's face to get maximum damage output. Whereas Fissure and Volcano work very, very well together because you don't need to stand in the monster's face to get maximum damage output from these abilities. And honestly, when it comes to Volcano, I just like saying Volcanus your anus. And my video probably is going to get demonetized for that. But you know what? It's worth it. It's worth it. Somebody give me like $1, because that's probably all I'm ever going to make from the video anyway. Interestingly enough, because of the way that Volcano is actually half physical and half fire, building purely into negative fire resistance and building purely into fire skill damage doesn't really do the skill justice. It's been my experience that you kind of need both negative fire res and a negative physical resistance to get the best effect out of Volcano. And that is one of the reasons why you see me running a mercenary with an amplified damage spear, because amplified damage is going to give me a huge boost to the physical aspect of the skills, like Volcano, Armageddon, and Molten Boulder, whereas things like Mang Songs with the negative fire resistance, fire facets, flickering flame, and so forth and so on will give me a pretty nice boost to the fire aspect of the skills. And if I boost up both sides of the skills enough, I actually get some pretty sick damage output from these abilities. All in all, Volcano is an absolutely amazing ability, but it does have a rather long casting delay. 4 seconds is literally 100 frame delay combined with your casting speed, which could be like 7 frames. So you're looking at 107 frame casting delay between volcanoes. So Volcano is definitely not a skill that you are going to like use as a main ability because it just has a really long casting delay. So you're going to weave in other abilities in with it. You're going to weave in Fissure, you're going to weave in Molten Boulder, you're going to weave in your Firestorm, you're probably going to be using Armageddon, and it's just one of those things where you just don't really have a lot of choices. You cast it, you forget about it for 4 seconds, and then you cast it again in 4 seconds. Now there is an ability or an item that actually has Volcano on it. It's called Destruction. And I actually do have a Theorycraft video up on a Destruction Werewolf, and it was actually a very fun build. And the Destruction Werewolf utilizes an item which has a chance to proc volcanoes, which is pretty cool. And so you could just be spamming volcanoes all over the place. This is actually one of the more interesting things that you can do with proc items, is you can proc spells and things like that can just like spawn abilities. And the Destruction Rune Word allows you to not only spam volcanoes, but also molten boulders too, which is pretty cool. If you want to take a look at that video is already up, and it's basically just me spamming volcanoes everywhere. I mean, just spewing garbage all over the place. I think that's pretty much it when it comes to this ability. It's an amazing ability, but it's also just part of the tree. You really can't utilize Volcano by itself, and, you know, it's just something that you utilize with other things. So get out there and volcanus some anuses, and as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Come on, outro, play! Why is my outro revolting against me? It just keeps revolting. Alright, so we got that one finished. We volcanist the anus. We did it, boys. We did it. Alright, let's take a look at Armageddon, which is the only other one fire skill that I haven't done. Now, Armageddon has been changed significantly, so I'm unfortunately, I don't think a lot of this stuff actually still applies. They actually updated the radius of the explosions. They updated the, like, the frequency of the explosions. So this is all unfortunately incorrect. This no longer applies. And thank you for the $2, Steph. What other information do we have here? Continuous casting simply resets the duration. Damage cannot be blocked. Interesting. Skill description doesn't display the physical damage, although it's added to fire damage in the character screen. Displayed fire damage per second is calculated based on 3 fires applying their bit rate. A second, however, only 1 fire lingers after each impact. Displayed fire damage per second is calculated as though fire skill damage applies, but it does not. Chonk-Chula is winning the poll. The chonkest of chulas. The Chonk-Chulas. Well, if the Chonk-Chula's winning, you gotta put the Chonk-Chula emote up there. That's the Chonk-Chulas. Right there. Ha ha ha. Well, don't get banned. How about that? Just do your best not to get banned. Yeah, I have exceeded your expectations. Well, I'm glad. Because, you know, don't... I like my ending there. I was like, and so get out there and Volcanus Semanuses and... Alright, Armageddon's an easy one. This should be a quick one. It does have a lot of synergies, unfortunately. Which is very sad. But, yeah... I keep getting my mouse like, just being rude to me. Disable, disable, disable. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over Armageddon. That's right, we've already covered the Volcanus, we've already covered the Fissure, we've already covered the Molten Boulder and the Firestorm, and now we're on to the last big bad boy of the Fire Tree. Now, one thing to note about Armageddon is that Armageddon is the only skill in the Fire Tree that is capable of being cast while you are in a shapeshifted form. Now, this means that if you want to be a burr, a big bad burr, or if you want to be a werewolf, or if you want to be a fireclaw something, you can utilize Armageddon with the shapeshifted forms, which is kind of nice. It does last for a pretty long period of time, and honestly, it just kind of hits everything around you in a circle. Now, it does do fire damage, and it also does physical damage. It does both. And the interesting thing about Molten Boulder, is that Molten Boulder, why am I saying Molten Boulder? I mean Armageddon. The thing about Armageddon is that it actually adds in the damage of the physical and the fire together on the character screen, and it shows you 10 to 11k, which is actually incorrect. It also averages the damage, which is a little weird. So let's go actually look at the skill real quick, because I need to show it off. So the way that Armageddon works is when you cast it, it gets really loud, by the way. Multiple impact events will occur. All right. Now, this has been changed in previous patches, is that they increased the number of impact events, and they also increased the radius of the impact events. But each impact event is not the damage that's listed here. The damage that's listed here is actually calculating 3 impact events potentially hitting a target, which is rather unfortunate, which means the damage output of the ability is actually far less than it seems, but obviously they can be hit multiple times. Each fire event that appears on the ground is also being listed here at 1,496 damage, and that is also something that is averaged over a number of burn cycles. And so the skill doesn't tend to do as much damage as is actually stated, because it requires multiple impact events to actually reach the damage output that it's averaging. Basically, every time you use the ability, it's kind of just averaging that, hey, any monster within this area is probably going to be hit by, you know, like maybe 2 to 3 of these abilities anyway. So, like, on average, any monster that's inside the area is probably going to be hit by, like, you know, 3 hits, right? So it's averaging the damage out to give you what it considers to be how much damage it outputs, but each individual strike of Armageddon is actually 1/3 of what is actually listed here, because they have it averaged over 3 potential hits. Another interesting thing about Armageddon is that it cannot be blocked. So whereas some of the other abilities, for some reason, like Volcano, which has physical aspects as well, can be blocked, Volcano can be blocked, Armageddon cannot. So Armageddon will hit you no matter what, because it counts more apparently as a spell, even with the physical damage aspect, which is actually quite strange, because with Volcano, it's actually the physical damage aspect that causes Volcano to be able to be blocked. But with Armageddon, apparently, no, it just doesn't get blocked. So whatever. There's a lot of synergies for Armageddon, but one of them is actually just an increase in the number of seconds. So Fissure increases the number of seconds, and you don't necessarily have to build that one because it's pretty easy to just spam the ability. And every time you use Armageddon, so every time you cast it, it's just going to refresh the duration. Doesn't have any other effect other than that. It just makes sure that the duration will stay on. It has a 5.3 yard radius, as you can see here. But another interesting thing about Armageddon is movement. So I have often complained about this with Armageddon, is that it seems to lag behind you quite significantly. When you're standing still, I mean, yeah, it's definitely landing around you in a 5.3 yard radius, right? But the problem is that when you're moving, the area it hits is actually lagging behind you quite significantly. So instead of protecting you like it does when you're standing still, which is quite nice, by the way, because when any monster gets within range of you, they get, land blasted by the damage output. But when you're moving, it's not protecting you, it's just behind you. And in this way, I guess you could always just run past a monster or stand on top of them. But if you cast it and you're running away from monsters and they're chasing you, you can actually dish out pretty significant damage to a monster that's chasing you. And as you can see here, I'm pretty much just demolishing any monster that I happen to run by. And these guys are immune to fire as well. So right now I'm just going to run away from these monsters, or I'll run around them in a circle like this and let the Armageddon just do its thing. Now, Armageddon is not only owned by the Druid. It's actually interesting to note is that Armageddon is also owned by Uber Diablo. Not to be confused with Pandemonium Diablo, who is in Uber Tristram. Uber Diablo is the one you sell Sojas to. I believe Pandemonium Diablo also has Armageddon, though. But basically what it is that he has the same exact ability that you do. It can't be blocked, it does physical and fire damage, and this is one of the reasons why Uber Diablo is actually kind of a pain in the butt to fight on characters that even have 75 or even 90% fire resistance. It's because a huge amount of the damage that Uber Diablo and Pandemonium Diablo put out is actually physical, which means that to protect yourself versus Uber Diablo, not only do you need fire resistance, but you also need physical damage reduction. So things like, a Storm Shield, or a String of Ears, or a Verdungo's Hardy Coil, or Shaka with 10% physical damage reduction. Things like that will actually help you a lot versus Uber Diablo, because it will cancel out a large amount of the physical damage aspect of his abilities. And believe it or not, actually quite a large amount of Diablo's abilities are actually half physical damage, and that's one of the reasons why he'll rip straight through a sorceress that is running 95% fire resistance, because it doesn't matter that you're running 95% fire resistance. Yeah, you've canceled out half of the ability, but half of the ability is not all of the ability, and so he's still dishing out a pretty healthy amount of physical damage to you as well, which just rips straight through most of your HP. When it comes to Armageddon, though, it definitely has a lot of uses, but its main limitation is that you have to kind of be next to the monster. Otherwise, well, it just doesn't do anything. And it doesn't synergize well with some of the other abilities in the tree, like, for instance, Volcano and Fissure, which can be cast at significant range, by the way. So if I wanted to cast Fissure and Volcano, for instance, I could cast them way over here. And my Armageddon's not going to do jack diddly to the monsters that I'm killing over there. To get optimal effect out of all the abilities, especially if you're going to build Armageddon, you pretty much have to stand directly within range of whatever monster it is that you're fighting. Cast all of your abilities within the circle of the Armageddon so that you make basically just a field of ever-living death. And once you have this field of death on the screen with fissures, volcanoes, firestorms, and everything else that you can possibly muster, everything within this circle generally is not having a good day. I mean, There's really no other way to put it. Like, if you focus all of the druid's fire abilities in one area, whatever is standing there is not going to have a good day. They're getting hit by multiple impact events from Armageddon. They're getting hit by multiple flames and firing events coming out of Volcano. They're getting hit by multiple cracks coming out of the fissure. They get the fire effect from Molten Boulder, which actually is the same fire effect from Meteor, and then you can also hit them with multiple firestorm effects, and all within basically a little tiny, like, 5-yard radius. It's basically the 5 yards of absolute destruction. And that's kind of why they made a rune word called Destruction, because it just made sense. I mean, you're literally just spamming volcanoes and fissures and all sorts of crazy stuff within this little zone of death. And, of course, you're going to have Armageddon running, too, if you're going to do that particular druid, because why not? And you have just, you know, a field of amazingness. Now, Armageddon is one of those abilities that you just kind of set it and forget it, like Ronco Rotisserie Grills. You know, you don't really have to worry about the ability. As a fire druid, you pretty much just cast it once, and then you just forget that you have it on until you need to recast it. And after that, you're just running around with it. Like, you don't even pay attention to it after that. It's pretty much, at that point, it's pretty much just spamming the other abilities in the tree. And even as a shape-shifting druid, if you're a werebear or if you're a werewolf and you want to have Armageddon along with everything else, you can do that. But there's one issue, in my opinion, with using Armageddon on a werebear or a werewolf, and that is, well, it has a lot of synergies. To max it out, even if you ignore Fissure, which is the second duration, because you don't necessarily need that one to get optimal effect, you can just cast it more often. You still got to put 20 points into Armageddon, 20 points into Firestorm, 20 points into Molten Boulder, and 20 points into Volcano, which is a freaking butt ton of skill points. That's 20, 40, 60, 80 points to max out Armageddon, even if you ignore the Fissure. I just can't realistically see doing that to get, like, maximized Armageddon. And if you look at the way that Fire Claws works, it's Firestorm and Molten Boulder. Firestorm and Molten Boulder are both synergies for Armageddon. So if you do build Fire Claws, you're going to spend 20 points here, you're going to spend 20 points into Firestorm, and you're going to spend 20 points into Molten Boulder, right? So that's already 60 points that you spent. You don't have to spend the 40 points here, but you still have to spend another 20 points, which is 80, into Volcano, and then another 20 points, which is 100, into Armageddon, which leaves you with very few points left over. You're talking about like 6 skill points left over once you've maximized Armageddon. The synergy requirements for the fire tree are stupid. I've never have liked how ridiculously stupid the synergies are with this particular tree. I wish they would kind of like streamline these a little bit better so that they're not so interdependent on each other. It's just if you build a fire druid, you basically build all the fire skills. Like, you basically don't have a choice. It's spend all of your points in the fire skills or don't have optimal damage. And even Fire Claws also, if you actually want to grab Armageddon, again, you're stuck with, well, I might as well just put all my points into the fire skills. And the only one that I wouldn't get is Fissure at that point. And it's really stupid, too, for Fire Claws, because for Fire Claws, you can't use Firestorm while you're using Fire Claws. You can't use Molten Boulder while you're using Fire Claws. You can't use Fissure while you're using Fire Claws. You can't use Volcano while you're using Fire Claws. The only skill you can use is Armageddon. So it would be nice if they set it up a little bit differently so that Armageddon was a little bit freer of an ability that you can actually build with Fire Claws without having to worry about spending 100 skill points to make it happen. Know what I mean? That's pretty much it for Armageddon. Armageddon is an interesting ability. It definitely does some pretty interesting damage, but the problem with it, in my opinion, is that as a caster, specifically as a caster, you kind of don't want to be directly in a monster's face because you're not exactly the tankiest beast in the world. You know, like, you don't you don't have the defenses or the block chance to like face tank monsters. And Armageddon's rather small radius, combined with the fact that it only hits you, makes it very difficult to use for a caster who might be a little fragile. Now, later on in the game, once you get your character all decked out, once you've got your torch, once you've got your Annie, and you've got all your, your sexy equipment, and you're feeling a little bit more, tanky, yeah, you can pretty much just stand next to a monster, and usually you're okay, as long as the monster's not like an extra fast, extra strong, fanaticized Death Lord. But it just kind of, in my opinion, seems very odd to force the caster to stand within melee range to get optimal damage output. And both Firestorm and Armageddon pretty much require you to be within melee range to get optimal damage output from these abilities. It's not always an option. You don't always have the ability to stand directly next to a monster. And I know, because I recently leveled up a Fire Druid from scratch for Ladder Season 4 named Taco Hell, and I had a lot of fun doing it. But I was definitely not the tankiest character. I was very squishy, and even though I would force my character to stand in there, even in situations where a lot of the times he probably shouldn't have, to get the damage output for Armageddon, I also died a lot doing it. And it's Anyway, as always, get out there and spam some Armageddon on your friends, because why not? They can't block it, so, it's gifts that can't be returned. And as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. Okay, so we got the whole Druid tree finished. Now we need to go into these guys. I didn't do these guys yet. And I pretty much know everything there is to know about them, but let's look it up anyway just to make sure we don't miss anything. So the Poison Creeper, I know for a fact he actually... let's see here. Generates a static size 3 missile or mat applying poison damage and a length upon attacking the target. Any hostile unit positioned over it will also be damaged. Mats exist for a longer as skill level increases. Interesting. I did not know that. Last Collide is enabled, so each mat normally only applies damage to a target once. However, 2 adjacent targets positioned over the same mat can collide alternatively with it, resulting in additional frames of poison damage being applied every other frame, 12.5 times per second on average. Only one Poison Creeper, Carrion Vine, or Solar Creeper can be summoned by a player at any given time. Skill description displays average base life, cannot be damaged while underground. Interesting. Auras, buffs, and debuffs do not apply. Knockback does not apply. Cannot be put into hit recovery state. They're missing the most important little doodad here. They're missing the most important doodad. The most important doodad. The most important doodad. Be-do-dee-doo. Be-do-dee-doo-doo. Be-do-dee-doo. Be-do-dee-doo-doo. Da-da-doo. Da-da-dad. Da-da-doo-dad. Doo-doo-doo-doo-dad. Doo-dad. Doo-dad. Doo-doo-doo-doo-dad. Be-do-dee-doo. Be-do-dee-doo-doo. Be-do-dee-doo. Be-do-dee-doo-doo. Dee-doo-dee-doo. Dee-doo. Dee-doo-dee. Dee-doo-dee-dee. Dee-doo-doo. Dee-doo-dee. 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 Be-do-dee-doo-doo-doo. Ha 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 ha. What's up, man? I'm having fun today. All right. Poison Creeper. Creeper of Poison. Thirsty. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. We're going to finishing up the Druid, and in finishing up the Druid, we need to do the Creepers. There is currently 3 Vine Creepers, and we're going to start at the beginning, so we're going to start with the Poison Creeper. The Poison Creeper is a rather powerful low-level ability, does some pretty crazy poison damage early on, and it also is one of the only poison damage effects that actually stacks with other poison damage effects. That's right. The Poison Creeper was actually specifically made to stack with rabies because, well, it would be silly to have 2 poison abilities in the same character and they not stack together, which, you know, cough, cough, necromancer. But basically, if you are building a rabies druid, which you might, rabies is definitely something that synergizes with Poison Creeper. And Poison Creeper synergizes with rabies. So if you beef up Poison Creeper to its maximum level, you can see it does some pretty crazy damage output of 5,015 to 5,355 and has a life of 1,000. The damage output from Poison Creeper is actually pretty insane early on in the game and can actually kill pretty much everything from Act 1 normal all the way up till like hell difficulty until it starts to peter out a little bit. But even just the Poison Creeper itself, you will notice, does some pretty crazy damage. Now, how does the Poison Creeper attack? Well, the Poison Creeper makes a mat. And this is an interesting mechanic because the Poison Creeper itself is not dishing out the damage, the mat is. So the Poison Creeper will create a mat underneath of the monster's feet. When the mat is created, it does a pretty massive amount of poison damage to anything standing within that mat. And it will continue to apply that poison damage to anything standing on the mat for a pretty prolonged period of time. And as you can see, we've got some pretty good poison damage from this particular Poison Creeper. I mean, this isn't even, like, completely decked out, but he's level 39, which is pretty high. The poison damage that he does in fact actually stack with rabies. So if I were to use rabies as well, you'll actually notice that the poison damage from both is actually stackable. So now they have rabies, and they also get the mat damage from the Poison Creeper. And they die extra fast. A poison a poison werewolf isn't exactly like the most crazy thing out there, but it does do some pretty good damage. If you were going to build a summon druid, for instance, if you were to build all of the summon tree, a very interesting thing you could do is you could just drop 20 points into rabies for no other reason than to just synergize the Poison Creeper so that you have an additional form of damage. If you think about it, the ravens are physical damage, the summoned direwolves are physical damage, and the bear is physical damage, right? Then we also have the spirit wolf, which is cold damage, and then you would have the Poison Creeper, which is an additional poison damage on top of that. So you could potentially have 3 different elements at the same time for your summon group. It's just a way that you could tack on a little bit of extra damage into the midst. Now, because poison damage doesn't stack, unfortunately, even if the monster or monsters get hit by the poison creeper multiple times, it doesn't really mean anything, because once they're poisoned, they're poisoned. But if they ever become unpoisoned for any reason, and they walk back over the mat, they will have that duration refreshed, and they will dish out even more poison damage to the target. But it's never going to stack the poison damage multiple times. The only stacking poison damage that we can do is if we transform into the werewolf and bite her as well. And then she runs across the mat, she'll get both poison damages at the same time. Now, Poison Creeper can stack with other poisons as well, believe it or not. It's actually not Rabies that stacks with Poison Creeper. It is Poison Creeper that was actually changed as a poison damage ability to stack differently with other poisons. So Poison Creeper actually does stack with things like Poison Nova, Venom, Rabies, pretty much every poison damage ability in the game. Poison Creeper doesn't care because Poison Creeper is a separate poison entity entirely than all the others. Poison Creeper cannot be killed while he's under the ground either, which is also very interesting. So whenever the Poison Creeper is underneath the ground, he cannot be hit. The Poison Creeper can also not be knocked back. And he cannot be put into a faster hit recovery state, which makes the Poison Creeper actually kind of an interesting defensive mechanic, because the monsters will try and chase him down, but most of the time they can't hit him because he's underneath the ground, which means he's temporarily invulnerable whenever he is not at the surface. He also cannot be affected by any buffs, though. So he cannot be affected by auras, he cannot be affected by shouts, he cannot be affected by curses or any kind of buff or even debuff. So he is what he is. He's a creeper. And he does some pretty significant poison damage. As you can see, this is hell difficulty, and they managed to kill him, unfortunately. But you can always just recast him. It's not really that big of a deal. Even after he is killed, though, his poison mat will stay on the ground for a pretty significant period of time, as you can tell, until it dissipates. And any monster that touches this poison mat is going to get some pretty significant damage to them. And all you basically have to do is just run the monster through the mat. So if you drag them back to the mat and they walk through the already existing mat, they will take the poison damage. So in this way, you can take advantage of the way that the Poison Creeper puts out damage. Even if the Poison Creeper dies, just make sure the monsters are standing in the mat so they constantly keep taking the tick damage. When it comes to the Poison Creeper, he's never really like your main damage output, though. It's unfortunate because the creepers kind of get a bad rap because they're not really ever the thing that you build. So like if you're a fire druid, you spend 100 points in the fire tree, you don't really have enough points to spend into a creeper. If you're a hurricane druid, and you've got, like 20 points in cyclone, 20 points in twister, 20 points in tornado, 20 points in hurricane, you've already spent like most of your points anyway. And again, you're in a situation where you really don't have a lot of points left over to just drop into something. Same thing with the summon druid. You spend 20, 20, 20, 20, and probably 20 here too, and you've got 100 points again that you've spent into the summon tree, and the creepers just kind of get left to the wayside. I would like to see the druid tree made a little less synergized, like point heavy, because it's definitely one of the more point heavy characters within the game, where literally it feels like every single build requires so many points, and you just don't have any points left over for the little guy. And to get the best out of the Poison Creeper, you really have to dump the points into Rabies as well. And you might not even be a Rabies druid. Maybe you're a Fire druid. Maybe you're a freaking Hurricane druid. Maybe you're a Werebear druid. Maybe you're a Summon druid, But you might not even want to put points in Rabies. But if you're going to use the Poison Creeper, trust me, putting points in Rabies is a big difference in damage output. It's going to give you 10% poison damage per level from Rabies for 20 levels, which is going to be a very nice 200% basically for the increase in poison damage. And as you can clearly see, we are in hell difficulty. And I am running around with only the Poison Creeper and a decent amount of negative poison resistance, by the way. I'm at 50% negative enemy poison resistance. And the Poison Creeper is dishing out enough poison damage on his own to kill most monsters without any help. These guys seem to be slightly poison resistant. Is this on P8 as well? I can't even remember. No, we are currently on P1. Come here, Mr. Gargantuan Beasts. Oh, his death animation is so sad, though. I always thought his death animation was really sad. Like, when you recast, he's like, oh god, oh, why you do this to me? Oh man, oh, that's so rude. Why you, oh god, don't please stop. Oh, don't resummon me again. Oh, I exploded. Oh god, why did you do this to me? Oh god. I had to. Anyway, I think that's pretty much everything for the Poison Creeper. It's an amazing low-level skill. It's a pretty amazing accompanying skill as well. The unfortunate downside is that you really just don't have the points to spend in it. And even if you wanted to, well, most of the time you can't. And 1 point is really not going to get you a good enough Poison Creeper to actually do any significant damage. The only thing a low-level Poison Creeper is going to do for you is distract the monsters temporarily. There are a lot of monsters within the game that seem to prioritize attacking NPCs like golems, mercenaries, and poison creepers before everything else. And one of them is Duriel, cough cough, who will literally target your poison creeper first over everything in the game. However, the very interesting thing is that, as we just discovered, as long as the poison creeper puts a mat down before he dies, then it doesn't matter that the poison creeper is dead, because he is still dishing out damage even after he has gone. And as long as that mat stays on the ground, you are dishing out a pretty significant amount of damage for the entire duration that he's dead until the mat disappears. Then you can resummon him, he can summon a new mat, and then you can potentially get some more damage output. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about the Poison Creeper. Next episode will probably be the Carrion Vine. All right. Now, the Carrion Vine and the Solar Creeper, I'll be honest, I never really researched them. I always thought they were pretty straightforward. So, let's do a little bit of research. Consumes corpses to return a percentage of the caster's maximum life. Only one Poison Creeper can be hit at the same time. Skill description displays average base life. Cannot be damaged underground, blah, blah, blah. Nothing really special there. How does the Carrion Vine work? Well, it looks like there is an interesting mechanic here that you can be taking advantage of. 10 out of 10's Fallen Shamans hate Carrion Vine? That's right. That is right. Get my treachery. Does the poison damage from Poison Creeper benefit from grief? Negative poison skill damage will affect the Poison Creeper, yes. So if you have negative poison resistance from, like, grief or Death's Web, things like that, it definitely increases the damage of the Poison Creeper. That's what I'm using right now, is Death's Web, which is why I have so much Poison Creeper damage. I'm well beyond the range of the periodic table of elements. That's terrible. Alright, let's do this, jank. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the Carrion Vines and the second to last ability for the Druid. This is the Carrion Vine ability, not the Solar Creeper or the Poison Creeper. All of them are technically creepers, but the Carrion Vine specifically is for healing you, specifically. Now, I have 8,145 life because this character is hacked, but don't worry about that. This is an offline testing character, don't get jealous. Now, the Carrion Vine doesn't have any synergies, but it does heal for a pretty significant amount of life, even with just 1 point. Now, to show you that, unfortunately, I have to respec my character here. Hold on. I said respec, sir. I don't care about you doing all that. Oh, did I not boot up the... I didn't boot up the respec version of the game. So I have a version of the game that allows me to respec my character anytime I want to. And this is the this is a command that you can learn on my 7 commands video, by the way. It's called -enable respec when added to the launcher. And it basically just allows you to respec your character whenever you want to. And how you do it is you basically just go to the panel here and you hold down the Alt key, and bam, just like that, we've now respec'd. So let me go ahead and throw these in here for the time being, and we're just going to go ahead and put 1 point into our little Carrion Vine. And as you can see, with a mediocre +4 skills, we're sitting at level 5, and we have 8% life healed per Doojank. Now, what is this exactly? 8% of what? 8% of my maximum. So it's going to heal me for 8% of my maximum every time it consumes a corpse. And it goes up quite nicely, so if you actually put some points into it, level it up a little bit, it does actually go up pretty well into the kind of ridiculous range where it starts to heal you for a pretty huge portion of your life. So if you wanted something that would help you survive in, some dangerous situations, this is definitely something that can do it. The only downside to the Carrion Vine is that, well, it requires a corpse. So it's not going to heal you for anything unless you can kill something. So if you're in a situation where you're not getting any kills, or your kills are coming very slowly, the heals from Carrion Vine are not going to help you out a lot. Also, from my experience, Carrion Vine will not heal you if you don't have any missing life. This is another interesting thing. So if you don't actually have any missing life, it's not going to heal you for anything at all. And let's go somewhere where we're at a lower level so we can kill lots of monsters and suck up lots of corpses. That way we don't have to worry about having to actually do any kinds of damage output. Let's just go ahead and drop 20 points into Fissure so that we can just play around with the ability. So if we go out here, you notice I'm at 5,798 life, and I'm going to go ahead and murder a couple monsters, and my Carrion Vine is going to start sucking up corpses and healing me for a pretty massive amount of HP. Right now he is at, what is it, 42% of my total life, which means that he is going to literally heal me for basically half of my life every single time he eats a corpse, which is pretty crazy. He can't be attacked when he is underground, and he also cannot be knocked back or put in hit recovery states. You can only have one of these up at any given time, by the way. You might also notice that there's plenty of corpses on the ground, right? There's plenty of dead bodies, but he's not eating any of them. The reason why he's not eating any of them is because I am not missing any life, and this is important. A lot of people think that the Solar Creeper and the Carrion Vine will eat up all the corpses around you and will make, like, item find barbarians cry in a river of their own tears. But the answer to the question is no, it really doesn't. You have to actually have HP missing for him to start eating corpses. Once you have HP missing, then he'll start eating every single corpse around you, and he'll just keep eating them all and keep healing you for every single amount of life that you have. But it really just depends on what's going on at any given moment. It's been my experience that most of the time he just kind of sits there and does nothing unless you start missing a bunch of HP. And my HP seems to be bugged, which is probably because I have 8,000 HP, okay? Alright, don't judge. Not judgy. But even with just 1 point, the Carrion Vine actually is a very effective way to heal yourself, as long as you are constantly providing the corpses to utilize. Now, the other interesting thing is that you can use it to suck up corpses. However, in my experience, Solar Creeper works a little bit better for this, because although Carrion Vine will eat corpses, it tends to stop when you are at full HP. Solar Creeper also stops when you are at full mana, but the beautiful thing about Solar Creeper is that you can just spam more mana abilities. So you can just go out here and you can just continually spam abilities to reduce your mana, and every single time your mana goes below its maximum amount, he's going to eat another corpse. Whereas it's a little bit more difficult to force the Carrion Vine to eat corpses, because then you would have to actually go in there and get hurt, which would trigger him to eat a corpse. Now, he'll eat a corpse even if you're just missing 1 HP, which is great. But he also won't eat any corpses if you're not missing 1 HP. It actually seems kind of like a waste a lot of the times when he eats a corpse, because you won't even be missing that much HP, and he'll eat a corpse, and you're just like, okay, well, that really wasn't worth it. And it's one of those things that you don't really spam a lot of points into. In fact, most of the time the Druid just doesn't have a lot of extra points to spend at all. But having one of these creepers is certainly never going to hurt anything. The creepers stack with all of your other minions. You can have one of them active at any given time, and something like the Carrion Vine or the Solar Creeper can come in really handy in certain situations. One such situation is Neelithak's Temple. So when you're going to kill Neelithak and he's corpse exploding everything, one of the things that I've done is I make sure that I have a Solar Creeper up, so the Solar Creeper is eating the corpses so that he can't use those corpses to corpse explode me and potentially kill me. There's other monsters, of course, that you could utilize this on, like, for instance, Gloams when Haradrim are around, if you don't want the Gloams to get resurrected. Fallen in Act 1, so you don't have to have them get resurrected and things like that. It definitely helps to not have as many corpses on the ground if, you know, there's monsters that can be resurrected to come fight you even more. But in my opinion, if you're looking specifically to destroy corpses, again, you're probably better off with Solar Creeper rather than Carrion Vine, because Solar Creeper just tends to eat more corpses in my experience than Carrion Vine does. Unless you're just always dying. Which, I mean, if you always have HP missing, that's another thing. This would also help you with poison attacks. So if you happen to be in a situation where you're constantly getting poisoned, this can work very well to counter the poisons, making it a lot easier for you to deal with those individual poison hits. And as you can see here, I'm getting damaged right now, so let's go ahead and throw this up. And unfortunately, I seem to be regenerating quite quickly. But my little boy here is just going to keep eating everything, and every single time I get damaged, he's just going to eat another corpse. So if you really wanted him to eat corpses, like if you were trying to get him to eat all the corpses, you'd have to literally sit there and just get damaged over and over again. Taking more damage would equal more corpses being eaten, and so forth and so on. It's also kind of important to note, though, that if you did have something like Replenish Life, or something that would cancel out things that are going to hurt you on a regular basis, you may also not see him eat very many corpses in that situation, because your health would always be full. So if you were running, say, like a Meditation Merc with like a Prayer and a Cure Helmet with the triple regen, you would have a pretty high amount of regeneration going, right? And then, well, you wouldn't necessarily have very much health missing ever, so your Carrion Vine might not really do a whole lot. It's also important to note that they tend to get attacked first over everything else. Despite the fact that they are relatively invulnerable when they are under the ground, whenever they come up to the surface, they can be attacked by anything. And a lot of monsters within the game seem to be programmed to almost specifically hunt them down. Like Duriel, for instance, who will literally attack the Carrion Vine no matter what, which is hilarious. So if you're fighting, like, say, Uber Duriel in Forgotten Sands, you can actually just spam your Vine next to Duriel, and he will not attack anything other than your Vine. You just continually just hold down the button and just spam your Vine over and over again right next to Duriel, like basically something like this. And Duriel will just turn around and attack the Vine over and over and over and over again. leaving your mercenary safe, leaving you perfectly safe, and anybody else who's with you perfectly safe, because the AI of the monsters is programmed to specifically target these vines, which means they end up dead a lot, unfortunately. But it is ridiculously easy to recast them. It's just kind of a pain in the butt to make sure that they're always alive, because it seems like they're always dying, which is unfortunate. I really would like to see them get beefed up a little bit more, you know, to the point where they don't just always get one shot by every single monster that seems to come around. But, I mean, as it is, they're super easy to recast. They don't really cost that much mana, and some of them, like for Poison Creeper, even have lingering effects, which will continue to damage monsters even long after they're gone. So that's also kind of cool. Anyway, as always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about a icky poison creeper called the Carrion Vine who likes to eat dead bodies. And as always, keep watching. Alright, one more to go and we finish the Drodad. One more to go, and then we finish the Drodad completely. One, the final Drodad. Beedoo-dee-doo. Beedoo-dee-doo-doo. Beedoo-dee-doo. Beedoo-dee-doo-doo. Beedoo-dee. Boo-doo-boo. Beep 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 beep. Let's go online for this one. I'm gonna go play around with my my Drodad. My doo-doo-doo, my Drodad-doo, dee-dee-dee, it's the Drodad-doo-dad-doo. Where the hell are you launching at? Like, what the ham biscuit? The game is launching on some screen that doesn't exist. I don't even know what the hell's going on right now. Can you go to the right screen, please, sir? Thank you. Beep-boo. Beedoo-dee-doo-doo. Beedoo-dee-doo. Beedoo-dee-doo-doo. Beedoo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, let's get this last video out of the way. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the last of the Druid skills, which I believe we've covered everything now, unless I forgot something. Feel free to like poke me in the ribs and let me know. But this last ability is kind of one of the really coolest, and it's the Solar Creeper. The Solar Creeper is a really nice one-point wonder for most druids if you want to have basically infinite mana. It essentially allows you to have a pretty huge mana recovery rate depending on if you have bodies nearby. It also tends to not eat corpses unless there's actually something near, you know, you're actually missing some mana. The amount of mana that it restores is actually pretty significant because it's based off of your maximum mana. So the more mana you have, the more mana it restores per corpse, which is pretty cool. And if you manage to dump some points into it, it actually gets pretty high. At level 1, it starts out at like a measly like 2 to 3%. And as you can see at level 16 right now, with only 1 point in it, it's now at 19% mana recovery. And it goes as high as about like 40%, I think, if you get it like really beefed up. Which basically means that for every corpse that it eats, it'll just restore like literally half your mana, which is pretty cool. Right now, I'm basically getting about, 1/5 of my mana for every single corpse. And it actually works out really well. Another thing that this ability works out really well for is, well, eating corpses. It tends to work really well for that purpose as well. So when you're in here and you're spamming all your skills and you're, killing lots of monsters, you'll notice that the Vine Creeper will sit there and just chunk up your mana. I mean, as you can see, it only took him 3 corpses and my mana was completely back to full. And again, now my mana is completely back to full. And it's actually really quite nice. The ability for him to restore mana is actually so good that the majority of the time, I don't really ever need anything like a meditation pole arm on a mercenary or, like ridiculous amounts of mana regeneration, because he's basically just restoring all of my mana back to me within just a few corpses. Another really interesting thing that I utilize him for is the ability to kill corpses, specifically with Neelathak. So when I go to farm Neelathak, and let me go find him real quick, which is really easy. He is right down here. He's right down here on a Chattahoochee. Didn't know what that muddy water meant to me. Y'all get out my way. Ho ho ho. And he's this way. Oh. Oh, evil charging snakes. Now, when you fight Neelathak, one of the things that you can do is you can just spam your abilities. And as you spam your abilities, your Solar Creeper will do its job and basically suck up everything nearby. That's what he's good for. So you just want to make sure that you have no mana, and you want to keep blowing pretty much every single mana point that you have, so that he is eating every single corpse within the vicinity. And he's going to keep eating all the corpses, and that's what he does. So it's like a never-ending fuel fest. As long as you're spamming abilities, as long as you don't have any mana, he should be sucking up corpses and refilling that mana for you. And in case of the, evil Neelathak monster, which loves to corpse explode everything, you can sneak your way in here and you can dish out some pretty significant damage to Neelathak, who always loves to teleport away because he's a little douche. But it gives you the ability to clear the field, very similarly to the way that you might with Redemption, or, find item, find potion, corpse explosion, or any other ability which is going to allow you to be able to get in there and actually dish out damage to Neelathak without fear of, reprisal. The only real downside is that if you aren't missing mana, he doesn't work. So if you happen to be running a meditation pole arm and your mana is always full, then the Solar Creeper's not really going to do a whole lot. And, well, that's kind of redundant. In my experience, it doesn't really seem like the meditation pole arm is really that important for the Druid because, well, he doesn't need it. If you run the Solar Creeper, if you just 1-point wonder the Solar Creeper, usually you can manage to keep your mana completely full, like, pretty much 100% of the time. The only exception is, of course, when you're fighting a monster that has no corpses, like Bale, or, sometimes Diablo. Sometimes there's corpses around for the creeper to eat with Diablo. It depends on how many monsters you killed in the center of the star before you started. Duriel, of course, there's nothing. But most areas have some sort of corpses that you can take advantage of, and the Solar Creeper can eat them and restore pretty much all of your mana very quickly. If you beef him up even further than this, he actually recovers a massive amount of mana per eating of a corpse. The other interesting thing to note here is that if you have more mana, so the larger your mana pool is, the more mana he will restore. Because he's not restoring a flat amount, he's restoring a percentage. And the percentage is based off of your maximum. So if you have 517, like I do, then he's restoring 20% or 19% of 517. But if you have like 1,000, then obviously that's going to be a lot more mana that he's going to restore per effect. So if you're utilizing things like Soges, Frost Burns, and other items that increase your maximum mana, the Solar Creeper has an even stronger effect in restoring your mana, and makes it so that he can just dish out even more. The other interesting thing about him is he can be used as a distraction fairly well for a lot of monsters. So there are a large number of monsters in the game that love to target the Creeper over pretty much everything else, and that means that you can pretty much just spam him next to a target, and these monsters will be absolutely enthralled by the worm. You can do this with Uber Duriel, Diablo, Lilith, and Dariel. A lot of monsters are actually, the AI seems to be programmed specifically to target these monsters first. And it's rather unfortunate because they're very useful, but in a lot of those situations, you can actually take advantage of this horrible AI by spamming that particular monster next to the boss, allowing you to basically just completely enthrall him in the wrong direction. He won't kill your mercenary, he won't kill your friends, he won't kill your bear, he won't kill anything because he's too busy trying to kill the Carrion vine that you keep resummoning, which is rather silly. In many Uber runs, recently this season, that's one of the things that I would do. We were fighting, was it Andariel or Duriel, and then we were fighting Lilith, and so we're sitting here fighting Lilith, and it's going really pear-shaped, like really fast. And so I'm just sitting here, I'm just spamming. I just spam it over and over again. I'm like, all right, guys. I'm like, anytime now. I'm running out of mana. Like, anytime now. I got her. She's distracted. I was like, come on, anytime now. She's distracted. Come on. Just anytime. And Lilith is just going one shot, 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 one. And as soon as I stop casting, of course, she immediately beelines for the nearest player. But I'm like, I need mana potions. I was like, if I stop casting, she's gonna murder us. And I'm literally just locking down Lilith with these summons over and over again because, of course, Lilith is programmed to attack them first, and she has no choice. And you can take advantage of this to silly, just absolutely silly proportions. So not only does the Poison Creeper make a very good, or the Solar Creeper make a very good one-point wonder, it also allows you to not have to use Meditation Polearm. You can utilize other items that could be more beneficial to your character. You can utilize it very well for recovering of mana and also to the destruction of bodies, and even distracting bosses, which would otherwise demolish you. A lot of this is just very interesting gameplay because it's utilizing your brain. Like when you go fight Duriel, a lot of people get their butts kicked by Duriel, but they don't realize that Duriel prioritizes minions over players. So if you keep your minion alive, even if it means chugging a couple mana potions, you can usually distract him and kill him quite easily. Necromancers especially have it really easy because they have really powerful clay golems and things like that will actually survive multiple hits. Whereas, things like the Poison Creeper and the Vine Creeper and the Carrion Vine and whatnot, they don't really quite have the same, survivability, but they will attract his attention just as well. I think that's pretty much it for the Solar Creeper. A very good one-point wonder. Not really worth, dumping all of your points into. But if you were a summon druid and you wanted to have an additional mana source or an additional life source, it could be an interesting secondary choice. As always, thanks for watching, and keep creeping. Alright, guys, I'm going to take a quick break real quick. I got to go to the restroom. And then, I think we'll start on some Paladin videos. I'm going to see what Paladin videos I haven't finished yet. I mean, I'm back. So that covers all of the doojanks for the doojank. But how many doojanks do we need for the other doojank? I could be using the word doojank too often. Let's see what skills I've finished on the Paladin so far. So I currently have Vengeance, Smite, Conviction, Fist of the Heavens, Might Aura, Holy Bolt, Concentration, Holy Shield, Redemption, and Sanctuary. So I'm missing pretty much everything. I'm missing pretty much all of it. Wow. I could have sworn I would have had more videos than that on the Paladin than otherwise. But I guess not. I need more Paladin videos. I need more of them janks. Doot doot. I need a couple Paladin videos, and I'm gonna have to make a couple doojanks today. I gotta make some doojanks for some pay. Who doesn't like a couple doojanks? Gotta put the doojanks in the bank. Oh my god, why are you doing this to me right now? Why are you doing this to me? Don't do that. Do I gotta bring you over here and click on you? I do. You're weird. Yeah, how many doojanks would a doojank if a doojank could doojanks? Well, a doojank would doojank as many doojanks as a could doojank if a doojank could doojanks. But a doojank doesn't doojank, so a doojank didn't doojank because a doojank couldn't doojank the doojanks. And if the doojanks did doojanks, then the doojanks would doojank as many doojanks as he could doojank. Doojanks, aha, look at all the doojanks, raha, we got the doojanks, yes sir, all them doojanks in the grr. Do I have a video on prayer? Because prayer is rather interesting. I do not. That's where we're going to start this journey. We're going to start the journey on prayer. Ah, yes. Let us pray. Amen. Three, two, one, let's go. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be taking a look at the Paladin skill known as Prayer. I know, it's not particularly the most amazing skill, and it actually has some pretty horrible defects, which is, well, it kind of sucks in terms of... It kind of sucks in terms of just, you know, like, just generally being useful at a low level. And to really kind of exemplify this, I think I need to actually go to a character that's like level 1 and show you what it's like when you're on a paladin at level 1 and you put your first point into prayer. Prayer is weird. And when I mean weird, I mean like weird bad, not weird good. But it also has some interesting mechanics which make it good, but not to actually use it. I know it's confusing, okay? But let's go bonk a monster. Let's kill one thing. You know, get our first level, and let's put our point into prayer, so you can see what I mean. So let's kill a couple doojanks here. Get like one doojank. You know what? Let's go up to P8. That way we can get better. We can get better EXP per kill. That way we get more doojanks per doojank. Now, let's say you're a low-level paladin, and you're first leveling up your character, and you're like, alright, I've got some interesting choices for auras. I've got Might, I've got Sacrifice, Smite, and I've got Prayer, and Resist Fire, Resist Cold, Resist Lightning. Those are my early choices, right? You look at Prayer, and Prayer basically boasts a very interesting effect, which is the ability to heal you, right? And you're like, okay, well, being able to heal myself would be nice. +2 heals. It costs 1 mana per second, it says. So we throw it on, and very shortly after we put it on, you start to notice that your mana drains at a really kind of insanely fast rate. And this is actually pretty stupid, because early on in the game, you don't even really have very much mana to begin with. So as a level 1 aura that costs 1 mana per second, you will be out of mana in roughly about 16 seconds, because it will consume every single mana that you own to the point where you're at 0. Now here's the beautiful part. Not only does it continue to keep sucking away all the mana from your soul, like your ex-wife, who you already divorced, but keeps coming back for more, it won't stop, ever. It just always sucks your mana away, even if your HP is full. So even if you have full health, and there's literally no reason to keep sucking the soul from my very marrow, it doesn't stop, and it just keeps my mana at 0 the entire time. And for this reason, prayer never gets used, really. And to make matters worse, when you level up, guess what? It's just going to keep sucking your mana away more. But when you level up and put another point into it, it goes up in the amount of mana cost that it starts sucking away from you. It actually increases in its sucking of your soul, and it doesn't stop. The higher level it gets, the more mana it sucks away, and it eventually gets to the point where it's just untenable no matter what character you're on, because you just can't take that much mana being drained away from you at any given time. There's absolutely no way for you to counter the amount of soul sucking that is coming from this skill. So why do I still think that it's a good skill? Well, despite the fact that it's absolutely garbage at an early level, there are other ways that you can take advantage of prayer without necessarily having to use it yourself. Using it yourself is horrible. In fact, I would recommend never actually using it yourself unless you have just like a sea of mana potions to chug at all times, or a meditation aura that you can use. And in which case, if you're going to use meditation, you should use meditation, and we'll get to that later. But there are other ways. One such way is to go to Act 2. Now, when you go to Act 2, there is a mercenary there, and the mercenary there has prayer. And he also has a mana cost. But you know what's very interesting about mercenaries? They don't have mana. In fact, they don't spend mana. They don't have mana, they don't spend mana. Mana doesn't mean anything to them. So despite the fact that prayer has a mana cost, when you hire a prayer mercenary, which of course there wouldn't be a prayer mercenary up here specifically for my video. Let me relog and refresh the mercenaries real quick. But when you hire a prayer mercenary, they don't have to spend mana, which means that you can actually get the effect of the prayer from them for free. And it's way better than using it yourself. On top of this, prayer has some very interesting side effects that come with building the ability. So when you actually utilize prayer, like for instance with Pratham here, Pratham has a current prayer which is level 18, costs 4.1 mana per second, which is stupid insane, and has a radius of 33.3 yards. It goes pretty far. It heals everybody for 21 health. Basically, I think it's every 2 seconds, according to the ability. Although it doesn't really say that, but I'm pretty sure it's a 2-second pulse. Now, prayer synergizes with several other things. So cleansing also synergizes with prayer, and meditation synergizes with prayer. These two abilities are really interesting in the way that they synergize, because prayer no longer costs mana when utilized in the synergistic form. So you notice when I look at cleansing, it says prayer plus 9 life healed every 2 seconds. It doesn't say a mana cost. So if I'm utilizing cleansing on my character, and I have a relatively high level of prayer, then the prayer's healing gets transferred directly to cleansing. Another interesting thing that we have to talk about is that prayer is one of the only 2 abilities within the game that functions off of soft points, not just hard points. So this is a very interesting thing. So when you look at prayer, you notice that it's currently at level 8 and it heals for 9, which means that we're getting a 9 heal every 2 seconds, right? Well, if I take off my principal armor, which has +2 skills, you'll notice that the healing goes down to 7. The synergy bonus also goes down to 7, because the synergy bonus is actually working off of soft points. This is one of the only 2 abilities in the game that actually works off of soft points with the synergy. The only other one is the Druid summoning tree, which is basically just the bear, the wolf, and the dire wolves. Those 3 actually function off of soft point synergies as well. But prayer is one of the only other abilities in the game that functions off of soft point synergies, which means that you can beef prayer up with just +2 skills, or you can put hard points in it and put +2 skills in it, and you can get a pretty massive heal. You can also double or even triple this heal by utilizing other pieces of equipment that also have the adjacent auras. So for instance, if I were to use a plague sword or a cure helmet, which utilizes the cleansing aura, I would get the healing bonus from prayer without having to actually use the skill. Similarly, with meditation, if I was using an insight polearm that has meditation on it, I could potentially get the healing benefit from prayer without actually using the prayer item. Another very interesting thing is that the mercenary also gets these synergy bonuses, which means that you can set up a pretty godlike mercenary that has a triple regen. 1 coming from the prayer at 21 heal per second, or per 2 seconds. 2 coming from a meditation polearm, which would give you another 21 heal per 2 seconds, and then a cure helmet, which would be number 3, which would give you another 21 heal per 2 seconds. So you would be looking at 21 plus 21, which is 42, and 42 plus 21, which is 63, I think. So you would have a pretty massive regeneration of 63 health every 2 seconds to everyone within the radius of the auras. Now, the only downside to this is that the Cure Helmet is only level 1 cleansing, so it doesn't go very far, which means you have to kind of stand directly underneath of the Mercenary to actually get the effect. Meditation, on the other hand, from the polearm is level 17 and pretty much hits everybody within the radius. And then on top of that, the Prayer Aura itself that comes from the Mercenary is 33.3 yards, so hits everyone. The only unfortunate side effect of this particular build with utilizing the Cleansing Aura, the Meditation Polearm from the Insight, and the Prayer Aura is that all of this amazing regen doesn't affect the Mercenary. So the Mercenaries have their own regeneration system, which is separate from the player's regeneration system. And this type of regen that heals for 21 every 2 seconds is actually a player regen system, not a mercenary regen system. And so since they are actually separate, the regeneration from these tri-auras doesn't actually affect the mercenary. He also doesn't get any effect from meditation, because of course he has no mana, and the only aura that he actually benefits from is the cleansing aura, which will remove the poisons and curses from him. So although this tri-regeneration build is actually pretty amazing for players, it's actually pretty crap for the mercenary, because he doesn't get a whole lot out of it. He basically gets nothing except for the cleansing aura. And in this way, you can actually beef up prayer pretty ridiculously. There's actually a paladin within our kinship called the Party Pally, and the purpose of the Party Pally is to get as many plus defensive skills as he possibly can, in the form of defensive skillers, +3 defensive necklaces, maybe even Seraph's Hymn, things like that, that have as many plus defensive skills as you can possibly get, beefing up prayer to a ridiculously high regeneration rate. And to really get an idea of the kind of craziness that this would ensue, let's take a look real quick over at Amazon Basin, and let's see how high the regeneration gets on prayer, depending on your plus to skills. So if we were to get prayer to, let's say, level 50, which at level 50 costs 10.1875 mana per second, which is awful. It has a radius of 76 yards, which is downright insane, and it heals for 107 life at level 50. So if you were to set up a Paladin with 3 auras, for instance, a cleansing aura, and a meditation aura, with level 50 prayer, you could effectively have a regeneration rate of 107 times 3. So 107 times 3 for all 3 auras, which would be a massive 321 HP per 2 seconds. So we could divide that by 2 for our per second, which is 160 HP a second, which is pretty massive regeneration. You're talking about your HP just filling up basically in no time. Right now I have 2,041 HP, so we could take that 160 a second. We could go 2,041 divided by 160 a second, and it would take roughly 12 seconds, a little over 12, so let's say 13 seconds, a little over 13 seconds to completely fill our HP pool, which is kind of ridiculous. And not only that, but this is an AoE effect. So this is going to hit everybody on the field of battle at any given time, which is pretty crazy. On top of this, if the Paladin were running prayer, which does cost a lot of mana, and meditation at the same time, meditation would pretty much cancel out the mana costs of prayer, allowing you to literally run all 3 auras with all 3 regenerations on the same Paladin in a group, which is pretty crazy. As for prayer using it natively, it tends to not ever really get used natively, because that mana cost is just really too high. And I'd like to kind of turn the attention away from, I'm just checking to see what Cody's eating back there, away from, like, the skill, and more about how they could potentially fix it. First off, I'd like to see the mana cost actually start really high. I know that's kind of a silly thing, but I'd like to see it very similar to Double Swing on the Barbarian. So the more points that you put into prayer, the lower the mana cost goes, until eventually around level 9 or 10, the mana cost would reach 0. If you did this with prayer, I think you might see more people actually utilize it, because the mana cost is one of the biggest deterrents of the ability, and nobody wants to actually use the ability when they don't actually get the effect. And I think that's the worst part about the ability, is that if you use prayer, if you actually put the ability on and use it, it just drains your mana until there's no mana left. And the biggest issue with this is that eventually your mana hits 0, and once your mana hits 0, it's not working anymore, because prayer doesn't heal unless you have mana. And so I think making it so that if you actually invest in the skill would reduce the mana cost, not increase it, and maybe start the mana cost at a higher amount and a slow decrease as you level it up, would encourage players to actually utilize it more often in early game. Other than that, I don't really think there's a whole lot more they could do with it. It definitely does have a really powerful regen, and I've 3-crafted a couple characters around it. Badgerine of the Starmen, who literally had so much regen that he could just stand there next to Lilith and not die, which was pretty crazy. I think he was running like 300 some odd regen. Between the prayer, the cleansing, the meditation, and all of the regeneration items that I found for him, as well as putting Dole runes in his equipment, which was another way that you could get regen, believe it or not. I was able to get some pretty sick regen on that character, to the point of basically like him becoming invulnerable for the most part in most situations. Now, granted, he didn't really have a lot of damage output, so he wasn't actually killing a lot of stuff, but he wasn't dying either. And I just thought it was a fun way to build a character, just to see if theoretically it was possible to have so much regen that monsters basically just couldn't kill you. And believe it or not, it is actually possible, and it took some of the more nasty monsters in the game to actually overcome that regen to the point of ridiculous. Like, they needed to, like, poison me and hit me pretty dang hard to cause the regen to fail to the point where I would die. I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to prayer. Prayer isn't like one of the main abilities that the Paladin has, but it's definitely something that can be utilized to your advantage. If you are utilizing things like a Plague Sword, which has Cleansing Aura on it, a Cure Helmet, which has Cleansing Aura on it, or maybe even if you're using a Meditation Polearm for some reason on your Paladin, having a couple points in prayer does not hurt at all. In fact, it's just going to give you a passive regen that's going to get added into your Cleansing Aura, and it just makes a lot of sense to at least throw 1 point into it. For instance, I've built a couple Paladins over the past that have utilized a Cleansing Sword, and see if I can find one. I've got many. Frosty Cheeks, I believe, was utilizing one of them, although it doesn't look like he has it on right now. That's definitely not a Plague Sword. And his Plague Sword is straight up missing. Is it in your stash, sir? It is. No, it's not in his stash. It's gone. But if you are utilizing it, you're going to want to put at least 1 point into prayer, because that way your plus to skills, your pretty much anything you have on there are going to beef up prayer, soft point wise, are going to give you that synergy to cleansing as well, and give you a little bit of just passive regen. It's 1 skill point, and it's 1 skill point that's very well spent. In fact, most paladins end up going down and grabbing Vigor anyway, so you're usually going to have at least 1 skill point in prayer. If you are a class that has a dump stat, like, for instance, maybe you're just a character that doesn't really have a lot of skill point usage, and you've got extra skill points to spare, and you happen to be using a cleansing a cleansing helmet or a cleansing sword, then again, prayer might be a good dump stat just to give yourself a little bit of extra regen, on that particular character. And I've done this on many characters that have used the Plague Sword, because the Plague Sword is pretty phenomenal, to be honest. And anytime that you have a permanent cleansing effect on you, it helps to throw a little bit of points into prayer to get that regen up to a point where it's actually going to be useful to you. Another interesting thing about prayer that I almost forgot is that prayer actually can stack if the aura levels are the same. So normally most auras will cancel each other out in most given situations. So for instance, like say you had 2 paladins and one was running level 30 Fanaticism and the other is running level 25. The level 30 Fanaticism cancels out the 25 and takes over. But in the case of prayer, for some reason or another, if the level of prayer is the same across all the characters that are utilizing it, it means that the prayer actually stacks in effectiveness. So a very interesting and very odd idea that you could potentially utilize this for is, let's say you had a 8-man group, and all players of the 8-man group were utilizing meditation polearms and prayer mercs with cure helmets, right? If you had 8 of them and they were all the same level merc, they all had the same level prayer, it would all have to be the same, so you would have to match everything up. All of the prayers would be active at the same time. All of the effects would be active at the same time. To give you an idea of what that would look like, let's go back to the prayer mercenary over on... let's just go find one real quick. And let's look and see what his prayer level is. And we'll multiply that by 3, and then we'll multiply that by 8. And that'll give us an idea of how much regeneration there would be inside this absolutely silly group of characters. Now, granted, unfortunately, all of the meditation polearms would also have to be the same level. This is also another interesting thing that we have to take into account. So in this particular case, it's 21 heals every 2 seconds, right, with prayer. So let's do a little bit of multiplication on this, and let's see if we can figure it out. So it would be 21 times 3 times 8, which would be a total of 504 regeneration every 2 seconds, which would be pretty insane. Across all 8 players, you would literally be regenerating, let's see here, divided by 2, 252 HP every second, which if we divided our HP real quick, divided by 252, we're looking at around 8 seconds to completely regenerate to full HP on any character that's within range. And that's pretty ridiculously insane when you consider the fact that you can have multiple. Now, you could also beef this up even more by giving the character some plus to skills, but all of the characters would have to have the same amount of plus to skills. Keep this in mind. But every point that you increase prayer past its normal level is going to also increase the regeneration. So one more point here would give me one more point of healing, which would bring me to 22, which would be 22 times 3 times 8, which is going to increase it even more to 528, and so forth and so on. And it would take some pretty massive coordination, but it would also make the group practically unkillable with a huge AoE regeneration field, which would just encompass pretty much everything. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about prayer. And as always, keep watching. Hey, we did it, boys. We did it. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah. Come along and sing with me. We did it. We did it. We did it. Yeah. All right, what's next? I believe cleansing is next. We must cleanse. We must cleanse ourselves. Cleanse. Cleansing. What's wrong with being a floating head? There's nothing wrong with being a floating head, Andrew. There's nothing wrong with it. Don't be jealous that I'm a floating head. Okay? Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Jealous. Don't be jealous. Don't be jealous. Jealous. Dibbity bibbity bibbity bop. Beep 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 beepity pop. Alright, I think I'm ready for cleansing. Cleansing's not that complicated, so let us go. Thrice uno dis Danto Delani. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be talking about the Paladin aura, defensive aura, known as Cleansing. Cleansing is one of the more amazing auras in the Paladin defensive tree, and is definitely a one-point wonder that pretty much every Paladin should have in their arsenal. Granted, you might have really few skill points, and you really don't want to have to put 1 point into it, but it really does work really well. What does Cleansing do, and why does it work so well? Well, Cleansing has two main effects. One of them is the ability to reduce all poison duration by a pretty massive amount. As you can see here, it's currently 80%. This poison reduction actually applies once every 2 seconds, which means that it constantly attacks poison's duration over and over and over again to reduce it to basically nothing. This means that when you're affected by one of those really nasty crit poisons, which is threatening your life, switching to cleansing can be a very quick way to save yourself. Another thing that it does is it reduces curses by the same 80%. This means that certain curses that people hate, like Decrepify, for instance, which have a very short duration already, will have basically no duration and will be gone almost instantaneously. And even curses that last for an extremely long period of time, like Amplify Damage, will also have their duration applied, reduced really quickly. Now, unlike Fade, which Fade will actually reduce the duration of shrines, Cleansing does not reduce the duration of shrines. And this is because Fade only applies its effect at the beginning of the effect. So that means that if you have Fade on, and a monster curses you, then it will reduce the curse duration at the time of application. However, if you do not have Fade on, it will not reduce the curse duration. And if you cast Fade while you are cursed, it will not reduce the curse duration, because Fade will only reduce the curse duration at the time of application. Cleansing, on the other hand, will continually reduce the curse duration once every 2 seconds forever until you take it off. It also has a very interesting synergy with Prayer, which allows you to stack regeneration from multiple items, as well as, well, all sorts of stuff. So if you are a Paladin, you can put on a cleansing sword or put on the cleansing aura, and you will get the prayer life healed on the cleansing effect. Same thing goes for meditation, meditation pole arms, prayer mercs, all sorts of very interesting things, which leads to some very fun triple regen builds for the mercenary, which allow you to stack cleansing, meditation, and prayer all in the same character, getting your regeneration up to some pretty high amounts. And if you'd like to learn more about it, I actually do have a video called Badgerine of the Starmen, which is not to be confused with Wolverine of the Starmen, of the X-Men, sorry. Wolverine of the X-Men is pathetic by compared to Badgerine of the Starmen. And Badgerine of the Starmen utilizes the regeneration effects from prayer, cleansing, and meditation to max out his regeneration to godlike proportions so that he can literally mend bone and brain matter within a matter of seconds, which is amazing. Now, cleansing is one of those abilities that you'll often hear people cry for, like when you're in Act 5 doing bail runs and the Act 2 wave of the bail runs shows up and everybody is poisoned to death with horrible gonorrhea and they're crying, "Please, Paladin, please, will you please cleanse us of our horrible poisons?" And the Paladin does nothing and everybody dies, and then there's a funeral and everybody blames the Paladin because the Paladin didn't put a point in cleansing. Because he's like, I'm sorry, I forgot to put a point in cleansing, as they all literally melt from rancid gonorrhea because the Paladin didn't do his job. And so this is one of the reasons why you need to make sure that you should have at least level 1 point into cleansing, specifically so that you can cleanse everybody nearby. On top of this, there's also quite a few items in the game now that have cleansing aura on them. The Plague Sword, which is a very nice sword, has the cleansing aura on it and is absolutely amazing. I love the frickin' Plague Sword. You can put that on mercenaries, you can put that on your player, you can put it on players that are not the Paladin, and you can still get the effect. But if you do put the Plague Sword on a Paladin, and you beef up the Prayer Aura, you can get the Prayer Aura regeneration on the cleansing from the item, which is pretty cool. Also, if you put it on a mercenary, they can give you the cleansing effect, which is also really nice. Now, there's also a Cure Helmet, which was recently introduced, and that one only has level 1 cleansing. And even at level 1, with a very small radius, it still will reduce your curses and poisons pretty quickly, and is become pretty popular, especially for energy shield sorceresses. And let's talk about that for a second. So the Energy Shield Sorceress is one of the very few characters in the game that is affected by poison more so than any other. And the reason for this is that poison completely bypasses Energy Shield and attacks the HP directly. Energy Shield Sorceresses often have very limited HP pools in the horrible numbers like 400 HP. And a really bad poison can penetrate the Energy Shield and kill them extremely quickly. Utilizing cleansing, like a plague sword on a mercenary or even on yourself, or a cure helmet, you can clear those poisons off of yourself extremely fast and save your life. It's been my personal experience that the Plague Sword, I think, is the best choice for an Energy Shield Sorceress because it shores up a lot of the problems with that particular build. Number one, it completely lets her cancel out poisons, which will attack her HP directly, and it also completely cancels out curses. There is one curse in particular that is known for killing Energy Shield Sorceresses, and that is the Blood Curse that forces you to use your HP instead of mana. Whenever an Energy Shield Sorceress is Blood Cursed, it usually leads to her death unless she catches it quickly enough. But with the Cleansing Aura activated, the Blood Curse will only last a matter of seconds and usually does not prove fatal because, well, it disappears quickly enough that they don't have to worry about it. This makes Cleansing, honestly, the Energy Shield Sorceress's best friend. Not even joking. It's my best friend until the end. I'm gonna love my friend. And if you've ever made an Energy Shield Sorceress and you felt the way I do about poisons and blood curses, give a good old Plague Mercenary a try, or even just a Cure Helmet on your Mercenary, and you will see a massive difference in your survivability when utilizing Cleansing. And that's really what Cleansing is. It is a massive bump in survivability. Not just for you, but for everyone around you. When curses only last a matter of seconds instead of minutes, when poisons last only a matter of seconds instead of minutes, and you literally don't have to worry about things like Decrepify, Amplify Damage, Lower Resistance, and Blood Curses, poisons, crit poisons, and all sorts of other nasty gonorrhea that comes out of this freaking world, you notice that, well, your survivability increases dramatically because you're not constantly being affected by debuffs and damage over times. That's pretty much all there is to say about Cleansing. It's an amazing ability. Is it ever going to be the main ability that a Paladin runs? No. But it's going to be something that you swap to often to clear off poisons and curses. And if you are a dutiful Paladin, a good Paladin, you should be swapping to Cleansing to remove curses whenever you have a chance. It's just super useful for the group as a whole. It protects your mercenary, it protects you, it protects everyone around you, to be honest, including minions and the like. The only negative aspect of Cleansing is where you might not necessarily want to remove a curse, and in those situations would be like a necromancer who's using, say, Thorns and Amplify Damage, right? And then if a monster Amplify damages the Necromancer's minions, it will actually increase the Thorns damage pretty exponentially because the damage is a return of how much is dealt. So in that very rare situation, you might not want to cleanse off the Amplify damage from the Necromancer's minions because in that case, they're actually dishing out more damage because the Thorns is returning more damage. It's actually a very interesting weirdness with the way that Thorns work is you actually kind of want to have your monsters get cursed with Amplify damage because it makes them put out even more Thorns damage. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about the humble Cleansing Aura. And as always, keep watching. All right, now we're on to meditation. Meditation is a fun one. It's fun because we can talk about it. You want to talk? You want to talk about it? Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. I don't know if I have a meditation polearm sitting on anybody. Actually, you know who has a meditation item? Maybe not a polearm, but an item. My old Druid. Where's my Druid? My Druid. Where is my Druid? Kubus. Kubus is using a meditation polearm. He's got an Insight Thresher. That was his weapon that he killed Bale with. Pretty powerful, too. The Thresher. Yes, the Thresher. Wah, 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 wah. We're going to steal your pole arm for a little while, Kubus. I'll give it back. Can you see my chinchilla? Kubus is currently here. Unfortunately, I can't bring him out. I cannot bring the Chinchilla out at this particular moment. The Chinchilla. The Chinchi. I need a chart. Beep. I need the mana regeneration chart. I need a big old monster chart. Oh Lord Jesus, he gonna fart. Gonna big old monster fart. Alright, bibink. Minimize that for the moment. Let's go ahead and reset this boy. Bum 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 bum. Do 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 do. Hibbity bippity pippity bop. Beep bop beep bop beep beep beep. All right. I think we're just about ready. This one's gonna be fun. 3, 2, 1, let's Pam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at the Paladin aura known as Meditation, which is a really popular one within the community. Now, meditation is often misunderstood, and a lot of people don't really quite understand how mana regeneration works. So the focus of our video today is actually going to be on talking about how mana regeneration actually works. And you might be asking me, well, what does that have to do with anything? How does that mean? You just put the aura on, and that's all you got to do, right? You just put the aura on, and it works, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore. Right. That's how it works. No, that's actually not how it works. So meditation has a pretty hefty percentage increase. As you can see, even at level 4, it's 375% mana recovery rate, which you would think is a pretty massive amount, but it's actually not much at all. And the way that mana regeneration works is that mana regeneration is highly dependent on the amount of mana you actually have in your mana pool, not the mana recovery rate. You can have almost 2,000% mana recovery rate, and it will do next to nothing if you don't actually have a good mana pool to begin with. And for this reason, I'm going to bring up a chart. That's right, I have charts. So this is the mana regeneration chart here. And as you can see here, we have a maximum mana column, which shows the maximum mana that your character currently has. And then on this side is the regeneration column. So this is the regeneration bonus. And you'll notice that with 350% regeneration, which is actually pretty close to what meditation is currently offering, but with only 35 mana, we are looking at a mana recovery rate of 1.3 per second, which isn't really a lot. It's actually very slow. However, with a larger mana pool and 0% mana regeneration per second, let's say we were sitting at 1,000 mana, we would have 8.3 mana per second, which is a hell of a lot better than 1.3 mana per second with 350% mana regeneration. And what does this mean? Well, mana regeneration doesn't really work very well by itself. It requires that you have some mana to actually take advantage of. In my particular case, I'm currently sitting at 225 mana, which means that I'm about here on the chart, and I currently have meditation, which is at 375%, so I would be looking at 7.4 mana per second, which is a decent little amount, but not really the most amazing. To get the highest benefit out of regeneration, you need a larger mana pool. The larger your mana pool, the more the regeneration you will get. Notice, for instance, even down here at 1,600 mana, we are still only getting 13.3 mana regeneration per second. But if we combine together 1,600 mana pool with 350% regeneration, we're now sitting at nearly 60 mana per second, which is pretty massive. And the regeneration effects that you get from meditation increase exponentially with each point of mana that you increase your mana pool by. This means that having meditation by itself is kind of useless if you don't actually have a high mana pool. The smaller your mana pool, the less effect you're going to get from meditation, to the point of silliness where it's really not going to do much of anything at all. I often hear like Amazons and things like that tell me this. They're like, well, I have a meditation polearm and everything, and I'm just not getting enough mana to be able to maintain my mana pool. And I'm like, well, how much mana do you have? And they're like, I got like 80. And I'm like, yeah, it's meditation polearm's not going to do anything for you with 80 mana. You're going to have to bump up those numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Get them up a little bit. Now, the cool thing about meditation is that it can be utilized by more than just the Paladin. There are some very key items within the game which have allowed many players to benefit from the meditation aura, basically no matter what character you're on, and that is the Insight rune word. It's a relatively cheap rune word. It's only Ral Tier Tal Soul, and it does offer a meditation aura of a varying level. I think it's between like 14 to 17 or something like that, which really doesn't matter all that much. A lot of people hyper-focus on the level of meditation, but the difference between level like 14 and level 17 isn't really that big of a difference. We're talking about 625% versus 700%. That small amount of increase in regen doesn't really do anything. And I hate to tell you guys this, but if you're focusing on that level 17 meditation on the Insight polearm, you're silly. The thing that you should be focusing on with the Insight polearm instead of the level of the meditation is actually the critical strike, which is the most important thing for the Insight polearm. The Insight polearm has between 1 and 6 crit strike bonus, which goes to your mercenary, and that 6 on the crit strike bonus is the most important thing, because it gives your mercenary the ability to have double damage, basically for free, which causes him to hit a hell of a lot harder and usually survive a lot better with a little bit of life leech. And if your mercenary's dead, well, your meditation isn't going to do jack diddly because he's dead, and he's not going to provide you with meditation while he's dead. So prioritize your mercenary actually staying alive so that the meditation aura can actually affect you on a regular basis. And also know that the meditation aura isn't going to do anything for you if your mana pool sucks. So bump up those rookie numbers so you actually have some mana to regenerate. Now, another interesting side effect of the Insight polearm as well as the meditation aura is that it synergizes with prayer. It adds on the regeneration effect from prayer to the meditation aura. So if you put the Insight polearm onto a mercenary that is utilizing prayer, it will double the prayer effect by adding the 21 heal to the Insight polearm, which is very nice. Now, the healing effect from prayer, the healing effect from meditation, and the healing effect from cleansing can actually all stack, but they require the same level aura. So this is very important. Say, for instance, you had 8 players in the game, and all 8 players were utilizing the Insight polearm on their mercenaries. and they were all utilizing prayer mercs, right? Well, insight and basically all auras tend to fight with each other. The highest level takes precedent over the lower level, and the lower levels don't work anymore. But if they are all the same level, they can actually stack the regeneration. Not the mana regeneration, mind you, but just the healing from the prayer aura. Which means that you can potentially have up to 8 players in a game with 8 mercenaries utilizing all insight polearms, and if they are all the same level aura, they will all have the regeneration from the prayer aura spread to the entire group, multiplied by 8 players, which is really interesting. This means that you'll get freaking Wolverine levels of regeneration. Health regeneration, mind you. Now, the mana regeneration is going to vary, as we talked about, between all players. So 700% mana recovery rate is not the same for everyone. For instance, if I took this polearm outside right now and I tried to spam, say, let's spam Holy Shield, which is an easy one. I would probably not be able to maintain my mana pool even with meditation. And this is because my mana pool is really small. And the smaller your mana pool is, the less meditation actually works for you. And as an example of what I mean by this, let me go to one of my online characters. I believe she's still online. I'm going to have to reboot the game real quick. But I have a character online who does not use meditation. And she is capable of completely regenerating her mana without needing a meditation polearm. And it's because she has a massively huge mana pool. The larger the mana pool is, the faster the regeneration is anyway. And sorceresses in particular tend to have a ridiculous amount of regeneration just natively and don't really necessarily need meditation polearms. In fact, more often than not, you will find that sorceresses are just poorly built, and people aren't paying attention properly to how the character works. In this particular case, I have a character who is utilizing Energy Shield. She only has 882 mana, because I believe she is currently missing some of her equipment. Let me throw some of this in here. And why does she have a Suicide Branch? That's the wrong item entirely. I was stolen all her equipment. Anyway, it'll still work. So if we take this character outside right now and we utilize a high mana cost skill, let's see what I got here that's high mana cost. I believe enchant. I don't have a point in enchant. Let's just use teleport, shall we? As you can see, even with spamming teleport, and not even having my proper equipment, by the way, because I stole some of her equipment, it is very difficult for me to run out of mana on this particular character. And if I stop for even a fraction of a second, you'll notice that her mana goes up extremely fast. And this is because she already has a really high amount of regeneration in the form of warmth. And she has a very large mana pool. 882 is particularly large. It's not like the biggest that you can possibly get. That's what she said. But it's definitely on the higher end of things. And the more mana you have with regeneration, the better it works, to the point where literally you can just spam abilities like teleport without ever having to worry about running out. If I was using my correct equipment, which would be like a Spirit Sword or something with better plus to skills, I probably wouldn't run out of mana at all. And in fact, at a certain point, you can actually get your regeneration so ridiculously high, even without something like the Meditation Polearm, that you don't need to ever worry about mana ever again. Because building your mana regeneration is really just about having a mana pool big enough that the mana regeneration that you do have can function properly. Now, it's not always possible to build a really large mana pool on all characters, but it's definitely possible not to have a crappy mana pool. So let me put it that way. It's easier to not have garbage mana than it is to have godlike mana. So when you're building a character, it doesn't hurt to pick up a couple items that will increase your mana pool, or just in general make things a little bit easier on you. If you take a look at things like rings or amulets, helmets, like all sorts of various things. You can find rings that have like plus 80 mana on them, amulets that have like plus 80 mana. Things like Frostburns that gives you a huge bonus to your maximum mana. And all of this comes into play when you're talking about your regeneration. And even if you're using Meditation Polearm. If you are using Meditation Polearm, to get the best effect out of it, you want to increase your mana pool to a larger amount so that the regeneration is actually working properly. As you can see by the chart that we were going over earlier, the regeneration is terrible by itself. But in combination with a large mana pool, even with just about 400 mana, which is a pretty decent amount, that same 350% mana regeneration is 14 times more effective than it was with the 35 mana pool. So just bringing your mana up to around 400 with a Meditation Polearm multiplies the effectiveness of the Meditation Polearm by 14 times its rated value. And it gets even better than that. So the higher your mana goes, the better the Meditation Polearm works, the better the meditation skill works. And this means that you can have ridiculous amounts of mana regeneration, ridiculous amounts of life regeneration, and basically for everybody nearby, because the radius on level 17 meditation is 32 yards, which means it hits the entire screen and then some. Now, granted, most paladins won't run this. There are too many better auras in the tree that paladins want to run. They want to run Conviction. They want to run Fanaticism. They want to run Concentration. Occasionally they'll run Holy Shock, Holy Freeze, and Holy Fire. But you very rarely will ever see a paladin mainline run Meditation. And it's just because, well, there's no reason to. Paladins don't really have that insane mana consumption issues. The only one that's even close is the Hammerdin. And usually the Hammerdin could use like a Meditation Polearm Mercenary or something to that effect. But for the most part, the Paladin just doesn't really have those mana regeneration problems. So when you see a Paladin using Meditation Aura, they're usually doing it for you, not for them. Early levels, it's also important to talk about early levels with meditation. So early levels meditation doesn't work very well at all. So as you level up your character will get mana per point, per level, basically. So every single character is different. All the classes have a different mana per level. But as you level up, your base mana increases. At really early levels, your mana pool is, well, pathetic. What is this? I think it's level 18 when you get this ability. So at level, no, it's not level 18, it's the 24 ability. So at level 24, when you get this ability, you really don't have a very large mana pool. Most people don't, unless they spend some points into energy or actually have some items that are giving them a large amount of energy or mana. And this means that meditation tends to be rather ineffective at low levels. Because nobody really has a good mana pool to actually take advantage of the regeneration that meditation is offering. With the exception of maybe like an energy shield sorceress that might be dumping all her points into energy. Most characters still have a relatively low mana pool. One thing you can do early on to take advantage of this, though, is putting things like sapphires in items, finding any piece of equipment that has bonus mana on it, Frostburns, of course, which are relatively low level, any item that is going to increase your mana, like Soges, Silkweaves, Wizard Spike, Spirit Sword, Spirit Shield, all of which have bonuses to mana to them. And the more bonus to mana you can get, the better effective meditation will be. So as you level up, you're going to be looking for those items to increase that pool to actually make sure that meditation is actually doing what it's supposed to. There's really not a lot more to go over with meditation. It is a very wonderful ability which can help out a lot of people. But it's also, in my opinion, a crutch for a lot of characters because they don't want to build their character correctly. Because usually, especially with the sorceress and even the druid with the solar creeper and several other characters, if you build the characters correctly, they usually don't have mana issues. And you can use something else instead, like an infinity for conviction, or a thresher for decrepify, or any other number of things like a plague sword for cleansing, which could be way better for survivability, especially if you're an energy shield sorceress, by the way. Because just in general, if you can get away from using the Insight Polearm, you probably should, because there's a lot better items that you could potentially be using on your mercenary instead. A lot more utilitarian things. Infinity is the one that stands out the most, though, because if you can't arrest your mana concerns, if you can't fix your mana problems, how are you going to be able to utilize something like Infinity? Because you can't even survive without the Insight Polearm. You can't. You literally, your mana hits 0 in like 5 seconds, and you don't understand why. And putting in Infinity on your mercenary would completely kill your mana to the point of absurdity. So if you can figure out how to fix your character so that you don't need Insight, so that you don't need the meditation, you actually are usually better off because you can utilize better items on those characters. Anyway, I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to meditation. And as always, I do appreciate you guys watching my videos. And keep watching. Yeah, I'm just recording videos, Charles, so this is like... These are actually going to be posted later. I'm going to post all of them when I get a chance. I need to do a little bit of editing, put them up there, make thumbnails, do all that jazz, but they'll be up. I'm actually trying to record a bunch of videos so that I have some Diablo 2 content posting while we're playing Diablo 4. Because why not? That way we can have both things posting at the same time. I feel like resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning should be done as a set. Like, don't you guys agree? Like, I'm not really going to do an individual video for resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning. I feel like they need to be done as a set. Like, I'll just do all three. We'll talk about all three as a set. That'll get that out of the way, and then we can talk about some of the other ones on this tree. But, like, I don't see any reason to do them individually. They all basically do the same thing. And not only do they all basically do the same thing, but they're basically the same skill. I mean, resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning, they're basically just going to be the same video. Like, it's literally just going to be the same exact video 3 times. So I feel like it would be better if I just did the same exact video 1 time instead of 3 times. So we'll do it that way. I think I'm just going to combine resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning together. That's right. Wee. Wee. Well, I'm just thinking that they're just going to be clone videos. Like if I do the videos right now, they're literally just going to be clone videos of each other. You guys are going to be bored watching me record the same video 3 times because there's really not going to be much difference between any of them. Alright, so let's see here. Let's do the resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning video. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be talking about not 1, not 2, but 3 auras that are practically all the same. And I felt like it was a good idea to combine these together because, well, otherwise you would just be watching 3 duplicate videos of the same skill. And what are these auras? Well, it is resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning. Now, these 3 auras are all level 1 auras, which means that they can all be put points into right off the bat. They also all basically have the same effect, which is increasing the resistance of that particular element. And they're actually much more powerful than you would ever think. A lot of people think, well, why should I put points in resist fire, and why should I put points in resist cold, and why should I put points in resist lightning, when salvation is so much better? Well, let's explore this, shall we? So let me go ahead and just donk 20 points directly into salvation, and you'll notice that salvation does a total of 113% all resistances, right? Well, let's go ahead and put it on. So we're currently at 60, 65, 69, and 30. So if I throw salvation up, we now have 90 fire, 85 lightning, 75 cold, and 30 poison, because it does not increase cold poison resistance. Another interesting thing here is that it doesn't increase maximums. So let me take off my Phoenix shield because it's actually giving me maximum fire resistance. And it only goes up to 75%. And this is important because salvation, although amazing, only increases your resistance up to your cap. However, resist fire, for instance, or resist cold, or resist lightning, either of these, are going to do more than just increase you to the cap. They also increase your maximum resistance, which means that not only do they give you your 75% resistance, but they also donk on top of that a maximum resistance of 20% when they are active to all nearby players, which means that you can hit a ridiculous 95% cold resistance, 95% fire resistance, and 95% lightning resistance when utilizing these specific auras, which means that they protect you from those individual elements much better than any of the other auras that you might use, like Salvation. Because although Salvation is giving you a very nice 113 resistance to all, each of these individual auras is giving you 138% to the same element and a 20% increase to your active resistance to that element, which is pretty crazy. But even more so than that is the passive effect. So when you're not using the aura, it actually still gives you a huge increase to your maximum resistance of 10% or 0.5% per level, which is basically 1% every 2 levels. You get a maximum resistance increase for putting points into these abilities. So this means that these abilities will give you the ability to use Salvation, for instance. And now you can see that my resistances are at 85% instead of 75%. And this is because of the 10% passive resistance increase that resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning give you. Now, this means that when you build, for instance, a Holy Fire Paladin, you're always going to have 85% fire resistance. When you build a Holy Freeze Paladin, you're always going to have 85% cold resistance. And when you build a Holy Shock Paladin, you're always going to have 85% lightning resistance. And even more so, when you build a Vengeance Paladin that utilizes resist fire, resist cold, and resist lightning, you will have 85% to all resistances with the exception of poison. And this means that the Vengeance Paladin tends to be just a tanky, ridiculous beast because he automatically gets 10% to all of his fire, lightning, and cold resistance maximums, and just makes him a freaking ridiculous tank. If you put on something like Guardian Angel along with a Vengeance Paladin, you can easily reach the 95% cap with the passive bonuses alone, which is absolutely insane. On top of this, these abilities actually have ridiculously huge radiuses of 45.3 yards, which means that they're going to help out your group as well. Take, for instance, Resist Lightning, which, if you can't think of what that would be useful for, I don't know why, because gnomes are evil. When you put this ability on, everyone within range, as long as they have at least, like, close to 0% lightning resistance. I think like even negative will still get 95% resistance, but it's a little bit, it's not that far into the negative. Like if you're at negative 100, you're not getting 95. But if you're like negative 38, you're still going to get 95% lightning resistance. So when you're going through, say, Worldstone Keep level 2, and you come across a massive pack of gloams, you can toggle on resist lightning and save your group basically from all of the horror that that literally is involved in fighting gloams, because no longer will you be worried about that particular resistance, and they won't be worried about it either. And to show you that it does in fact work on other people besides yourself, you can see that my mercenary is currently at 95% lightning resistance as well. And this is just simply because, and he died, and this is because it works on everyone. Now, the passive effect doesn't work on everyone. It only works on you, and that's perfectly fine. But the active effect works on everyone within range and allows you to basically protect everyone from any of the damage that's going on. Now, granted, this doesn't help with physical, and it doesn't help with poison, but paladins also have cleansing, which can help with poison, which is honestly the best way to deal with poison. Resistance is not as good as reducing the duration of the poison. And they can't really help with physical reduction, which is a whole nother thing. Physical reduction is going to be things like Defiance, or maybe, you know, just like in general making somebody a little bit tankier against damage. Like concentration will prevent you from getting interrupted from damage, but that's something that you're going to have to get physical damage reduction for. The only other element that really isn't shown here is magic damage, and there's really not a lot of ways to reduce magic damage anyway, so it's not really something that's super possible. Each of these abilities actually become dump stats. So if you're a smiter, if you're a Zealer, if you're a Hammerden, if you're all sorts of other characters that can potentially have extra points to spend, one of the best things to do with those extra points is to put a couple of points into resist lightning. Why resist lightning in particular? Well, lightning tends to be the more horrible of the lot, and on top of that, if you plan on doing Ubers, it is a good way to help protect yourself against Uber Mephisto's lightning damage attacks, including his Conviction Aura, which is going to hit you pretty hard. But if you can overcap yourself, protect yourself from the Conviction Aura, and utilize things like the passive bonus from resist lightning, you can get some pretty good defensive mechanics running versus specific monsters. It's important to note, though, that you never want to spend just 1 point in resist lightning, because the passive bonus only gives you the 1% if you spend 2 points. So you always want to put 2 points into resist lightning or resist fire or resist cold, not just 1. Also, plus to skills does not affect the passive or the active bonus. So that's something that is a little bit different. So that is something that the passive bonus is going to be hard points only, and the active bonus caps out at 20% and doesn't really increase any further past that point. You don't really need a huge number of points to get good benefit out of these abilities either, so even just like 1 point wondering them can actually be quite beneficial. So if you're in, for instance, a situation with gloams and you happen to have resist lightning, even if it's just a 1 point wonder, it will help out the group tremendously versus those gloams. However, there's a lot of situations where one element just doesn't cut it, and these situations are going to be where you're probably going to pull out Salvation. But do remember that Salvation is only 113% resistance all, whereas these are 138 to the same element, which means that you can cap players who are terrible in resistances. I mean, you got somebody who's in the negative res, resist lightning is going to have a stronger impact to save that person's life than Salvation. Whereas, you know, Salvation will help a little bit. It's not going to completely pull a character out of the negatives to the point of absurdity. Other than the synergy bonuses with these, which is, of course, between Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, Holy Shock, and Vengeance, they do have other usefulnesses besides this. If you are using things like the Dream Helmet or the Dream Shield, you're going to be leveling up Resist Lightning. And the reason why you're going to be leveling up Resist Lightning is because it's a synergy bonus for Holy Shock. If you are a Dragon Paladin, which is going to be utilizing things like Hand of Justice, Dragon Armor, and Dragon Shield, you're going to be building Resist Fire, because that's going to be the synergy for Holy Fire, which is the aura that that particular armor and weapon set has on it. Now, there really isn't one for Holy Freeze. There is one rune word that has it on there called Doom, but it really doesn't have a lot of damage output to it because it's a relatively low level of the aura. So there's really no equivalent for the Holy Freeze set. Could be an interesting one for them to add eventually. It's maybe a really nice rune word set for Holy Freeze, so we could have an accompanying character. You know, you got your Dream Paladin, your Dragon Paladin, and then you've got your, I don't know, your Ice Queen Paladin. Yeah, Ice Queen, that's it. Perfect. The Queen rune word. Yeah. Anyway, there's not much more to go over when it comes to these abilities. They are very good abilities, very good one-point wonders, very good dump stat abilities, very good synergy bonuses for various effects, and quite honestly, just amazing abilities all around to defend your allies against specific effects. The unfortunate side effect of using these auras, though, is that a lot of the times you end up taking whatever aura you have off, which means that you can't really dish out any damage. Like, for instance, if I'm a Holy Shock Paladin and I switch to the Resist Lightning aura, well, now I'm not doing any damage because Holy Shock is my main damage ability. Same thing with Fanaticism. If I'm a Zeal Paladin and I'm using Fanaticism and I switch to Holy Shock, or sorry, the Resist Lightning ability, well then, again, now I'm no longer dishing out damage because Fanaticism was my main damage aura. So it is important to remember that when you're utilizing these, it doesn't really quite help you as much as it helps everyone else. There's only one item in the game that has the resistance aura on it, by the way, and that is the Flickering Flame Helmet, which has the Resist Fire aura on it, which is actually very nice. And you can put that on a mercenary, you can put it on yourself, and it does affect the entire group. Ever since the Flickering Flame Helmet has been introduced into Diablo, fire resistance really hasn't been too much of an issue, because it seems like there's always a Flickering Flame Helmet user, or even mercenary, sitting around somewhere, giving a huge amount of fire resistance to everyone nearby, which is absolutely amazing. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about resist cold, resist fire, and resist lightning. And as always, keep watching. All right, so that covers those doojanks. I think I need a sip of water after that one. What's up, DJ Craig? What's up, Bo CA? Hammerdins aren't really my specialty, my friend. I hate to tell you. Not really what I specialize in for the most part. I usually go with other characters. I'm not trying to, like, down your choice or anything. Hammerdins are very powerful characters. I just prefer other builds. And I don't really focus on them all that much. There's tons and tons of guides out there on the Hammerdin if you want to look them up. My main suggestion to you, though, is don't get too wrapped up in, like, the gear requirements that people are trying to give you for Hammerdin, because a lot of those items can be particularly expensive, like getting your hands on 2 Soges, getting your hands on an Enigma, getting your hands on this, getting your hands on that. Like, it's a little bit of a stretch to try and get all of that right off the bat. The Hammerdin is one of those characters that some people, for some reason or another, won't play without an enigma, and like they literally will be like, yeah, I'm not even gonna be a Hammerden until I get these items, because they're spoiled rotten, and it makes me sick. But they're spoiled rotten, and it makes me sick. You'll very rarely even see me put an enigma on a character. Like, I usually build every single character I make is usually sans enigma. Faith on a Merc is decent, but one of my problems with Faith on a Merc is that she never frickin' stays next to me, and I hate it. If you're a ranged character and she's a ranged character, then it works okay. If you're a melee character and she's a ranged character, then it doesn't really work very well. Like, she tends to keep distance from you, too, which is kind of a pain in the butt, and then the Fanaticism aura keeps wearing off, and I can't stand it. I guess if you're teleporting around all over the place, like with an Enigma, it works better, because then you can force her to stand next to you no matter what, and that helps, because then the aura range is pretty much always next to you, because you can control her position with the Enigma. But, like, I never put an Enigma on a Amazon anyway, so, like, I don't really like it. Having a Faith Bow on a Merc, though, is nice for the Amazon, because it helps you hit those higher breakpoints with the bow, and it definitely is nice to be able to hit those higher breakpoints. I've been mostly ignoring chat, and I've been trying not to ignore chat, but, like, I've been recording a lot of videos, so. Are the monsters sun tanning below? What? I mean, it's a strong build. I'm not saying it's not. It just annoyed me that the mercenary wouldn't stay near me, and I kept losing the aura. Let me put it this way. Like, if you guys have ever played a melee character and then you get decrepified or holy freezed, and you're like, you were going like this, and then all of a sudden you get decrepified and holy freezed, and you're like this. That's what it felt like to me when I played with the Faith Mercenary, was that I was constantly, like, when she was next to me, I was going like, right? And then as soon as she walked away from me and I lost the Fanaticism aura, then I was like this. Pew! 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 And I hated it. I hated going from really fast to slow, to really fast to slow, to really fast to slow, to really fast to slow, all the time. I couldn't stand it. Brand is an interesting choice. I wouldn't say it's the best choice, but it's an interesting choice. Works good for a Procazon if you want to build a Procazon build with a strafe, because it shoots bone spears everywhere. I did a Procazon a while back, and it's basically a build where you just set up to proc as many effects as you possibly can, which kind of looks very similar to like a Mosaic Assassin. And if you do it properly, you just have like literally like everything in the world going on the screen at any given time. Tanks your FPS and kills everything because it's beautiful. You're gonna be a dad, Big Sleeves. Well, friggin' A. Is it a boy or is it a girl? And I'm jealous. Okay, I'm a little jealous. Not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. I'm a little jealous. A beatbox session. I don't know if I'm really that good at beatboxing. I can sing for you, though. Defiance. A long time ago, I literally made a character. His name was... what was it? It was... I went with the Spanish... I can't even remember what the hell I named him. It was something like defense in Spanish. Or something. I don't even remember what the hell I did. But I literally named a character like El Defendo or something. I don't even remember. And I literally just maxed out Defiance. And I tried to make a character with as much defense as I possibly could to absurdity. And, I mean, he had a lot of defense, I'm not going to lie. It was a little disappointing, though, because, of course, you know, resistances and things like that still came into play. But most of the monsters that did melee attacks couldn't touch me. I had, like, freaking ridiculous defense. And I thought it was funny. I was a little kid, so I like to do that kind of stuff. Just, like, absolutely silly builds for no reason. And I kind of wish I had access to my old characters so I could show off some of the dumb things I did. So what are you hoping for? That's the question. Are you hoping for a little boy? Or are you hoping for a little girl? Hoo, 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 hoo. Defaults. You want a junior? A JR? A JR butt stinks, boy. That's what it's going to be. And he will be, too. I'll copy everything you do. You ever heard that song, that country song? He goes, I'll be watching you. Was he folded his little hands, closed his little eyes. And he spoke to God like he was talking to a friend. And I said, now, son, where'd you learn to pray like that? He said, Dad, I've been watching you. Oh, ain't that cool? I'm your buckaroo. I want to be like you. I want to play Diablo and kill Mephisto, too. I want to collect soldiers and farm for stuff and find all the items in the sanctuary world. And I want to talk to Mala and give her crap too. 'Cause I've been watching you. You play Diablo all frickin' day and you never get up. You just get paid. All them uniques and set items and you made an enigma frickin' today. You have a little bot. He'll be like 5 years old, and he'll be on there playing Diablo, and he'll be like, yeah, die, little sucker. He's like, take this smite to the face.
Not in town.
He won't even know what he's doing. It don't even matter. He just be copying you. You think I'm wrong. You watch. You watch. Alright, Defiance is going to be quick. Like, there's really not a lot to talk about with the Defiance. So let's just get this one out of the way. Beep. 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 Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. That was the SpongeBob rainbow, by the way. If you have imagination, you would have seen it. Today, we're going to be talking about another Paladin aura. This is in the defensive tree, and this one is called Defiance. Now, Defiance is a rather simple ability. It gives you defense. And a lot of people would say, well, that's not really that great. And, well, you know, it's not. to use anyway. The problem with defensive auras is that, well, they kind of make you too defensive. Like, if you live in a castle and you've got big high walls, I mean, that's cool and all, but it'd be nice to have a catapult to shoot over those walls, you know, maybe some harpoon guns and some boiling oil to pour down, you know. You need some offensive with the defensive. You can't just be defensive. Well, Defiance is one of those abilities that you generally won't see a Paladin using, and it has to do with the fact that, well, there's better auras around. It's not because Defiance is bad, but it's more or less just, well, there's better stuff that you could be putting on your character. Now, there are items in the game that actually have Defiance aura on them. One of them in particular, or rather the only one in particular that has Defiance aura on it, is the Paladin rune word known as... I'm having a brain fart here. Dang, I can't remember the name of the shield. It's a 4-socket shield, and it has some pretty nice effects on it, including repairs durability, which makes it something that you want to make an ethereal base. And this particular shield does have the Defiance aura on it, which means that you can get Defiance for free if you're using that particular shield. The problem with Exile, though, is that it's kind of expensive, and it tends to be a little bit hard to obtain the right base for, as finding an ethereal 45 all-res elite base can generally take you quite some time. There's also one other way that you can manage to get the aura, which is the Act 2 mercenary. So if you are utilizing an Act 2 mercenary, you can get a Defiance mercenary. Now, the Defiance mercenary does have a pretty decent level of Defiance at level 18, and it will increase your defense quite nicely. There is some important caveats about the increase in defense. So the increase of defense is only going to increase your base. Now, this is really important because a lot of people get confused with defense increases, and they think that they're going to increase the number that's written on the screen no matter what. But that's not how it works. So, for instance, if I cast my Holy Shield, which my Holy Shield is currently level 14, it gives me a 220% defense increase. This defense increase brings me up to 4,371 at this particular moment. When I walk outside and I let the Defiance aura hit me, it's not going to modify the 4,371. Instead, it's going to modify the base number, and it's going to give me a decent amount of damage, a decent amount of defense from that base number. So as you can see, I went up to 7,649, which is certainly not 220% of 4,371. It's 220% of my base number, which was 1,379. So both the Holy Shield and the Defiance aura are both affecting the base number, not the total. And all defense mechanics actually work this way. So Iron Skin from the Barbarian, Shout from the Barbarian, Holy Shield from the Paladin, Defiance from the Paladin, including the defense increases from Frozen Armor, Chilling Armor, and so forth and so on. Basically, any defense mechanic is never going to increase the total. It only increases the base, which means that you can end up with multiple base increases, which will give you a pretty massive amount of defense overall. But just remember that Defiance isn't actually increasing your total, but just your base. Now, what this does mean is that if you have an item with relatively low defense, like for instance these Laying of Hand Bramble Mitts, they only have 87 defense. But what you'll notice is when I take off 87 defense, my defense goes down by 500, which is kind of ridiculous. So just a mere 87 has a huge effect on my total defense when I'm utilizing multiple defense bonus equipment. So if you have a Barbarian or if you have a Paladin who's utilizing things like Holy Shield, Defiance, Shout, Iron Skin, maybe even a Chilling Armor proc from a Fortitude, there's a bunch of different ways that you can get bonus defense. Small amounts of increases can actually have a huge overall effect. Like for instance, String of Ears is a Demon Hide Sash. I could potentially upgrade this to the Spiderweb Sash, which has more defense than the String of Ears. it's not going to necessarily give me a huge amount of defense for my character. But even if it's only about like 40 or 50 defense, if I have multiple bonus effects that help my defense, that 40 will actually translate out to 5, 6, maybe even 1,000 defense, depending on how many other modifiers I currently have. Defiance might not necessarily be the most defensive aura in the Act 2 Mercenary arsenal, though. It's important to talk about the other auras that are more defensive. Yes, and the one particular that stands out is Holy Freeze. Holy Freeze doesn't increase your defense, but what it does do is it slows down the monsters, which makes them attack more infrequently. At 53% slow, most monsters will be kind of ridiculously slow. And it doesn't really matter too much if you have a lot of defense if the monsters, well, are having trouble even swinging their sword, which makes Holy Freeze oftentimes a better defensive choice than the Defiance Mercenary in general. However, if you're in a situation where you have relatively no defense, the Defiance Mercenary might be the better choice. So what do I mean by no defense? Well, let me put it this way. There's a barrier that exists within Diablo. And if you have below that barrier, every single monster that takes a swing at you will probably hit you. And this is a really bad situation to be in Hell difficulty because monsters dish out massive amounts of damage. A lot of people will tell you that defense doesn't matter, and defense is a stat that you don't have to worry about, and it's a garbage stat. And I couldn't disagree more, because defense is actually the one thing that usually ends up preventing you from dying in most situations. If the monster is having trouble hitting you, they often will not kill you. And this specifically goes for physical damage attacks, generally physical melee and physical ranged attacks. So it's not going to help you versus elemental damage. For that, you're going to have to lean on your resistances, damage reduction abilities, things like that. But for physical damage attacks, for melee attacks and ranged attacks, defense has one of the best effects on your survivability. Usually, if you have about 4,000 defense in Hell difficulty or higher, you're usually in a good situation. If you have about 3,000 or less, you're usually getting hit by just about every monster that tries to hit you. And this can lead to very bad things. Now, what bad things can this cause? Well, first off, let's look at what defense does. So defense doesn't reduce the damage you take. It reduces the % chance that a monster will hit you. If a monster hits you, there's a good chance that he can trigger a faster hit recovery stun. Faster hit recovery stuns are the #1 reason why characters like sorceresses, even paladins or any other characters tend to die, because they get stuck in what's called a faster hit recovery loop. More defense generally means less faster hit recovery stuns, because you're not getting hit. If you're not getting hit, you're not taking damage. If you're not taking damage, you're not losing HP. If you're not losing HP, you're not getting a faster hit recovery stun procced on you. And if you don't get faster hit recovery stuns procced on you, then there's a very good chance you're not going to get a second one procced on you and end up in a loop. For mercenaries specifically, they tend to have horrible faster hit recovery, and so increasing their defense decreases the number of faster hit recovery stuns that they take, and overall increases their survivability quite drastically. And having something like Defiance on a mercenary will actually increase the survivability of your mercenary pretty ridiculously, especially if you combine it with other items that increase defense, like Fortitude, which give chilling armor, Fade from Treachery, which gives a very nice physical damage reduction, including resistances, curse reduction, and all sorts of other things, and as well as items that reduce, the duration of poisons, like cleansing and stuff like that. All of this combined together basically means your mercenary will be a lot tankier. Now, why run Defiance instead of any other mercenary? Well, the answer to that question is well, everybody runs Might mercenaries, and everybody runs Holy Freeze mercenaries. So if you're in a group setting, generally nobody's running a Defiance mercenary because they all want to protect themselves. right? So it's a actual good option to pick for a group, because in a group setting, you're going to now be providing an aura which nobody else is providing, and so there's less overlap. But if you're by yourself, you might want to choose the Holy Freeze aura instead, and this is why you see a lot of people choosing those instead. All in all, Defiance is one of those weird abilities that just doesn't really have a lot of like practical use within the game, because it doesn't provide something beneficial over, you know, like Fanaticism or Conviction or Concentration. So it's not necessarily that Defiance is a bad aura. It's more so that it's not better than the alternative choices. Another thing about Defiance is it also is a synergy. So Holy Shield, which offers a pretty massive defense bump, actually has a synergy of 15% increased defense per level with Defiance, which means that you can get a total of 300% increased defense by using Defiance with Holy Shield. So if you level up Holy Shield and you level up Defiance together, you get a pretty massive, I think it's like 700% increased defense from Holy Shield, which can bring you to insane levels of defense, to the point where literally most monsters within the game probably won't be hitting you or touching you if it's a physical or a melee attack, melee or ranged attack of some kind. If defense is involved in the equation, you're probably not going to get touched. The last thing I think we should go over, though, is running. So I actually have an entire video on this, why running is actually the enemy, and a lot of people don't realize this, is that your defense, you notice, I have this amazing defense number, right? I put on my Holy Shield, I've got 7,649 defense, but when I'm running, you notice how it goes to line. This means that my defense does not work while I am moving. So while I am running, the defense is 0. So all of that defense, even if you were to build like a Defiance Adin, which is a really weird character, but if you were to build a Defiance Adin and beef Defiance up to the max and get your Holy Shield up to the max and have godlike defense, literally to the point where you're in like 20,000 defense and Baal himself can't touch you because your defense is so massive that you're literally just like a walking fortress. Well, guess what? When you run, you ruin all of that massive defense. It's completely gone. So if you do build a really high defense character, if you're looking into a really high defense character, remember that you need to toggle your run button off and walk. Notice now that I'm walking, my defense is not gone anymore. So when you are walking, you do maintain your entire defense pool and you can be a walking fortress god, but you cannot be a running fortress god. So keep that in mind. In fact, most people in hardcore will actually toggle walk all the time. That's actually a very valid technique, is that whenever you are in a rough situation that you know you are going to be having trouble with, you're going to toggle your walk button and you're going to toggle it on and off as necessary to save your life. This is also really important for things like the cow level and stuff too. So say you're in the cow level and you're fighting a huge pack of cows. You don't want to run away, you want to walk away. And the reason why you walk away is because if you run, you will die. It's almost instantaneous because your block and your defense go away as soon as you start running. Your block chance gets capped at 25% and your defense goes away entirely, and you will definitely be hit. To give you an example of this real quick, let's go to Frigid Highlands, and I'm going to show you the difference between a walking paladin. As you can see here, I'm blocking the attacks. They're having trouble hitting me. They can't quite dish out the damage that they would otherwise. And then I'm going to show you the difference between a running paladin. So now I'm going to run. And notice they're hitting me really hard and I'm dying. And if I stop running, if I stop moving, they can't really dish out the same amount of damage that they could before. It's a huge defensive mechanic for the characters in this game, is that if you are going to build high defense, You need to make sure that you're not ruining your high defense by running past the monsters. And also, if you do have high defense and you want to get hit, like for instance, let's say you're trying to proc your Fade armor, or you're trying to proc, you know, some other effect that you have on your character, again, you can run past the monsters. So if you're trying to proc an effect, then yes, run around the monsters, kill your defense, kill your block chance, get beat up a little bit, and maybe your effect will proc on the targets. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we talk for 15 minutes on the Defiance aura. And as always, keep watching. Whew. Yes. Eggs Isle? What the hell is Eggs Isle? Yes, don't run away from your problems. Walk away from them. Exactly. Run, don't walk through the watermelon crawl. I'm hungry. You guys are making me hungry. Holy crap, look at that aura radius. Level 60, 128 and 2/3 yards. It's pretty crazy. Alright, let's do the Vigor. The Vigor. The Vigor. What setup do you think gets more of a next hit delay fix from the last season? From season 4? I mean, season 4, next hit delay fixed a lot of characters. I think one of the clear winners was the... what was it? The MA Sin. I mean, the martial arts sin got one of the biggest buffs from it. But, Nova got a small buff. Chain Lightning got a small buff. I mean, Hurricane Druid got a small buff. Fire Druid got a small buff. I mean, like, a lot of characters got pretty decent buffs out of it. Chain Lightning's fun. Lightning Strike was very fun. Increase. I think the biggest increase, like not MA Sin, would have been Wake of Fire. I think Wake of Fire got the biggest increase out of all of the skills. Wake of Fire was definitely like the clear winner. Which Players 8 run? I'm not even sure if we're going to have time for another Players 8 run. Kilomodus, I don't really know. You're talking about my P8 solo self-hounds, or are you talking about the 8 Paladin do-janks? Because, I mean, we've only got, like, 5 days till Diablo 4 starts. I don't know if I have enough time for any of them. We're going to be playing Diablo 4 a lot. A lot. I mean, eventually we'll do another one. We were thinking about 8 Amazons next. I think that was the consensus. But I don't know when we're going to be able to do that. What's up, Corgi Paper? Alright, let's get this Vigor video started and finished. I am interested in finishing the Paladin. I actually kind of want to finish the Paladin before we get to Diablo 4. So we are going to we're going to try and finish up the Paladin today. One way or another. I'm not exactly sure how many skills that is. Let me do a quick do jank to see whether or not I can finish that today or not. Is it a realistic goal? Let's see. I currently have 10 abilities done on the Paladin, including the ones that I just did, though. So 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I got 17 so far. And we need to do 18, 19, 20. I already have Might, I'm pretty sure. That one's already done. Might be doable. Might be doable. We'll see. We shall see. Does it feel like I'm talking to myself? Obviously it feels like I'm talking to myself. As a streamer, that's something that you have to do on a regular basis. You got to talk to yourself and be a crazy person. If you don't talk to yourself and be a crazy person, well then what kind of streamer are you? I mean, that's just silly. But I mean, I have a history of talking to myself and being a crazy person, so, you know, like, it's nothing new. Nothing new. Weird emails. Yeah, cracking the code was really fun. That was a really fun day cracking that code. It was a community effort, though. I mean, yeah, I was at the center of it, and I did a lot of work, but if the community hadn't come together, we probably wouldn't have cracked it so quickly. Would have taken a very long time. All right, let's get this Vigor video started. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Paladin aura known as a Vigor. Vigor is, well, an amazing ability, but definitely not something that you're going to run, like, all the time. Get it? Run all the time? Cheesy jokes. Vigor can be gotten from some items, believe it or not. So there is a pair of boots known as Tear Haunch boots, which can be utilized to give you +2 Vigor, so you don't have to put points in it. You can also get Vigor from the Harmony Bow, which is a very nice rune word. And if you're a Amazon, or actually, honestly, any character, Harmony Bow, it makes a very good secondary choice for just having Vigor so that you can swap to it to get around faster. Vigor is an interesting ability because not only does it give you a really large amount of run walk speed, it also makes it so that your stamina never runs out. And the run walk speed that it does give you is actually a separate kind of run walk speed than others. And I feel like I need to bring up a character that you may or may not have seen before. His name is Sanic Dahujhag. Sanic Dahujhag is a character that I built around the idea of trying to find out exactly how fast you could potentially run. And the question I did not realize had such a crazy answer, because you can run extremely, extremely fast. Now, I feel like this is the best character to show off this, not a Paladin, because I need you guys to understand how faster run walk works and why Vigor is so good. So, run walk on items like a charm, which these are totally hacked, by the way, so don't even pretend for a second that these are legitimate. I found these because that would be insane. But run walk on things like charms, things like run walk on boots, things like run walk on your weapons or armor or anything like that is actually capped pretty hard. This is considered item-based run walk. So item-based run walk is a completely different category from skill-based run walk. Skill-based run walk comes in the form of things like burst of speed, Vigor, which I gave myself level 31 Vigor aura on a helmet because I cheated the crap out of this character. Because the goal of this character was just simply to see how fast can I run. How fast can I actually run? And so I got myself a ridiculously large amount of faster run walk. I'm currently sitting at 4,748% faster run walk with a ridiculous increase of run walk from level 63 burst of speed, which gives me a skill-based run walk of 70%. And then I also have the Vigor aura running, which is a huge increase to my skill-based run walk as well. And then to top that all off, then I'm using things like Frenzy to make myself run even faster, and utilizing things like Inferno Stride to get even faster than that, which give me the skill-based run walk from level 63 Blaze. And when utilizing skill-based run walk, you could make your character go insanely fast. A lot faster than anyone, I think, honestly ever realized until I actually made this character. And once I actually made this character, then you realize just how ridiculously fast he can go. Did I put a point in Leap? Get over here, Leap. I said Leap. Thank you. Well, once you have all of these abilities running, this is the ridiculousness that results. And the reason why I'm trying to show you this is that it's not just about run walk speed. Vigor is a skill-based run walk speed, which bypasses the normal penalty of run walk speed and allows you to go just insanely fast. If I were to take off all my skill-based run walk speed, like for instance the Blaze Boots, the Vigor Helmet, the Burst of Speed, Frenzy, and all those other things which are considered skill-based run walk, the character would not be anywhere near as fast as he is right now. This is all because of skill-based run walk. And this is why Vigor is so ridiculously good, even though it doesn't seem like it is. When you look at it on paper, it doesn't really seem like a whole lot of craziness. Like, you look at it and it goes, okay, well, what is it? 35% run walk. That's not that much because my boots are giving me 30%. So 35% run walk isn't really that much. Wrong. Incorrect. Skill-based run walk speed is so much more powerful than run walk speed on your boots that 35% that is coming from Vigor is actually insanely more than the 35% that you are getting from your boots. And That's the absolutely silly thing about Vigor, is that even just a small amount of skill-based run speed has a huge effect on how your character runs. And this character actually hasn't been beefed up to his maximum because I was actually planning on throwing some hustles on here just to see if I could get him even faster than he was before. But right now he's utilizing pretty much everything that he can to make himself run faster. Vigor, on the other hand, is a one-point wonder. You throw 1 point into it, you utilize it for your Paladin, you put it on when you're running in your groups, and you make your whole entire group run faster. No more stamina issues ever, basically. And on top of that, you never have any trouble keeping up with your group either, which is nice. Now, the unfortunate side effects of running Vigor is that oftentimes you can leave somebody behind. I don't know if you guys have ever heard the joke. There was a mommy tomato and there was a daddy tomato, and they were walking along, and the little baby tomato, he kept falling behind. And the daddy tomato kept getting angry at the baby tomato. He's like, you better keep up or else. And the baby tomato fell behind again, and the daddy tomato ran back, and he said, you better catch up. And the little baby tomato, he just couldn't do it, and he finally fell behind one last time. And his daddy tomato, he got really mad, and he ran back, and he took his fist, and he went, and he said, catch up! And unfortunately, little baby tomato actually did become ketchup because he got squished into oblivion. But that's basically what happens with Vigor, is that unfortunately Vigor does actually cause some issues, which is if you have Vigor and the group has Vigor and somebody falls behind, well, guess what? They no longer have Vigor. And it's impossible for that person to catch up to the group because everybody is running so ridiculously fast, and the person who left the range of the aura is no longer running very fast. And this means that they end up getting left behind. It's actually quite silly because we were running a 8-man Paladin team just the other day, and one of our players had like freaking level 20 Vigor because he was running hammers, which actually has Vigor as a synergy, and he's running Vigor the entire time because we had another Hammerdun who was running concentration, so he didn't need to overlap a second concentration. So we had a ridiculous like level 27 Vigor aura on the group the entire time. Well, anytime somebody stopped and wasn't paying attention and left the range of the group, they could no longer catch back up to the group because the group was running at like Mach 27, literally running through everything at ridiculous speeds because we had a permanent level 27 Vigor aura on the group, which was absolutely amazing. In fact, if you ever do like a ladder reset or something like that, if one Paladin wants to sacrifice his DPS to run maximum Vigor, it is a huge, silly, fast ridiculousness that just makes the entire group go zoomy, fast, Sanic to Hoojhag level. And of course, this can be multiplied with other run walk effects like Burst of Speed, Frenzy from the Barbarian, Blaze on the Sorceress, and so forth and so on to make the characters run even faster. And even if you don't have a Paladin in the group, one of the things that you can definitely do is you can run the Harmony Bow. Now, I do believe I still have my Freezing Arrows on. She should be on here anyway. Here, Frostbite. I don't even know if she still has her equipment, but let's go see. I may have stripped her of everything that she owned. There it is, right there. I even signed it and everything. So this is my Harmony Bow that I utilized all throughout Season 3? Was it Season 3? I can't even remember. But basically, I would have this on swap. So whenever I was running around to, and there were no monsters, I would just switch to the Harmony Bow. You can also switch to the Harmony Bow in town so that you can run faster in here. And it's a particularly cheap rune word at only tier ith Soul Co. Co being the most expensive rune in the rune word. It provides some pretty decent damage, but mainly it's the level 10 Vigor aura that allows you to get around really fast, and you can give that to the rest of your group as well, which is highly beneficial. All in all, Vigor is not really like the most ridiculously great aura that you're going to run all the time. But it's definitely something that everybody is thankful when it is up. Nobody really wants to sacrifice you know, sacrifice the aura slot, because if you're a paladin, you would probably much rather be using something that's going to increase your damage output. Like, for instance, Fanaticism, Concentration, you know, Conviction maybe, or Holy Shock, Holy Freeze, or Holy Fire, or whatever it is that you're running that's specifically to help out the damage of yourself and your allies. It makes more sense to run those when you're killing monsters. But whenever you're not killing monsters on a paladin, it's always nice to swap over to Vigor to basically make it so the team can run faster. And it certainly doesn't hurt, because everybody in the group will be thankful for you putting the Vigor aura on to make things go quicker. In fact, a lot of the times when we do terror zones, especially the timed terror zones, you know, because they're only an hour long, and there's something like Worldstone Keep or Chaos Sanctuary, having somebody run Vigor increases our EXP quite exponentially, because everybody can get in there, fight the monsters, kill the monsters, move to the next pack much faster than we would otherwise, which is absolutely great. I think that's pretty much it for Vigor. If you want to check out my Sanic to Hooge hag videos, I have 2 of those up. One of them is a legitimate Sanic to Hooge hag with all legitimate faster run walk gear, trying to get the fastest speed that he possibly can, and he already goes really fast. The second one, the one that you saw, was actually the cheated version, and believe it or not, he's actually not that much faster than the non-cheated version. I was actually quite surprised. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. All right. We got, what, 2 more auras on the defensive tree, and then we can move on to the offensive tree. Where is my... There it is. Did we do any of the offensive auras? We did quite a few of the offensive auras, didn't we? Yeah. Conviction, Might Aura, Concentration. Oh, we already did Redemption, so we don't need to do that one. So it's just Salvation left on this tree. Just Salvation, and then we can move on to the offensive auras. And even on the offensive auras, we've already done Conviction, we've already done Concentration, yes, we've already done Might, and Sanctuary. So we need to do Blessed Aim, Fanaticism, Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, Holy Shock, Thorns, and that should cover it. Yeah. So let's do Salvation real quick. We'll talk about that one, and then we can move on. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the last of the defensive tree for the Paladin, and that is the Salvation Aura. Yes, the Salvation Aura. It's not exactly this aura that everybody's super enticed to level up to its maximum, but it is an aura that you do have to level up to the maximum if you're using specific abilities. So Salvation is actually the synergy for quite a few different abilities within the tree. First off, it gives 10% fire damage to Holy Fire, it gives 7% cold damage to Holy Freeze, and it gives 4% lightning damage per level to Holy Shock. So you get a pretty big bonus damage per level, you know, obviously times 20 for 20 skill points for the Holy X auras. On top of that, it also affects Vengeance at 2% elemental damage per level, which don't be confused, because 2% seems like it's not a lot, but it's 2% per element. So it's actually 2, 2, 2, which is 2, 4, 6. So it's actually 6% total increase in damage for each single point, which is actually pretty powerful. It's not going to be more powerful than the individuals at 10%, but it's actually pretty strong in the way that it beefs up Vengeance. Now, Salvation is definitely a 1-point wonder. It's one of those skills that no matter what, even if you're just a little low-level paladin at level 30 and you want to have something for defensive purposes to save your life in a dire situation, it's definitely going to be something that's useful. It doesn't quite do as well as resist fire, resist lightning, and resist cold, which are better for the individual resistances. And the reason why it's better for the individual resistances is because it will bring your resistance up to a much higher level. So resist lightning has a maximum increase, which is a passive of 10% when you max it out, which means that instead of going to 75 cap, you go to 85 cap. When you utilize the ability, like for instance, if I put resist lightning on, that 85 goes to 95, which is actually pretty darn sweet, and makes it so that resist lightning, resist fire, and resist cold are far better for individual protection. So if you're trying to protect yourself against gloams, for instance, resist lightning is going to be the superior choice over salvation in that situation because you're trying to protect yourself against a specific element. But if you're in a situation where you just need to beef up everybody's resistances, salvation is definitely the superior choice because it does beef up all 3 resistances, not poison. Now, it does work in tandem with the maximum resistance increases from these abilities. So if you do have, for instance, 20 points in resist lightning, and you are running the 10% passive, you will still get the 10% passive, which is very nice. In my case, I'm utilizing a couple pieces of equipment which are giving me increases to maximum. So it's making it look a little bit different than it would otherwise. But as you can see, I'm at 85% fire, 85% lightning, and 85% cold. And this is because of the 10% max increases from these individuals. And while Salvation does give me a very nice capped resistance on all of these, and makes an absolutely excellent 1-point wonder, by the way, especially considering you don't actually have to put any other points into anything. Unlike with Redemption, you would have to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points just to get it 1-point wondered. Salvation literally is a 1-point wonder. It only requires 1 point. It doesn't have any prerequisites. Like, you literally just throw 1 point in it and you're fine. As far as helpfulness goes, it can be stacked with the other auras. So if you are running, say, like Uber Mephisto in Uber Tristram, and he has, Conviction, of course, which is going to strip down your resistances. And let's say you had 2 paladins in your group. One could be running Salvation, and the other one could be running Resist Lightning. And you would get a massive increase in both your all resistances, as well as your individual lightning resistance, and the increase in the cap, and they would stack very nicely. So imagine, if you will, you have 4 paladins. One is running Salvation, and the other 3 are running Resist Lightning, Resist Cold, and Resist Fire. You would literally have just unlimited protection against all 4 elements, or all 3 elements, and then you could have a 5th paladin running Cleansing to remove the curses and the poisons. And your group would basically be immortal at that point, because you would have all the resistances that you would need, the curses would be unable to affect you, and the poisons wouldn't touch you either. And 95% to all resistances between all of the resist pluses would be absolutely insane. I've always really particularly liked the way the aura looks. Even in the older game, I always thought the aura looked really pretty. Just lots of sparkly RGB rainbow stuff coming out of my feet like I got a computer from 2015. 2015 was like the year of RGB, and everybody had a freaking like rainbow something in their computer. And these days, I think the RGB craze has died down a little bit, but this was back in 2000. We had the RGB Paladin, and it still looks pretty, but I think it looked a little bit cooler in the older version, a little bit more dramatic, and I don't know, just silly. Overall, though, using Salvation costs you offensiveness. So whenever you have to switch to Salvation, unfortunately, you're going to lose whatever aura you were using. So, if you're a Conviction Paladin or a Fanaticism Paladin or Concentration Hammered In or whatever, switching to Salvation does come at a very stark cost of essentially killing your damage output. And it is rather unfortunate, which is why having multiple paladins in a group that can cover some of those auras is actually pretty cool. So say, for instance, you had 2 Hammerdins. Well, you don't need to run concentration twice. It doesn't stack. So having concentration on one Hammerden and then the other Hammerden running Salvation is actually a very solid combo. And in fact, in any situation where you have overlapping auras, that's the time when the Paladins can come together. They can figure out exactly what they need to do to coordinate better and utilize specific auras to help out whatever the situation may be. And in fact, that's what we did in our most recent video. If you haven't checked it out, we did an 8-man Paladin run, or Paladin walk through normal difficulty all the way to hell, and we coordinated auras. Everybody used a different aura. Some people used cleansing, some people used sanctuary. We had fanaticism, concentration, might, everything that we needed. Vigor, like freaking, it was ridiculous. We even used the mercenaries with the prayer and the defiance and the, the thorns and all that. And we had all 6 mercenaries. We had an enchant merc. We had a static merc. I mean, we were just rolling in auras to the point where literally everybody in the group was rocking the most ridiculous number of auras that ever could be imagined. And nobody really had any trouble. We were literally running around like Speedy Gonzales, murdering everything with extreme proficiency and doing so with just extreme tankiness and regeneration. Just, it was absolutely amazing. Like, if you haven't checked out that video, that live stream of us doing the 8-man Paladin run, I would definitely recommend it. It was a frickin' blast. There's really not a lot more to say about Salvation, except for to point out the fact that it, again, does not increase poison resistance. So don't forget that. Salvation will not protect you against poison, and some people forget that, and they're like, oh, you got all resistances, and yeah, but my poison's still negative 3,000. And they're like, oh man, I forgot Salvation doesn't increase poison resistance. And yeah, no, it doesn't. Also, if you guys haven't noticed, Conviction also doesn't reduce poison resistance. So not only does Conviction not reduce poison resistance, but Salvation does not increase poison resistance. It seems like the Paladin just completely forgot about poison with the exception of Cleansing, which granted, Cleansing is an amazing ability. It's friggin' ridiculous. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. All right, what do we got next? What is on the docket list? What is on the list? I roll up my sleeves. We got work to do now. We got work to do now. We got work to do. Going down to work in town. Gonna work all over you. We gotta work it all, yeah, baby. Baby. We gotta work it, baby. Baby. Alright, so we haven't done Blessed Aim, and we haven't done Fanaticism. So how about we work down the tree that way? So Might would have been my first one, but we've already done Might. So let's do Blessed Aim. We'll talk about Blessed Aim and its the passive effects and whatnot. And then we'll go down and we'll do Fanaticism. And then we'll start working on the Holy X auras. We'll talk about the various ways that you can build those. Those will have to be separated, unfortunately. I can't really do them all in one because, like with Holy Fire, there's a specific build that revolves around Hand of Justice, Dual Dragons, Dream Paladin with the Holy Shock and so forth and so on. So, it's not really, all the same for these. We'll have to talk about Thorns. Yeah. Should be fun. Should be fun. Should be very fun indeed, yes. Let's reboot the game. Okay, reboot the game. Alright. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Paladin aura known as Blessed Aim. I'm not skipping Might. We already did Might a long time ago, so if you haven't seen that video, I would definitely check that one out, because I go over a lot of cool stuff in that video. But Blessed Aim is an interesting aura that most people don't run because, well, I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, it's not that great. It's not that it doesn't really provide a bonus that is really amazing. It's more so that percentage increased attack rating is really not that great. I mean, if I told you that I was going to give you 1,000% more money, but you only make like a penny an hour, you know, like 1,000% more money isn't really going to give you a whole lot. I mean, if you're making 0.01 penny per hour, and I give you a 1,000% increase, you've gone from a penny an hour to 11 cents an hour. Like, woo. Like, absolutely amazing, right? And that's one of the issues with percentage-based increase for attack rating, is that a lot of the times you just don't really have a lot of attack rating to begin with. And so things don't really work out very well to your advantage. For instance, I could level up Zeal to its maximum here, so it has 190% increased attack rating, and my 1,192 is going to go to 3,456, which is still nowhere near enough for a hell level character. And if I throw on something like Fanaticism, which has some more attack rating, right? So I just keep rolling this number. And let me respec real quick so I can do this properly. And so I keep rolling this. I get as much as I possibly can. I got my max Fanaticism. I max out my Zeal, and then when I'm running, like, what is that, 330% attack rating from Zeal, and then I get my Fanaticism attack rating, and now I'm sitting at 7,060, which still isn't enough for hell difficulty, by the way. You need about, like, 9 to 10,000 for hell difficulty. Now, Blessed Aim isn't really going to give me more attack rating than Fanaticism is. Fanaticism gives me 170% attack rating, which is pretty amazing. And if I leveled up Blessed Aim to its maximum here, you'd see it gives 465% active. But it gives 100% passive, which is very interesting. So although the attack rating isn't really like a ridiculously large amount more than what other abilities would give, because percentage-based attack rating doesn't really work all that great, I don't actually have to use it. That's the really cool thing about Blessed Aim, is that when you put 20 points into Blessed Aim, you get a passive bonus to your attack rating of 100%. It goes up, obviously, per level, and each time you beef it up, you're going to get more out of it. So at level 1, you get 5%, level 2 is 10%, and it keeps going up at 5% per level until eventually you get to the cap of 100%. It does not go above 100% ever. For the passive. Now, the passive bonus is just going to give you a very nice passive attack rating bonus, and it's a very nice dump stat if you just don't have anything else to spend your points into. So if you're like a Zealer or something and you just really need more attack rating, it does help. Now, when you have all this massive amount of plus attack rating percentage, it's important to remember that plus percentage is something that you can take advantage of if you use it properly. So you notice that right now I'm sitting at, put my points back in. I'm sitting at 994, right? Well, if I take off one of my charms, like I have a 20 attack rating charm here, you'll notice that 20 gives me a hell of a lot more than just 20. I'm going from 854 to 994, which is over 100 for 20 attack rating. The more plus percentage you have, the more that attack rating actually does. So raw attack rating. Something like Ravenfrost, which gives 250 attack rating and 20 dexterity, which is more attack rating on top of that, by the way, because dexterity gives 5 points of attack rating per point of dexterity, which means you're looking at 10 points is 50, 20 points is 100, so we have 350 attack rating from Ravenfrost. When I take this off, what you're going to notice is I'm going to go from 8,554 to 6,104. That 350 attack rating is getting multiplied by literally everything that I have on my character. And this is why attack rating flat is usually far more valuable than attack rating percentage. Now, there is another way that you can get Blessed Aim, and you can get Blessed Aim from a mercenary. So if you go to Act 2, there are Blessed Aim mercenaries that you can hire, and their aura will, of course, affect you with some more percentage. So if we go here and we take a look, we do have a level 18, 330% active attack rating bonus from the Blessed Aim merc. We got Mr. Emilio. Now, Emilio is going to give us that attack rating percentage as well, on top of everything else, and it's just going to be more attack rating, which means that our existing attack rating gets multiplied even more with the Blessed Aim effect. Now, until recently, Blessed Aim was actually bugged, and it actually would cancel out Penetrate on the Amazon, but that has actually been fixed. So it no longer cancels out the Penetrate from the Amazon. And you notice I've got 12,586 attack rating now between all of the auras and the effects that are going on. So if I'm out here in the moor and I take off my Ravenfrost, you'll notice that now Ravenfrost is giving me, what is that, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, so like 3,500 attack rating for just 350. So the more percentage that you can manage to obtain, the more valuable something like Ravenfrost becomes, to the point where literally you can end up with insane levels of bonuses for just tiny bits of addition of attack rating, which is where things like 20 attack rating charms come in so valuable, because even a 20 attack rating charm will give you a pretty massive bonus when you're looking at like Blessed Aim, Fanaticism, and all those beautiful things. We're going up, what, 250-ish just for 20 attack rating, which is pretty crazy. Now, why do you need so much attack rating as a melee character? Well, the thing is that if you can't hit the target, you're not going to dish out damage. And this is really where Blessed Aim comes in to help in situations where you just need a little bit of extra attack rating. But I'm not really convinced that that 100% extra is really worth the 20 skill points that you're going to spend into it, or rather the 19, because most people are going to go down to things like Fanaticism or Concentration anyway. So you're always going to have at least 1 point. So we're talking about 19 points and 95% increased attack rating. At the end of the day, it's not going to be the end or break of your character. If you have a couple extra points to spend into Blessed Aim and you don't really have anything else to put it in, then it makes sense to dump a couple extra points in here to get some more attack rating. But overall, it doesn't really help that dramatically. The Mercenary himself, though, does give a pretty good bonus and is honestly pretty useful if you're just really hurting on attack rating. But one thing I would recommend is that you look into the Enchant Merc instead. So although you get 330% attack rating from the Blessed Aim, there is also a really nice Mercenary in Act 3 that you can get now that has Enchant. And this was also one of the patches a while back. If you guys missed the Mercenary patch, they beefed up a lot of these Mercenaries. And one of the ones that they beefed up was the Fire Merc. The Fire Merc now has access to Enchant. At extremely high levels, it can actually give you more attack rating than Blessed Aim does, including a little bit of fire damage, and it doesn't require the Mercenary to be alive. So in the case of the Blessed Aim Mercenary, if he dies, you've now lost your attack rating. But in the case of the Fire Mercenary, if the Fire Mercenary dies, well, it doesn't matter. He's already enchanted you, and the enchant lasts for a particularly long period of time, which means that you're going to stay enchanted for 960 seconds or more, depending on what level of the enchant is. And that's really what it comes down to, is how much freaking attack rating can I get? Can I get high enough to hit the target? And, you know, like Am I actually going to hit the target? Unfortunately, a lot of the issues with attack rating come down to level problems. And I think I have... let me see if I actually have that on here. I don't know if I actually still have the calculations for attack rating on my list. Is the monster green? Where did that one come? Oh yeah, that's about poison, because if the monster is not green, then they do not prevent regeneration. Yeah, I remember that one. So this is the defense formula, which is probably the closest thing I'm going to get. So basically what this is this is how the game calculates out whether or not a monster is going to hit you or whether you are going to hit the monster. And what it comes down to is that the monster's level plays a very big role in whether or not you are going to hit the monster. A lot more than people realize. So when you're fighting a monster that's a lot higher level than you, you can have insane levels of attack rating, but still be missing a lot. And this is not because your attack rating is too low, it's actually because the monster's level is a lot higher than yours, and you're being penalized in your hit chance. And attack rating becomes really, really complicated. And what I would recommend is that for any of you who are interested or trying to figure out how to get your attack rating to a level that you actually need to hit the monsters, or you just don't understand attack rating in general, I have a video that goes over attack rating and talks about everything that you need to know about attack rating, including things like Blessed Aim, enchant, and monster level penalties, the whole 9 yards. And that stuff is pretty complicated. Blessed Aim plays a role in it, of course, but at the end of the day, plus percentage is a lot less valuable, in my opinion, than flat increases. And getting those flat increases can often be a pain in the butt. There are ways to completely avoid attack rating calculations, like ignores target's defense, negative target's defense per hit, and various skills that will always hit the target and do not have to worry about attack rating, like Impale, Guided Arrow, and Smite. But if you're using an ability that does not guarantee hit, and you cannot work in things like negative monster defense into your build, you've got to rely on attack rating to hit the target. And you're going to want to take a look at the video going over all the different ways that you can make your character, hit the target more often. There's not really a lot more to go over when it comes to Blessed Aim. I think that's pretty much everything. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. All right. Well, that covers Blessed Aim, and now we can move on to Fanaticism. Fanaticism. Fanata-nata-nata-nata. Fanuta-nuta, fanata-fanita-fanuta. Fanita, fanata, fanuta, fanata, fanita.
Yes.
Fanaticism's aura is, I've always thought that Fanaticism's aura was really cool. I really like the Fanata aura. I mean, they did a decent job with it on Diablo 2, but I think I like the original one a little bit better. Kind of looks mo cool. It looks mo cool. Okay? Mo cool. Mo cooler. Mo cooler. I can't believe I haven't done a video on on Fanaticism yet. Let's do a quick refresher on Fanaticism. Make sure there's nothing I don't forget before we do the video. Banana. All right. That's going pretty good. I'm making a lot of progress on my skills and abilities videos. I want to see if I could finish up the Paladin today. I'm not exactly sure how many more videos I have to make on all the classes, but I think I'm actually pretty close to finishing the lot. It would be nice to get all of them up, but I don't think that's going to happen before Diablo 4. And even then, I'll have to edit them and post them, and it'll be like freaking a month before they all get posted. You know, I'm going to start working on Diablo 4 stuff eventually here, and we're going to do skills and abilities videos for Diablo 4 as well, and we'll do unique item videos for Diablo 4. I'm going to do unique item videos on everything. We're gonna have a whole bunch of cool stuff going on. I'll do legendary aspect videos. That'll be pretty fun. We'll dive into the game as deep as we possibly can. It'll be nice to actually start collecting this stuff so we can actually make videos on it and talk about the effects. But one day, I will not stop. I will not relent. I will not. The higher, the fewer. The lower, the fewer. Alright, 10 imaginary internet points. Who can tell me where that's from? The higher, the fewer. The fewer, the higher. I like trying to stump you guys. I wanna stump you guys. I wanna do it. I gotta do it, guys. Wharf? No, actually, no, not wharf. Close. I mean, it's close. I mean, I'm going to be ramping up content like no matter what. We're going to be playing like absolutely madmen. Diablo 4 launch is going to be crazy. We're going to have tons of fun with Diablo 4 launch. Alexander was there. That's right. It was a holodeck program, Maggot Superman. You're close. The holodeck program was the one that said it, not Worf. It was the holodeck program with the mud baths on, I think it was like SETI 8 or something like that. Anyway, it was one of the NPCs. He was the party pooper NPC. He was always walking around spouting gibberish. He would go, the higher, the fewer. I was trying to think of a way to show how skill-based attack speed works, but it's kind of difficult to show off skill-based attack speed. Like, I don't know if there's a conversion rate between, like, skill-based attack speed and regular attack speed. Like, how much more effective skill-based attack speed is than regular attack speed. It's kind of hard to represent that in the game. But it's one of those things that I'm going to have to try and relay during this video, is that skill-based attack speed is much more powerful than regular attack speed is. And it makes your character attack way, 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 way faster than without. Let's actually strip off my attack speed on this character. I need to make him as slow as possible. So we're going to strip off as much of his attack speed as I can. And there's no attack speed on this, so that'll be fine. Unfortunately, I think with a Grief Phase Blade, we're still going to be attacking very fast. I need something that's not quite as fast as a Grief Phase Blade. But I don't know if I have anything just laying around. Come on, baby mama, gonna do that combo. Come on, baby mama, gonna do that mambo. Come on, baby mama, gonna do that mambo, yeah. Alright, guys and gals, let's get this one started. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over one of the sexiest Paladin auras in Diablo 2 Resurrected, and that is Fanaticism. Fanaticism is one of the Paladin auras that is seen as the top, the creme de la creme of the auras. Not only does it give you damage, but it also gives you attack speed. But it doesn't just give you attack speed, it gives you skill-based attack speed. And that's one of the things that we're going to be focusing on for Fanaticism. Instead of focusing on the damage output, which if you really want to learn all about how damage output works, or what I like to call off-weapon ED. Off-weapon ED is a very specific mechanic, and when I went over the Might video, I delved really deep into how off-weapon ED works. And, I mean, I'll go over it briefly during this video, but if you want a detailed introduction into the way that off-weapon ED works, the Might Aura video is probably your best bet. However, Fanaticism is not just about increased damage. It's also about increasing your attack speed. And this is where things get really interesting, because increasing your attack speed is pretty massive for this particular ability. Now, you might look at it and be like, oh, well, it's only 36% increased attack speed. That's not really a lot. But the correct answer to that is actually no, it's actually a butt ton. Because it's a skill-based attack speed increase, not a regular increased attack speed. For example, let's say, for instance, I were to throw on an item like Laying of Hands, which has 20% increased attack speed. And then maybe I also threw on something like G-Face, which I threw a 15% IAS jewel in. That would bring me up, about 35% increased attack speed. The 35% increased attack speed that I obtain from Laying of Hands and G-Face is nowhere near as effective as the 36% that I am obtaining from the Fanaticism aura. Because skill-based attack speed has less of a cap and more effective usefulness in most scenarios. And to give you an example of this, let's take my character out real quick and just play around with some stuff. So if I were to go to Cold Plains real quick, and just attack some monsters, you can see how fast I attack, right? So that's pretty darn fast. You can barely even see my character actually even attacking. But the holy bolts kind of give away like every single hit that I'm landing, right? However, if I take off the Fanaticism aura and I put on something else like, I don't know, Might, you'll notice that my attack speed isn't quite as fast anymore. I'm still attacking pretty quickly, but it's not anywhere near as fast as I was before. And this is really what Fanaticism comes down to. It's not about the increased damage. It's not about the attack rating. It's really about the ridiculous increase in attack speed that you get from the ability. Now, sometimes you don't need the attack speed. Now, there are many situations where you might be in, like, for instance, if you're using a Grief Phase Blade, where a Grief Phase Blade is already really ridiculously fast anyway. And so if you have a ridiculously fast weapon and you don't necessarily need Fanaticism, it might not necessarily be your best choice. For instance, I recently put together a character that was utilizing things like Laying of Hands, G-Face, High Lord's Wrath, and by the time I was done, I realized that I was actually hitting the maximum breakpoint without Fanaticism, and I didn't even need it. In that case, you might be better off with another skill that puts out more damage output. Now, Fanaticism is kind of a greedy skill as well because it doesn't give as much damage to your party as it does to you. So it gives 492% increased damage to you, but only 246% to your party. And this is one of the other weird things about Fanaticism is that it's a little more beneficial to you than it is to other players. And in fact, in many cases, when you have multiple Paladins running multiple Fanaticism auras, it's actually kind of useful to just not take off your aura. But if they have a higher level aura than you, they are going to overwrite yours and actually decrease your damage output by lowering your damage off weapon ED, which is really quite interesting. Now, there are several items in the game that actually have the Fanaticism aura on them. You can get Fanaticism in the form of the Beast rune word, which a lot of people will put into axes and use on characters like necromancers. There is Fanaticism on the Faith bow, which a lot of people will put onto Act 1 rogue mercenaries, which is very powerful. And most recently, they introduced the Hustle rune word, which has level 1 Fanaticism on it and can be put on basically anybody because it's a 3-socket rune word that can be put in all weapons. So you can put it on an Act 1 merc, an Act 2 merc, an Act 3 merc, an Act 5 merc, and even the Act 6 merc. No, I'm just kidding. We don't have an Act 6 merc yet, but maybe one day. But basically, the Fanaticism aura is much loved by pretty much any character that utilizes attack speed. If you want to hit a maximum breakpoint, and what do I mean by maximum breakpoint? Well, every character has what would be considered a maximum breakpoint for their specific build. For instance, if I'm a Paladin using a Phase Blade, and my Phase Blade has 40% IAS, this would be a Grief, then I would need a certain amount of IAS to achieve my maximum frame rate, my maximum attacks per second. Right here at the bottom, you can see that I'm currently at 5.55559 frames per attack, 4.31 attacks per second, right? Well, if I increase my weapon IAS, or throw in Fanaticism, like let's go ahead and throw in level 10 Fanaticism, you'll notice that now it says 44448 frames per attack, 5.2 attacks per second. Further IAS is useless. So what this is telling me is that I don't need any more increased attack speed to reach the maximum breakpoint. In fact, according to this, with just level 2 Fanaticism, I'm currently hitting my maximum breakpoint, which means I don't even need Fanaticism. I could probably just throw in a little bit of IAS, and 35% IAS is just the right number to hit my maximum breakpoint. So when it comes to Fanaticism, generally your goal is to utilize it to hit your maximum breakpoint, but not really go over it. And if you're in a situation like this Paladin, where he doesn't necessarily even need Fanaticism, you might be better off with a different aura in his particular case. Or you could just simply drop some of your regular IAS and throw on some, like level 20 Fanaticism anyway, just for no reason. I mean, it's certainly not going to help you out because you've already hit your maximum breakpoint, but it will help out other players, your mercenary, necromancer minions, some druid minions, and things like that, where you can get a large effect from that. And that's really what it comes down to, is that Fanaticism not only increases your attack speed, but it increases everybody's attack speed around you, and everybody freaking loves it. I mean, the only characters that don't care about Fanaticism are the characters that are caster-based, like Hammerdins, sorceresses, like your fire druid or your, cold druid, your hurricane druid. But even then, they have mercenaries, and usually their mercenaries are affected by Fanaticism. So having a high-level Fanaticism in the group definitely is not harmful at all to the performance of the group. However, casters would definitely much rather prefer something like Conviction over Fanaticism in most cases. Now, if you're building specific paladins, let's talk about specific paladins that get the best benefit out of Fanaticism. First off is the Sacrifice Paladin, definitely a very good choice for Fanaticism because Sacrifice is a little bit of a slower ability, and it definitely does get some pretty good increase in damage as well as speed from Fanaticism. Zeal is a very strong component for Fanaticism because, honestly, hitting that 4-frame Zeal is absolutely amazing and definitely creates a power house of a Paladin. So being able to hit your 4-frame Zeal is great. Vengeance can get really good benefits from Fanaticism, but it also gets extremely good benefits from Conviction. And so it's really a tug of war on whether or not you want to attack faster or whether you want to dish out more damage. And Conviction definitely wins in the damage category as far as Vengeance is concerned. But if you can manage to have both Conviction and Fanaticism on your Vengeance Paladin, then you're in a very good place. Conversion, I don't think that's the one skill that probably does not get good effect from Fanaticism, because you really don't know if you really want to convert monsters faster, because that's not helpful. Smite definitely does get a very good effect from Fanaticism, but Smite actually has such low breakpoints that a lot of the times you can end up hitting the maximum breakpoint for Smite without increased attack speed from Fanaticism. Usually just a little bit of increased attack speed here or there and a decent weapon, and you can usually hit the max breakpoint with Smite without it. But if you are in a situation where you just can't really afford to have a good amount of increased attack speed, Fanaticism can help you out quite significantly to get that maximum Smite breakpoint. But it's been my experience building quite a few different Paladins, even with weapons that are not really quite as fast as a Phase Blade, like a Grief. Even if you're using something like Astrion's Iron Ward, which is only a -10 versus the -30 on the Phase Blade, you can still hit the maximum Smite breakpoint with relatively small amounts of increased attack speed, and you don't really necessarily need Fanaticism to bridge the gap. But it definitely does help in any situation where you're having trouble hitting that breakpoint. And then, obviously it does not affect Holy Bolt, does not affect Blessed Hammer, it does not affect Fist of the Heavens. It kind of affects Charge, although not as great as some of the other abilities. But Charge does have to swing its weapon to actually hit the target. So when you charge toward the target, and then once you reach the target, you swing at the target, right? Well, Fanaticism will help a little bit in terms of swinging the weapon at the target a little bit faster, which can sometimes help if they're trying to run away from you, of course. I'm not entirely convinced, though, that Fanaticism is the best choice for Charge. You might be better off with something like Might or Concentration in that regard, and just rely on a little bit of increased attack speed instead. But it really kind of depends on what you're trying to go for. If you're trying to just one-shot somebody in PvP, damage output might be more important than speed. But if you're in a situation where you're a PvM character and you're just trying to dish out as much damage as possible to a large array of targets spread out over a battlefield, then in that case Fanaticism might be the better choice because it's going to allow you to hit more targets quicker. Overall, Fanaticism is one of those abilities that gets utilized on more than just the Paladin. Necromancer uses it, Summon Druids use it, Paladins use it, Amazons use it, frickin' Druids use it. I mean, just about any character that would like to have Fanaticism can have Fanaticism on their build if they're willing to put in the work for it. And speaking of the work, Hustle is the cheapest option right now with level 1 Fanaticism. And Beast and Faith rune words are pretty expensive. But ever since Hustle rune word has been added into the game, which if you want to check out that rune word, I do have a video on that. Ever since Hustle rune word's been added into the game, you can get Fanaticism fairly easily at a fairly low level on just about any character that you would want. And it's freaking glorious. I've played around with it myself on many characters, and I gotta say, Hustle rune word is a win in my book. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we can go over with Fanaticism before we finish here. It does have a synergy with Sacrifice if you're interested in building that. So if you want to do a Sacrifice Paladin, you got to build Redemption and Fanaticism. So Fanaticism ends up being your choice for a sacrifice paladin anyway. I know I was talking about it's probably the one you want to choose, but it's since you got to build it to build up the damage of sacrifice, it probably is the one that you want to use. And it's going to give you a pretty nice speed bump for sacrifice. Sacrifice has been fixed, by the way, if you're interested in running a sacrifice paladin and didn't really quite enjoy it in the past. There was a lot of bugs involved in sacrifice, and it's important to note that if you are going to build a Fanaticism sacrifice paladin, sacrifice has had most of the bugs, if not all of them, fixed, and it actually works a hell of a lot better than it used to in the past. They also made it so that the damage to self actually decreases as you level the skill. So by the time that you max it out and you get your nice plus to skills running, sacrifice actually doesn't really do that much damage to you at all. And of course it doesn't cost any mana, which is absolutely beautiful. I think that's pretty much it. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos. And why don't you speed over to the like button and hit it before we leave. And as always, keep watching. There are builds that don't need Fanaticism for Smite, definitely. It depends on what you're running. Like, you can put the calculations into a calculator, by the way. So, like, take for instance, let's say you were using a Phase Blade, a Grief Phase Blade with 40% IAS. If you throw Smite up here, and you take away Fanaticism, it doesn't really take a whole lot of IAS to hit that cap. I think it's like 15% or something like that, or 20. Let's see if we can find it. There you go. So with a Grief Phase Blade with 40% IAS and no Fanaticism, you're still looking at only 25% off weapon IAS to reach that maximum breakpoint, which is 4.16 attacks per second. So we basically just don't have any, like, there's no reason to run Fanaticism with Smite if you are running like a ridiculously fast weapon. Still live, almost rhetorical live. What? Oh yeah, we've been recording. We've been recording today. We're recording some videos today. Honestly, Smite damage output isn't ridiculously affected by off-weapon ED as much as it is ridiculously affected by base shield damage. But Fanaticism is definitely nice to have for a pure, if you're running a pure smiter. I mean, it's nice to have Fanaticism. If you're not running a pure smiter, I mean, it doesn't really matter all that much anyway. Like, if you're just doing a 1-point smite, at that point, if you're already hitting your maximum breakpoint, you don't really need Fanaticism. But the thing is that if you're running a 1-point smite build, you're probably not hitting your Fanaticism breakpoint, or your smite breakpoint. So you're probably going to need Fanaticism to hit that breakpoint. It's all a very interesting conversation, but it basically revolves around if you are trying to hit that breakpoint, like, a lot of the times you can hit it relatively easy if you're actually a smiter. What it really comes down to is, are you a smiter or are you a 1-point smite, like hammered in or something? And in those cases, you need Fanaticism to actually hit the breakpoint because you can't do it without it. I prefer to go with a weapon other than Grief. My preference is Astrion's Iron Ward, because Astrion's Iron Ward does basically more damage than Grief does, but you do need Fanaticism to hit the max breakpoint, so it's not going to waste.
Hi there. Hello.
Alright, what are we doing next? I don't even know. We just did Fanaticism. We should tackle Thorns. I think we should tackle Thorns. The Thorny Thorns. We'll tackle Thorny Thorns. Oh no, the grief subject? I mean, it's not a subject, it's just facts. Grief is great, but Astrion's Iron Ward is better. That's just the skinny. If you're running a Fodin that's trying to smite, I would recommend the North Star Smiter, Vanilla Gorilla. It's the best way to run that build. Let me shoot you a link, sir. What's up, Pablo? There's a link for you, Vanilla Gorilla. That build right there is probably the best build you can do for a Smiter / Fodin. There is no compromise. You are a full Fodin and you are a full Smiter, and there is no in between. And you have the best of both worlds in your hands. You literally have the Infinity Gauntlet of frickin' Thanos and the frickin' Captain America shield in one hand, and like you literally you can wield both of them with full power. There is no compromise. Am I done playing Ladder this season? I mean, I don't think so. I'm just trying to record some videos today. I'm trying to get as many videos recorded as I can. Thorns requires a calculator session. Probably. Bum 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 beep 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 deep deep boop 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 boop. I may be insane, guys. I hope you guys realize that. You're supporting an insane man. You are supporting someone who is insane. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Insane in the membrane. And thorns in the rain. Poop. Alright, let's do this Thorns video, and then we need to do the Holy X Paladins, which is going to be fun. So the Holy X Paladins, we got 3 of those to run through, and we're going to have fun with that. A little insanity never hurt anyone. Well, man, I am overflowing with insanity. What do you get when you overflow with insanity? Is there a phrase for that? Like, a little insanity never hurt anyone, right? Is there one that's like overflowing with insanity may result in becoming rich? I don't know, something like that. Like, is there one of those? Alright, here we go. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over another one of the Paladin offensive auras. This one is Thorns. So Thorns is an aura that has gotten a lot of changes. Let me put it that way. It's gotten a lot of changes over a couple patches. It used to be God tier. For those of you who don't remember, Thorns used to be like ridicula donkula, poopily poppily, like kill everything in the world, Mary Poppins and the frickin' 5 Avengers and Thanos' gauntlet all mixed into one. There was a time when Thorns was literally the King Kamehameha, like Goku, Super Saiyan Blue, and everything in between. And like you could literally just put it on in a PvP match and immediately kill most barbarians that would even come your way. Like if they just blinked at you the wrong way, you would just scroll to your Thorns aura and they would just immediately die. And it was absolutely hilarious. Unfortunately, the Thorns aura has gone through a lot of changes. First off, let's talk about the first nerf to Thorns. So this was the nerf that came back in Lord of Destruction, and they took Thorns from God tier status, and they absolutely demolished it down to dirt earthworm status. It lost all of its PvP potential. It couldn't kill a fly after they smashed it into the dirt. And unfortunately, it barely worked in PvE after that point as well. And although it still kind of did what it was supposed to do, it just never really was quite itself after that point. Thorns got buffed in a patch in Diablo 2 Resurrected a little bit later, and they added in an effect called Attacker Takes Damage Of. Now, you may have seen Attacker Takes Damage Of on equipment before and kind of scoffed at it, but Attacker Takes Damage Of is actually pretty powerful. So not only does Thorns have Attacker Takes Damage Of, it also has the returned percentage. And we're going to have to talk about these two things separately because they are not the same, and they also function differently in how they return damage. So how does Attacker Takes Damage Of work? Let's start with that one. That's the easier one. Gives me less of a headache. Attacker Takes Damage Of is very simple. If a monster, at any point, swings a weapon at you, whether they hit you or not, whether they hit the dirt or whether they hit your head, will take the damage that's listed here. So 248 Attacker Takes Damage Of. So if I go out into, I don't know, like cold plains or something, and I find a monster and let him wail on me, what you're going to notice is that even if I don't take damage, he's going to take the Attacker Takes Damage Of. Alright? Now, the unfortunate side effect of this is that now it separates out the two damage effects from Thorns into two separate functions. While the Attacker Takes Damage Of works whether or not the monster hits you or not, the returned percentage is completely different, and it does require the monster to actually smack you in the back of the head. And it's going to require some calculations because it's all really silly. So right now it says that it returns 1,290 damage to the monster, right? Well, let's try and calculate out how much damage that is. So let's say, for instance, we have a monster that hits us, and they hit us for, I don't know, 100 damage, right? So 100 damage. But we don't actually take 100 damage. So this is the important part about Thorns, is that it doesn't return how much damage was done. It returns how much damage you actually took. And this is a miscalculation on a lot of people's part. So if I have things like physical damage reduction of 15%, MDR 15, PDR, and so forth and so on, it's going to reduce that 100 damage by a pretty large margin. So I'm going to take 15%. I'm going to reduce that 15%, which is going to be 15 off. I've got 15 PDR, which is going to reduce that down to 70. By the time it actually hits my HP pool, it's only going to be about 70 damage, right? Well, then the Thorns is going to return that to the monster, all right? So 1,290%. It sounds like a lot, right? 1,290% back to the monster, which is going to mean that the monster takes 973 damage. Actually, no, that's incorrect, because it has to pass through the monster's physical resistance. Another problem. So the 973 is probably going to get reduced by about 50% because the monster has 50% physical damage reduction, which means that we're going to return about 486.5, which doesn't sound too terrible when you think about it, but the problem is that monsters have insanely large amounts of regeneration. And let me find some monsters that are a little less spicy. The problem is that when they attack you, they have their own little regeneration field. You know, it's a monster regen. And I'm trying to see if I can get one of these monsters to come over here and beat me up, but they seem to be leashing pretty hard on Rakanishu. Come on here. Come over here. And what you'll notice is when they start attacking me... Oh god, amplify damage. The monsters regenerate that HP that they took really fast. So in the case of these monsters, you'll notice that most of the HP damage that they took from Thorns is already starting to regenerate, and it doesn't take very long before it's completely regenerated back to full. So Thorns has a big issue in that it doesn't prevent monster regeneration. So despite the fact that it does lots of damage back to the monster is regenerating at a rate which is usually in excess of how much damage the monster actually just took from the Thorns ability. And there's also more wrong. So another thing that goes wrong is the speed at which the monsters attack. So if we take, trying to see if I can find any monster by himself. Let's take these monsters right here. So if you take these monsters and you see, they don't attack particularly fast. They kind of attack slowly, in fact. And let's see if I can thin this out. Well, I was going to try and thin it out just a little bit, but that didn't quite work. When they attack you, they're taking the damage, which is absolutely great. Yes, they're taking it. But watch the HP of the monster slowly regenerate as well. And if we bump this up to players 8, by the way, the monster regenerates even faster. Because the regeneration is a percentage-based regeneration, not a regeneration that happens based on, like, the amount of health they have. Like I'm going to regenerate 500 health per second. No, it's more like 2% per second or 3% per second. It's kind of insane. So let's change this to P8 real quick, just so that we can get a better idea of the regeneration. Oh, we are on P8. Look at that. All right, well, good. And the regeneration that they have cancels out most of the damage that Thorns does. But the problem with this is that you can fix that. So you can apply things like prevent monster heal, open wounds, poison effects, that can essentially cause the monsters not to regenerate as quickly. And if you do this, Thorns actually has a much greater effect than it would normally. However, you still have to get wailed on, which is rather unfortunate. Now, because half of the ability, which is the attacker takes damage of, which is 248, no longer requires you to be hit, you can actually take advantage of that pretty effectively. And I have done 2 builds trying to take advantage of Thorns recently. One was the Porcupine, which is a Druid, which utilizes attacker takes damage of. I also did another Paladin revolving around attacker takes damage of a little while back. That one was called... trying to remember his name. Not Porcupine. Porcupine is the Druid, although that one actually worked fairly well and did use Thorns in the build. This one was a little bit older, I believe. Where? Oh, where? I can't even remember his name. Sherman. That's my Sherman tank. Yeah, it's been too long. But if you take a look on my page, I'm sure you'll find a theory craft based on the Thorns Paladin as well as the Thorns Druid. Both of them were kind of interesting to play around with. And the general idea of both of them was to try and capitalize on the return damage, or the attacker takes damage of, to the utmost effect. And unfortunately, what I found out is that unless you have some way to arrest the regeneration of the monsters, to stop the monsters from constantly regenerating, it doesn't do nearly enough damage to actually be effective. There's also some other unfortunate side effects of Thorns which make it not really the best aura in the world. Number one is it doesn't return magic damage. So anytime you come across a monster that dishes out large amounts of magic damage, you're just kind of SOL. It doesn't really work. The ranged monsters don't really take very good Thorns damage. You kind of have to like stand right next to them or something. Like, it's a little strange. So it's really just the melee monsters. It's just the monsters that dish out melee damage that actually return damage. And pretty much everything else in the game that is ranged or magic damage in nature will not return any damage. So you kind of limit yourself to just the monsters that have the melee damage. In fact, you'll see the effect. So, like, when a monster returns damage to themselves, there is a very obvious Thorns-like little effect which appears. Now, the attacker takes damage of is going to go off every single time, as you can see. But when they actually do hit me, the Thorns return damage also procs the same little effect, which lets you know that something is happening. Narrow this down a little bit. Now, interestingly enough, when you are amplified, you will take an increased amount of damage. And when you have an increased amount of damage like that, and a monster hits you, you will return more damage. Because, of course, the more damage you take, the more damage you deal back to the monster. But as you can see in this particular scenario, not really killing this monster. Like, it's going to take a little while. And he's finally dead now that I got amp on me, and I actually wailed on him a little bit there, which was not really helpful to the example. One of the biggest issues with Thorns, though, is just the fact that to dish out the damage, you have to take the damage. And it does make things very difficult. Which is why Thorns tends to work a hell of a lot better on characters that don't necessarily have to take the damage themselves. Necromancers and Druids that are summon Necromancers and summon Druids utilize their minions to take the damage for them. And this is actually surprisingly very good. You can get Thorns in a variety of ways. There are items that can provide Thorns, like the Edge Bow or the Bramble Armor, which actually do stack, by the way, to a really high level. You can also get yourself a Mercenary, like, for instance, a Thorns Mercenary here, which has level 26 Thorns, which is not bad. You can also wear the Edge Bow yourself, if you want to, on a freaking Necromancer, just so you can get the additional Thorns, which isn't actually a bad idea. Once you've got your army summoned, you switch over to a Thorns bow, and you can get pretty good usefulness out of it. But because the minions are expendable, and you don't really care what kind of damage they take, them having Thorns actually works out surprisingly well. Now, trying to think, there's one more thing I was going to talk about with Thorns, and I don't want to leave anything out. With the change to attacker takes damage of, it's a little bit different. So, one of the things that I tried to do with the Paladin, the other Paladin that I built, was I tried to make a Paladin that was based off of attacker takes damage of, not the return percentage. The return percentage requires you to be hit, and the attacker takes damage of doesn't. So it's a very interesting contradiction, is that you kind of ignore the returned percentage, and you focus instead on the attacker takes damage of, because that applies whether you get hit or not. Which means that you can build a very tanky, very defensive Paladin, one that has massive 75% block rate, like 15,000 defense, and is very difficult to actually land a hit on, because you're not focusing on the one that requires you to get punched in the face. Instead, you're focusing on the one that has huge amounts of return for relatively little, investment, because if a monster even attempts to attack you, the attacker takes damage of will return that damage to the target. And this is actually, honestly, one of the best changes they made for this, because it allows you to build a Paladin that is tanky and also returns damage to the targets. And I can't remember which one that one was. I know it's a theory craft. Let me see if I can find it real quick, so I can tell you guys which one to look for. But GGM Porcupine is the Druid that takes advantage of attacker takes damage of. And the one that takes advantage of Paladin attacker takes damage of is GGM Cactus. There it is. That's the cactus build. This is the GGM Thorns Paladin, the cactus character, and we basically went through the process of building a full Thorns Paladin with as much attacker takes damage of as we could possibly get, to the point of absurdity, even throwing in things like Spirit of the Barbs, and testing out like the maximum capability of that. Unfortunately, it was okay-ish, but it wasn't the most amazing thing out there. And unfortunately, it still feels like Thorns has just not really been buffed to a state that is ever going to be like ridiculously viable. For instance, if I was a Summon Necromancer, I wouldn't choose Thorns over Might. But the thing is that I would like to have Might and Thorns. So it's still useful. It still does very good damage. Adding it into the build doesn't hurt anything if you can add it in safely, but don't sacrifice other auras like Might Aura or Conviction or things like that to add it into the build. However, if you do happen to get your hands on a Bramble Armor, which sometimes you can get a Bramble Armor cheap because there is a roll on that does go really low, which is the poison skill damage. So if somebody's trying to make it for poison skill damage, you can actually get like one that rolls really badly for kind of cheap. But if you do manage to hit your hands on a Bramble Armor, you can throw that on your Mercenary, your Might Mercenary, end up with Might and Thorns at the same time, and end up with a pretty powerful Merc that can help your army overall. As for Thorns itself, there is a bug that was actually found. Well, I don't really know if it's a bug, but basically they found out that the Bone Sunders, the Bone Break Sunders, because they increase the amount of physical damage that you take, also in turn increase the amount of Thorns damage you deal. But the problem with that is that it also means you die really fast. So it kind of doesn't really work for any actual real purpose, because if a monster donks you for 1,000 and you double his damage, and now he's donking you for 2,000 and you only have 1,964 life, well, guess what? He's gonna kill you. Like, so I'm not really sure what benefit it is to increasing the amount of damage you take when literally it's hard enough to survive just off of the regular damage that you're taking. I mean, maybe if you had a full belt of full juvies and you just chugged one every single time you got donked, but that would take a lot of full juvies. A lot of HP, too, because eventually it would get to the point where a monster would hit you hard enough that he would just kill you in one shot. I can think of a couple monsters right off the top of my head that can hit for 1,500 or higher, even with high amounts of physical damage reduction. One of those is Lilith. The other one is Uber Iswal, both of which can land hits for 1,500 or more, depending on whether they deadly strike. And if you had Thorns on with a bunch of bone breaks in your inventory, you could potentially end up getting hit for in excess of 5,000 or 6,000 damage, depending on how much negative physical resistance you're running. I mean, I don't even know. 1,500 is how much you have if you have a decent amount of physical damage reduction. But we're not talking about physical damage reduction. We're talking about negative physical resistance, which means not only are you not protecting yourself, but you're also in the positive to the point where the monster's getting double the normal amount of damage that they would deal. I don't even know if anybody could survive that with the exception of like a barbarian with like 6,000 HP or a druid with like, 6,000 HP, one or the other, or maybe a combination of both. I don't even know. Anyway, I think that's pretty much everything when it comes to Thorns. If you want to dive deeper into the fun builds that you can definitely do, definitely check out my Porcupine video, Theorycraft, and the GGM Cactus video. Those are both pretty fun. As always, I do appreciate you guys watching, and keep watching. All right. I don't know how many videos we've completed so far, but it's a lot. So now we have to do Holy Fire, Holy Phrase, and Holy Shock. Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock. It's a Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock. It's a Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock. It's a Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, and Holy Shock. I wish I had just like a random Holy Fire Paladin in here set up already so I didn't have to like create one. I feel like I need to edit in some items though for these because otherwise I feel like I'm gonna get backlash from people like, why didn't you show the dream helmet? Why didn't you show this item? Why isn't your hair red? People tell me I'm not a ginger because my hair's not red. My beard's red. What do you guys got to say about that? What do you guys got to say about that? My beard's red. Alright, let's pull in these rune words so that we have these set up. So let's get the dream helmet. Wear a wig. I'm already wearing a wig. What are you talking about? Can't you see it? Can't you see my wig? Can't you see? Look, it's right there. See? Look at it. It's wiggling. My wig is wiggling. My wiggling wig. It's... Got Zakarum. Okay. We need a dragon. It's a dragon, and then we need a dragon armor and an Archon plate, and we also need the Hand of Justice weapon in a phase blade. Save. Alright, let's copy this bad boy over. Banana, 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 banana. Oh, I know I'm a ginger. I burn like a ginger. I got a red beard like a ginger. I got freckles. When I burn, they turn into freckles. Like, I know I'm a ginger. I don't know. I don't need nobody to confirm it for me. I just think it's funny. They're like, your hair's not red. And I'm like...
Good day.
I'll fight you. I'll fight you to the death. I'll fight you to the death, and I won't even care about the rest. I'll kick you in the nards, and when I'm done with shards, you'll cry and then you'll die, 'cause I will kick you in the nards. In the nards. In the big old nards. Right in the nards. That's what we do. Right in the poo. I'll kick him in the nards and he'll be like, whoa, stop kicking me in the nards, oh ho. Yo, yo. Oh ho. Right in the nards. Right in the nards. The big old nards. Right in the nards. Nards, that's right, Dark Hado. Nards. You don't even know what nards are. You don't even know. You're a uninformed nardling. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at another one of the offensive auras, part of the trio of Holy X, actually Quadro. It's a Quadro of Holy X auras. Sanctuary is included in that because they're all Holy X auras. And this is Holy Fire. Holy Fire got some buffs recently, and it's pretty dang OP now. And you can utilize it in a bunch of different ways. Number one is you can natively use it. And to natively use it, of course, you have to build Holy Fire directly. And once you put your points into Holy Fire, you also have to beef up the synergies. So if you want to get Holy Fire to its maximum, you really have to build the Resist Fire Aura. And you also have to build the Salvation Aura, which is down here. Now, if you do that correctly, you end up with a pretty nice high-level Holy Fire Aura, which is going to dish out some pretty good damage. Now, there's multiple effects of Fire Aura, of the Holy Fire Aura. Number one is a pulsing damage. The pulsing damage is something that happens basically just every 2 seconds. It will pulse damage out to all the targets nearby. Now, if you go somewhere like Cold Plains and you find some monsters to donk on, you will find that the Holy Fire Aura tends to hit just about everything nearby for a pretty decent amount of damage. The other thing that was added recently in one of the patches was that Holy Fire Aura now increases its damage output versus monsters that are close to you. So what does this mean? Well, if you read the skill, it says that it does 352 to 906 fire pulse damage to any monster that is within range. However, it has a radius of 20 yards. So, if the monster is directly next to you, if they are standing within melee range, this doubles to basically, what is that, 700 to 1800 damage, which is a pretty good bump in damage increase for the monsters being near you. Now, this is just the pulse damage. The pulse damage is something completely different, of course, than the actual on-hit damage. So, Holy Fire also gives you a very massive damage bump to your attack, to your actual physical hit of the target. Now, how does this work? Well, basically, it's just a straight addition to your damage. So in this particular case, I'm going to show you what it's like if you literally just punch a target with Holy Fire up. So right now I have 2,514 to 3,353, and that is specifically because of the Holy Fire Aura. So if you look at my Holy Fire, my damage without Holy Fire Aura, I am only dealing 397 to 624, which not even really sure how I have that much with a punch attack, but you know, whatever. But when I put on the Holy Fire Aura, I am looking at basically 3,000 damage a hit. So I can switch to something like Zeal, for instance, and even just punching a target, I have a pretty significant damage output to any monster that's nearby. Now, of course, these monsters are immune to fire. Let me pick something that's not immune to fire, shall I? Let's see if we got something over here in the doojanks. Come a little closer. And I can literally punch the monster to death because of the fire damage from the Holy Fire Aura, as you can see. Now, the on-hit damage does require you to actually hit the target. The pulse damage does not. The pulse damage is going to trigger every 2 seconds to every monster nearby, and of course it scales depending on how close the monster is to you at any given point. Holy Fire is one of those abilities that actually does really good at low levels. When you're leveling up a Paladin, Holy Fire is actually kind of insane in normal difficulty. Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, even Act 4 and Act 5 in normal difficulty, it pretty much just demolishes everything. And all you have to do is just build the Holy Fire aura, the Resist Fire synergy, and the Salvation synergy. However, unfortunately, because of the way that fire resistance works in Diablo 2, and most monsters tend to become immune to fire in Nightmare and Hell difficulty, it kind of wanes off as you get into Act 4 Nightmare and up. Act 4 Nightmare is really where you're going to have the biggest issue, because that's where the majority of the fire immunes start to show up, and after that there are tons of fire immunes throughout the game, which make things pretty difficult. There are other ways to build Holy Fire with the exception of natively. So you don't have to only build Holy Fire natively. You can also build Holy Fire in other ways. Another way that you could build Holy Fire is through the use of items. So there are 3 such items within the game. 2 of them are one rune word called Dragon. The Dragon rune word is a shield rune word and an armor rune word, and it offers you a level 14 Holy Fire on both pieces of equipment. Now, item-based auras do not stack with native auras, unfortunately. So you cannot get a good effect if you utilize the native aura. So you're going to want to use something else besides the Holy Fire aura on your native use. And generally, when you're using the dragon armors, you're going to go with Conviction, which is going to be your main choice. So what you do is you run Conviction, which reduces the resistance of the monsters nearby, and you utilize the Dragon Armor, which gives you level 14 Holy Fire Aura, the Dragon Shield, which gives you level 14 Holy Fire Aura, and the Hand of Justice Phase Blade, or you could also make it in a Caduceus, which gives you level 16 Holy Fire Aura. And all of these add together. So you end up with 14 plus 14, which is 28, and then 14 plus 16, which is 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44. So level 44 Holy Fire Aura. Now, unfortunately, the aura itself is pretty garbage. So if you just build a Paladin and you utilize these pieces of equipment by themselves, the aura actually is pretty garbage, and it's not really going to dish out very much damage. In fact, to demonstrate this, let me go ahead and put my points back in, and I want you to see how much damage I'm doing right now. I'm only doing 1,233 to 1,572 with these 3 pieces on. And if I take them off, you'll notice that now I'm doing 137. So honestly, like, I wasn't even really getting that much from the Holy Fire Aura. So how do you increase the Holy Fire Aura? Well, you increase it the same way that you do when you're building the skill, except you don't have to build the skill. So when you're utilizing the items, what you're actually getting is you're getting the Holy Fire Aura at the set level of the items, which is level 44, as we just discussed. But you still need to build the synergies for the items. So to do this, you're going to look at the skill and say, okay, well, I need Resist Fire. So you're going to build Resist Fire. And then you can also see that you need Salvation. So you're going to build Salvation. And notice, all of a sudden, my damage has bumped up considerably by building the synergies for the Holy Fire Aura, but I do not have any points in the Holy Fire Aura itself, because the Holy Fire Aura is coming from the Hand of Justice, the Dragon, and the Dragon Shield. Now, these items can also be utilized on a Sorceress, using Fire Mastery. Instead of synergies, you utilize the Fire Mastery for this. Now, it is important to note that with the exception of the Sorceress and her Fire Mastery, the Amazon with maybe Exploding Arrow, and the Paladin with the synergies, there's really no other good use for the Holy Fire Aura. By itself, the Holy Fire Aura basically does no damage, and it's kind of useless. And if you don't have a way to increase the damage output of Holy Fire, it's not going to help you out at all. I've had a lot of people ask me questions like, what if I put dragon armor on my mercenary? And I'm like, it's a bad idea. Don't do it. What if I put a dragon shield on my Act 3 mercenary? And I'm like, it's a bad idea. Don't do it. These Holy X auras dish out basically no damage if they don't have synergy bonuses. And to really kind of like hammer that home, let's reset one more time and let me show you what it's like to have maxed out Holy Fire. Or sorry, you know what? Let's do level 14, which is the level on the armor, right? So level 14 Holy Fire does 99 to 150 fire damage, pretty pathetic, and 16 to 50 fire damage, pretty pathetic. It's awful. Even if you had 3 pieces on at level 44, it still would be next to nothing. But if I can cap it out here, and I can put my points in so I can actually wear my equipment. And let me kind of show you what it's like to have the highest level that you can get basically right now is level 25. At level 25, I'm still only doing 378 damage and 126 pulse damage. It's absolutely garbage. Without the synergies, Holy Fire just does not do enough damage to actually be useful to, well, anyone, to be honest. And this is really what it comes down to, is if you're going to build the synergies, great. If you're not going to build the synergies or you don't have Fire Mastery, pretty much don't use it. The only exception to this rule is Hand of Justice.
I can't use
so
this yet.
Hand of Justice is an oddity. Because Hand of Justice also has other effects on it, like negative 20% enemy fire resistance, and it has pretty decent damage, as well as freezes target, hits blinds target, all the other beautiful stuff. And it actually makes a pretty good weapon for a fire damage character. Now, remember earlier when I said, if you're not a sorceress, an Amazon, or a Paladin, Holy Fire is not for you. Well, the Amazon is the exception to that rule. The Exploding Arrow Amazon's best-in-slot bow is actually a Hand of Justice bow because it has the negative 20% enemy fire resistance, which is going to help out the Exploding Arrow tremendously, and also the Holy Fire Aura, even though the damage that it adds is minuscule, the Exploding Arrow Amazon has a way to multiply that damage even further by utilizing the piercing effect along with the exploding effect of Exploding Arrow to take a small amount of fire damage and multiply it into a larger amount. So the Holy Fire combined with the negative fire resistance actually works quite well on the Amazon Exploding Arrow. Also Immolation Arrow, but not quite as well on Immolation Arrow because Immolation Arrow has a delay on it and it can't be spammed quite as easily. And believe it or not, yes, you can make Hand of Justice in a bow. Overall, Holy Fire has definitely come a long way from the past, which is where it was pretty much just a laughable skill that nobody really put points into. It was used somewhat for early leveling, but nowadays with the buff that they made to it, along with the double damage for the radial increase and other beefinesses that they have added to it, it's actually quite interesting to build a Holy Fire Paladin now. Whether you're doing the native Holy Fire Paladin, or whether you're doing what's called the Dragon Paladin, which is where you need the 3 dragon rune words, any of them can actually be quite effective. There is also another build that you can do, which is also very interesting with Holy Fire, and I feel like we need to talk about that as well. That is a build that revolves around using a bow. That's right, pretty much a Strider Paladin, which is any Paladin that utilizes a bow is considered a Strider. And I do believe I still have him up here. Of course, that's the Bow Sorceress. And where is my Bow Paladin? That's the question. Not really quite sure where my Bow Paladin is. So basically how it works is the Bow Paladin is utilizing the same thing that happens with the Exploding Arrow Amazon. And I guess the best way to show this off is to go to the Exploding Arrow Amazon, or maybe even just go to my Exploding Arrow Sorceress, because both of them will work. But basically what you're doing is you're utilizing the very nice effect of exploding arrow, like on a demon machine, a Chuko Nu, and you're using that to multiply out the holy fire damage. So you use maxed out holy fire, you grab your synergies, you put on your holy fire, and you utilize a bow. So specifically the demon machine Chuko Nu bow, that's the one that you want. And then once you have all your doojanks, need a little couple of these little doojanks here. I got no gold, what's? That is a travesty.
Yes.
And what this does is it takes the on-hit damage, which is 4,989 right now, which is a pretty decent amount of on-hit damage, and it adds it to the exploding arrow of the effect. The purpose of this is to multiply out the holy fire damage to astronomical proportions. If you do it correctly, you will end up with a character who is firing basically a nuclear bomb out of his bow. Now, Exploding Arrow has never been something that has been known for its single target damage. That's not what you get out of Exploding Arrow. It's all about hitting multiple targets at the same time, dishing out multiple explosions, multiplying the damage by up to 6, sometimes even greater than 6 times, depending on how they are actually focused. Now, this is P8, by the way, so do keep that in mind. But basically how it works is you fire your arrow in, it goes through multiple targets. You want to go through as many targets as possible, by the way. And once you pierce as many targets as you can, the explosions hit everything multiple times. And you can get this damage output to pretty insane levels. And I am failing horribly here. And once you get it to the right amount of damage, you set everything up properly, you can actually hit pretty dang hard, especially if you get your pierces off correctly. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to find a group of monsters that is all nice and tightly knitted, or you get them to focus up yourself. A very good place to go is somewhere like Arcane Sanctuary, where you have a whole lot of monsters all nice and neatly lined up for you. And when you fire your arrow into the monsters, like for instance the ghosts when they come nearby, you get multiple explosions which all hit the targets at the same time. This particular Paladin is a very fun one to build, and there's a couple different ways that this can be done. But getting enough negative resistances, using things like fire sunders, all of which will maximize the damage output to the point of absurdity. The only real downside to this, in my opinion, is the single target damage output is very poor. It's just kind of the way that this particular build works, is the single target damage never tends to be very good. The cool thing about this, though, is that you don't have to just be a Strider Paladin. So if you do build a full native Holy Fire Paladin, you can still have on your swap a whole nother set of equipment, a sword and a shield, and you can have your character set up so that he's also a melee character as well. So you can just switch and swap back and forth between the two. Unfortunately, you can't do this with the dragon armor and the dragon shield, because obviously if you're firing a bow, you're not going to be able to get that effect. Hand of Justice doesn't work because it doesn't have any piercing effect, which is the most important thing for this particular build. You need at least 66% pierce from the demon machine, and then if you throw in Razor Tail, you're sitting at 99% pierce, which means that your attacks will pierce more often. To give you an idea of how much damage this does, let's do a little calculation in the background here. So let me pull up my character panel, and we're going to have some fun with this. So my current damage output for fire is 4,989. This gets added directly to the exploding arrow from the demon machine Chuko Nu. I take this 4,989 and I multiply it by 6. This is 5 pierces plus the last hit that goes off after the original pierce, which means I can dish out a total of 29,934 damage for on hit. Okay? The fire damage is also added to the explosion, which happens on each on hit. The explosions also deal another 29,934 damage, which can equal up to a pretty large amount. However, the explosion is a radial explosion, which hits everything within its radius. So, if you have a particularly dense set of monsters, like let's say for instance you have 50 monsters, which are all nice and densely packed, and you can hit all of them with all of the explosions. So you have 6 total explosions, dishing out 29,934 damage. Then you have 29,934 damage times 6 explosions times 50 monsters, which just gets dumb insane. Because basically what we're looking at is we're looking at the explosion hits all of the monsters within the radius, dishing out massive amounts of damage per shot. And this isn't even the end of it, because I can fire off 2.27 attacks per second, which is going to equivalent to a lot of freaking damage inside of a large pack of monsters. Now, unfortunately, the damage output for a single monster is still just 4,989. So 4,989 times 2, because the damage gets multiplied. So I'm still only doing about 9,000 damage to a single monster. Each time you increase your fire damage, this increases even more. So utilizing things like fire damage charms, enchant sticks like demon limb can enhance this even more, and you just add and add and add as much fire damage as you possibly can to the equation. Because even just a small amount of fire damage, when multiplied times 6, times 50 cows within a large group, can actually equate to a large damage increase. And this is the reason why the Amazon is one of the only characters that can actually get good use out of Holy Fire Aura, because it can multiply that 140 fire damage that it's getting by a pretty nice amount. These builds are niche builds, and they're very fun to play. If you've never played a Strider Paladin, I would definitely recommend giving it a try, because it's just a fun way to build a Paladin. And theoretically, if you did it properly, you could have even more damage than an Exploding Arrow Amazon, because you would have the damage from Holy Fire Aura, and potentially, if you had an enchant Sork enchant you with a full damage enchant, they could add another 3,000 fire damage on top of that, making the fire damage just go through the roof, just insanely. And you would need to add in more things like negative fire res. Enigma is nice and all, but negative fire res helps this build so much that you would much rather be better off with something like a 4-faceted, like J-Mod or something, or even an Arcane's Valor with a fire facet in it. You probably also want to put a fire facet in the Demon Machine. That's also going to increase your damage pretty dramatically. In fact, all the negative fire res that you can get is definitely what you want. If you can manage to get yourself 5% in the weapon, 5% in the armor, and 15% on the helmet, that's going to give you a very nice negative 25%, which isn't too bad, but you definitely could use more than that if you can manage it. Even things like a Conviction Aura from a Mercenary would be useful. Lower resistance from a Mercenary would be useful. Obviously, the Fire Sunder in here is going to make a big deal. I think I don't have a Fire Sunder for some reason. I must have stolen it from him at some point, which is probably the case. I think that's pretty much it for Holy Fire. It's definitely an interesting ability. It's much more powerful since they patched it. It has a lot of versatility across multiple characters. You can make a Holy Fire Sorceress, you can make a Holy Fire Paladin, you can make a Dragon Paladin, you can make a frickin' Strider Paladin. and it's pretty amazing these days. In fact, if you guys don't know about this, back when they were first buffing it up, they actually overtuned it like absolutely insane, and it was so powerful that you could literally just like AFK and players ate cows and just murder everything that came near you. It was pretty bad. They actually had to dial it back a little bit to make it a little less broken, overpowered. Which they did, but it's still pretty powerful even after that nerf. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Alright, 2 more auras and we're finished with the Paladin auras. I'm gonna go take a Pepis real quick, and I'm gonna take my dog out to do a Pepis as well. Cody, you gotta go Pepis dudas. Cody, gotta do Pepis. Alright, we'll be right back, guys. I'm back. Man, how long have I been recording videos? 5 hours? Holy phrase. The phrase of the holy. It's so holy. It's a holy phrase. It's so good. It frees you so good. You be like, oh God, why you freeze me so good? Don't freeze me so good. That's not nice. I don't like that. Yes. Hot. I'm gonna get that tail. Give me that tail. Give me that tail. Give me that tail. That's right, I'm gonna bite it. What you gonna do about it? I'll bite your tail. Monster. You're a monster. Listen to you. You sound like a monster even. You even sound like a monster. Monster. What you doing, monster? He said, don't tell me what to do. I'll bite you. I'm a dog. Got teeth. Alright, I already know everything I need to know about Holy Freeze. If you guys are unaware, I actually did a whole character based around Holy Freeze. His name was Frosty Cheeks. If you guys haven't seen my Frosty Cheeks video, I actually made a pretty decent Holy Freeze Paladin. Very, very competent Holy Freeze Paladin. Worked really well. I was actually quite surprised at how well he did. And honestly, having maximum Holy Freeze is just like redonkuloid. But we'll get into that. We'll get into that. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over the Paladin aura known as Holy Freeze. Holy Freeze is one of my favorite auras, and that's just simply because it's so ridiculously powerful. And I'd like to go over these real quick. Let's take off of this dude, Shanks. Well, actually, I want to keep that up. But basically, Holy Freeze is a aura that specifically gives massive amounts of cold damage, as well as a cold pulsing damage, but that's not all. Unlike with Holy Fire and Holy Freeze, or Holy Shock, which are pretty much primarily damage auras, Holy Freeze is more of a utility aura in that it gives another effect, which is the enemy slowed by effect. So not to be confused with cold damage, which cold damage is a chilling effect. Chilling effects are completely different than enemies slowed by. When you chill an enemy, they do get slower, of course. But when you freeze an enemy with the... when you freeze an enemy, they actually get completely frozen. But when you slow an enemy down with the enemy slowed by effect, it actually does not count as a cold effect at all. It actually counts as something completely different known as a slow. So 30% slow at level 1 is actually pretty good already. But when you start to pump points into it very quickly, even with just 1 point, it goes to level 15, which is a 52% slow. And if you beef it up high enough, if you throw 20 points into it, you'll notice that now we're at level 34 with a 57% slow. And the damage output isn't amazing without the synergies. So right now we have 485 to 490 damage added to our attack, and we have a 97 to 196 damage pulse. Now, you can beef this up by going with Resist Cold and Salvation, which are going to get you a pretty big damage bump in the Holy Freeze aura. So now we're at 2,618 to 2,645 damage, and 523 to 1,058 damage on the pulse. Now, this isn't even as high as it goes. Let's go over to Frosty Cheeks, which is my Holy Freeze Paladin that I made. If you'd like to check his video out, there's actually a Theorycraft video up on him where I spent a lot of time trying to develop his character. And I really kind of did figure out exactly what it was I needed to do with him. But it looks like I am missing some of his equipment, of course. I love to steal equipment from characters. Seems like my gag. But utilizing the correct equipment, you can actually make some pretty crazy Holy Freeze characters. And it looks like I'm missing the strength that I need. Let's just go ahead and fix this guy real quick so he can actually put on his equipment. Bink, bink, bink. And Holy X characters tend to use things like Zeal. That's your main damage output right there, because you want to be able to attack as fast as possible. And this is something that I failed to go over in the Holy Fire video, but let me talk about this aspect really quickly. Because you are dishing out elemental damage, which is not subjected to the weapon that you have on, you actually want to attack as fast as possible because you can apply that cold damage quickly. The quicker you can apply that cold damage, the better. There is also another aspect to the Holy X auras, which has been added recently in one of the patches, is that it does more damage with the pulse, depending on how close you are to the target. So right now it tells you that I'm doing 996 cold damage on the top end of my pulse damage, which is, you know, not bad. But when I'm in melee range, it's actually 200% of what that states. So we're looking at more like 2,000 damage when I'm close to the target. Now, when you level it up high enough, the radius goes like kind of bonkers. Right now it's at 24.6 yards. And so when you go out and you actually utilize it in an area, let's go to Canyon of the Magi real quick. What you're going to notice is that pretty much every monster within range gets chilled by the aura. And let me actually put the aura on. And the chilling effect also slows them down. Now, it's important to note that slows target does not work on casters. And I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't work on casters, but it doesn't work on casters. This is because of reasons. So when you're out and about, when you're, you know, like in Chaos Sanctuary, or, you know, when you're in, say, Halls of Pain and you come across a bunch of caster-type monsters, they're not going to be affected by the Holy Freeze aura the same way that the melees will. It's also important to note that the Holy Freeze aura, when it procs on the target, will trigger effects like lightning enchantment, you know, various things that will come out of the monster when you hit them. But as you can see, it is dishing out a pretty steady amount of damage to these targets, like, all the time. Another thing that we need to talk about is the slows target ability, how it stacks. So the cap for slows target is actually 80%. And if you have enough slows target equipment, you can reach that cap. But it doesn't quite work the way that you would think. So let's take, for instance, a mythical number. Let's just say that a monster has a speed of 100. And we are currently at 57% enemy slow. How it works is it subtracts the 57%, like this. And now the monster is at 43. So basically a speed of 43% of what he normally is. If you have another, say, 20% or 40% decrease in speed from another item, like, for instance, I have one on right now, which is slows target by 10% from Arachnid's Mesh. It doesn't add to the slows target from Holy Freeze. It doesn't go to 67%. Instead, what it does is it subtracts from the number that's left over from the first number subtracting. So at 57%, we ended up with 43. Well, 43 is then subtracted by 10%, which brings us to 38.7, and so forth and so on. So every slows target that you apply to a monster is going to subtract from what was left over after the last one subtracted from the monster, which can go all the way to the point where it reaches the cap of 80%. Well, 80% of 100 would be 20. And so I was actually going to show you. is 20. So once we reach the 20% speed number, it cannot go any lower, but it's kind of difficult to reach that number unless you have multiple slows target effects going off at the same time. Now, there is a mercenary within the game that has slows target on it, and it's actually a very popular one because slows target is very powerful to help keep you and your mercenary alive. And that is the Act 2 Mercenary. So you can buy an Act 2 Mercenary that has a relatively decent Holy Freeze aura of, level 16, which isn't too bad. It's unsynergized, so it doesn't get a huge amount of damage, not like the synergized version. But it does have a decent amount of slows target and a decent range of 14 yards. Not quite as good as the 24.6 yards of the level 32 version. And of course, if you can get Holy Freeze even higher than that, then it's definitely going to have even more damage output and even larger radius. But the one that comes from the Mercenary will stack with other effects. So it is actually a really common use case scenario to take the Holy Freeze Merc and combine it with things like the Clay Golem on the Necromancer, which also has slows target, Decrepify Curse, which is also slows target, and so forth and so on. And if you combine enough slows target effects on a monster, you can start to make some magical things happen. For instance, Bale will teleport away, from you pretty much all the time. However, if you apply enough slows target to Bale, he will have a hard time activating any of his abilities because he will be so slow that it's almost like he's literally stuck in time. And you will be able to interrupt any of the abilities that he tries to put out relatively easily. So not only does Holy Freeze have very nice damage output for a Holy X aura, it also has very good utility as well, in that it prevents monsters from being able to fight back as easily. The difference is pretty staggering when you actually, utilize it, because having a aura that slows down every monster within 24.6 yards is pretty massive. I mean, if I take this back to Kingdom of the Magi, you can pretty much just run through the monsters. Like, laugh at them as they try to get closer to you. Like, most of them will not even be able to catch you. And a lot of this is because it's combining two effects. So a lot of people think it's just the slows target on Holy Freeze that actually does most of the heavy lifting. But it's actually the chill effect also that's having a huge effect. So chill and enemies slowed by actually do stack together. And because Holy Freeze is a cold damage effect, it is also applying the chill at the same time as it's applying the enemy slow. Now, some monsters in the game, like ghosts, cannot be slowed. As you can see here, the ghosts are not being slowed at all by the effect. There is a short list of monsters within the game that enemies slowed by does not work on. Death Lords, ghosts, gloams, just to name a few. Those monsters, unfortunately, are completely unaffected by pretty much any crowd control effects, like enemies slowed by, chilling. I'm trying to remember the other ones that they're not affected by. But really, for the case of this video, it's just important to note that Holy Freeze does not stop those particular monsters. Now, not all Death Lords are immune to Holy Freeze. It's actually kind of weird. So some of them are, and some of them aren't. There's a couple that appear in places like Crystalline Passage, Glacial Trail, and these areas. These ones are actually not immune to the freezing effects. It's actually only the ones that appear in Worldstone specifically that are immune to the Holy Freeze effect. And it's really annoying, because when you come across a extra fast, like, fanaticized pack of Death Lords down here in Worldstone Keep, you really wish that Holy Freeze actually did work on them. But do keep in mind that it doesn't not affect all of them, only just specific ones. However, it will not affect any ghosts in any place, and it will not affect any gloams. However, that's only in Hell difficulty. So in Nightmare difficulty and in normal difficulty, Holy Freeze will actually affect the ghosts. And to show this off, I can go to Nightmare real quick, and we'll hop down in Arcane Sanctuary. And I can show you that Holy Freeze does actually affect the ghosts in Nightmare and Normal. As you can see, they are getting slowed in Nightmare and Normal difficulty. So it's interesting to note that Holy Freeze will actually be very useful all the way up until Hell difficulty when the monsters that are immune to the slows target by effects start to appear. That's when things start to get a little bit hairy. Death Lords in particular tend to be one of the more nasty ones because they'll run up on you like a friggin' gang crew because you made the wrong sign. I don't even know. It's freaking scary as I don't even know what. When you have one of those extra fast fanaticized packs of Death Lords run up on you, like, you scream like a little girl. I mean, that's just, unfortunately. And you try your best to get away because you know, like, you just know that they're just going to rip through your mercenary. They're going to rip through your minions, and they're going to come for you next. As soon as they get a chance, they're coming for them cheeks. Frosty Cheeks is just one of the characters that I've made with Holy Freeze. There are some other ways that you can get Holy Freeze besides the mercenary and native use. One of them is a very expensive rune word called... why did I forget the name of it all of a sudden? Isn't it called Doom? I think it's called Doom. Doom. Let me verify real quick before I make a fool out of myself. Yes, Doom is the rune word, and it has level 12 Holy Freeze aura. Now, the Holy Freeze aura on Doom is really not high enough level to actually output any significant damage, but it does give you a very nice holy, slows target by effect, which is definitely very nice. Unfortunately, one of the main issues with Doom is, well, number one, it's expensive, but that's not really what I'm talking about. It's expensive, and it also has, like, no durability. Unfortunately, it can only be made in axes, hammers, and polearms, and if you want to make it in a one-handed weapon, you're kind of relegated to axes, which have basically no durability, and you're going to be in town repairing the thing, like, every 5 minutes, which is unfortunate. It's sad. I would really like to see Doom get a little bit of a patch there to change the durability issues, or just kind of fix some of the axe durabilities, because the axe durabilities are so bad. Like, one of the best axes in the game has a durability of 24, which makes it just awful. Just absolutely awful to utilize. I think that's pretty much it for Holy Freeze. It is a absolutely amazing ability. It's amazing in native new use. It's amazing for mercenaries. It is amazing, honestly, just in general because of the slows target effect, and it is great for tons of characters besides paladins. One of the, I think, most popular mercenaries in the pool right next to the Might Merc. Because if you don't need might, well, a defensive mercenary is just as valuable. In fact, it keeps him alive just as much as it keeps you alive. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, even when we're just yakking about Holy Freeze and how amazing it is. And as always, keep freezing. Alright, Holy Freeze is out of the way, and now we get to move on to Holy Shock. The shocking shocker of Shocking Land. Yes, so shocking that even the shockers didn't know about the shockiness of the shocks. Ah, yes, I was once a shocking person like you until I made less shockingness. Ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. How many videos have I recorded today? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Wow, 18 videos so far. Sexy. That should hold me for a little while. Ooh, that was a nice finger crack. Man, that felt good.
welcome.
Pink. Alright, let's go back to... What do I have those? I didn't pull out the dream helmet, did I yet? I don't think I did. I can see clearly now the dream is gone. I don't know why. Why? Do I have someone assisting me with my production? No, I do not, tax cut. I've got... I do most of these videos on the fly. There's no script. It's pretty much just me and my brain, which is terrible because my brain's awful, but maybe if I did have somebody help me with production, it might increase the value of my channel. One day or another, I'm gonna find ya. I'm gonna poke a Kubus in the eyeball, yeah? We're gonna poke him. Why you run away, Kubus? You don't want to get poked in the eye? It's a no. He gives me the side eye now. Like, he looks at me like this. He's like, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He's like, mm-hmm. 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 But then if I have something in my hand. That's delicious, Kubus. You want some? He's still giving me side eye. He's still giving me side eye. He's like, I don't believe. He said, you gonna heckin' bamboozle. I don't like heckin' bamboozles. Take your heckin' bamboozles and shove them up your bamboozle. Here, Boobus. Come here. Come here, Boobus. Come here, Boobus. You being a good boy? Are you being goodest? Are you being the goodest? Don't you gotta be goodest. But don't be baddest. You gotta be goodest. You gotta be goodest. Be goodest. Gotta be goodest. Goodest. Gotta be goodest. Long, yeah, but like it. Alright, get down, boy.
Come on.
On it goes every single time like a noose around a hook. Takes out my headset every single time. I even moved it to the side and I even put it up on the table. He still managed to get it stuck around his foot and yanked it off the table. You the rudest of Buddhas. That's all I got to say about you. Rudest of Buddhas. Rudest. I need a crescent moon. I need a moon of the crescent. The crescent moon. What are you crying for? I'll poke you in the nose. Pimple boy. Why you got pimples like a teenager? I was talking to you, pimple boy.
Good afternoon.
Here he comes. This time, not pimple boy. You's a pimple boy. I'm gonna see them pimples on your little lips. I'm gonna squeeze one. I'm gonna squeeze it. How about that? I'm gonna squeeze a pimple. Good. Fight me. I don't care. You fight. Go ahead. Big baby. All right. Let's do this. Let's do this holy shock video. Now that we're almost done with all the auras, I'm going slightly insane, so. 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be talking about one of the, I think, more powerful auras within the tree, and that is the Holy Shock aura. The Holy Shock aura is pretty massively powerful in the way that it does massive amounts of max damage, but also kind of crappy in the way that it does 1 damage for the minimum. So it hits kind of like somewhere in between that cycle. Like Holy Fire, it does massive amounts of damage in its respective element, but it's a much higher level aura, which means that you really can't build it early on because it's one of those level 24 auras. To get maximum benefit out of it, you have to stack as many points as you can into the aura itself, and then also build the Resist Lightning and the Salvation aura to get, optimal effect. This gives us a Holy Shock aura, which is pretty darn sweet, of 1 to 5,947 and 1 to 1,982 pulse damage. So it's important to note that there are multiple aspects going on here when it comes to this ability. It's not just the on-hit damage, and it's not just the pulse damage. It's actually both. So the pulse damage goes off on basically anything that's nearby. And of course, this ability actually goes a lot higher than this. 27 is actually kind of low. I seem to be missing a lot of plus to skills here. But we'll remedy that eventually. If you build it natively, you can actually get it a hell of a lot higher than this. In fact, you know what? Let me see if I can... I'm trying to think if I have one that already has offensive skillers on. I think... Hydra does. Let's try Hydra. I think he's running full offensive skillers, isn't he? Yes, he is. And that'll be a little bit more plus to skills than the average Doojanks. Give us a little bit better idea of how this works. And we can always throw on... Got a Enigma. It's +2. That'll work just fine for now. We don't really have a good weapon and shield I can throw on him, though, unfortunately. Let's see what I can grab from one of my other characters so we can get a better representation of the way that this would work. Well, that one's definitely not going to be it. I was going to steal some equipment, and that's definitely the wrong one to steal equipment from. Let's try the North Star Paladin. I think he has some pretty decent plus to skill equipment that we can yank. He's got a Haas. We can steal his Haas. That'll definitely work. And looks like he's wearing a +2 helmet. Let's grab the +2 helmet. That'll definitely work. And then he's got a pretty decent +2 little amulet there. A lot of little decent items. Not bad at all. Steals Astrion's Iron Ward too. Why not? We'll steal everything from Northstar. He doesn't deserve none of it. Bink. Alright, that should give us a better representation. So let's go ahead and reset him real quick. Alright, now we're looking at level 38, which is a lot better than what we were looking at before. And as you can see now, it does 1 to 10,000 damage and 1 to 3,342. And it can get a lot higher than that. We can easily get that up to like 40, 45. And a better melee weapon would be something like Crescent Moon with negative 35% enemy lightning resistance, which I don't have on me right now. But basically how this works is as you're running around and you're actually trying to just like, just exist, the aura will pulse damage on targets once every 2 seconds. That is the 1 to 3,342. This is actually doubled if they are in melee range. So if you let them come within melee range, they will take more damage because they are in melee range than they would otherwise normally. Now, of course, this is lightning damage. So if a monster is immune or mostly immune to lightning damage, it's going to do less than it would to anything else. Arcanishu is always lightning enchanted, so that's the reason why he's taking much less damage than he would normally, which is why things like Crescent Moon are so powerful on this particular character. Also, the ability also has an on-hit damage, which requires you to physically connect with the target. The on-hit damage is the 10,000 damage that you see there, which is about average 5,000. So when you actually physically attack a target, you're going to apply that lightning damage to the target on each subsequent hit. Now, beefing this up to the maximum requires things like a lightning sunder, good amounts of negative resistance, and all sorts of various stuff. The thing about Holy Shock, though, is that a lot of people like to run Holy Shock and Conviction. So you can make a very powerful native use Holy Shock Paladin, and we have definitely done that. Bob, one of our kinship members, ran a native Holy Shock Paladin at the same time I ran a native Holy Freeze Paladin, and both of them really kicked butt. It really involves things like Crescent Moon, Griffin's Eye Diadem, and basically a whole lot of frickin' lightning facets. And by the time you're done, you have a huge amount of negative resistance to lightning. You're breaking the resistance with the lightning sunder, and usually you use something like a Conviction Mercenary, an Infinity Mercenary, to top off the negative resistance entirely, which gets you, honestly, better damage than Dreams. And Dreams is another topic that we have to talk about. So Holy Shock is not the only way to build a Holy Shock Paladin. Another way to build a Holy Shock Paladin is to use the Dream Shield and the Dream Helmet. Now, in this particular case, when you utilize the Dream Shield and the Dream Helmet, you will get a pretty massive bump in damage output by combining the auras of the two items. The level 15 Holy Shock aura from the Dream Helmet and the level 15 Holy Shock aura from the Dream Shield combine together to make a level 30 Holy Shock aura. Now, you don't need to actually put points into Holy Shock if you do this particular build. You only need to put points into the Resist Lightning skill and the Salvation skill, because these two auras are going to be automatically on your character combined to level 30. As you can see already, I already have 8,189 damage from the two auras. On top of this, you can level up Conviction instead, which is another way that you can do this. This allows you to run Conviction at the same time as running the native Holy Shock aura, which is extremely powerful because it gives you a large amount of negative resistance to all monsters nearby. So you end up with a pretty decent amount of lightning damage and a huge amount of negative resistance by running the Dream Helmet and the Dream Shield. The only problem with the Dream Helmet and the Dream Shield is it kind of locks you into those choices with the helmet and the shield. The weapon choice that you're most likely going to choose is Crescent Moon. So if you do happen to build this particular build, Crescent Moon Sword is literally going to be your best in slot. you dish out so much lightning damage that negative 30%, 35% enemy lightning resistance is a huge boost in damage for this particular build. And Crescent Moon is honestly just a no-brainer when it comes to Dreams. Other people would choose something more like a Grief or a physical damage weapon, but it really doesn't make much sense when the majority of your damage output is lightning. And increasing the lightning damage is the best way that you're going to get damage output increase. Not only because of the on-hit damage, which is definitely very nice, but the ranged damage is going to be enhanced by the negative 35% on the Crescent Moon as well. So when you're running a Dream Paladin, and you're running around in, I don't know, let's say Canyon of the Magi, and the aura is pulsing on various targets, the aura is going to do more damage just simply because you have that Crescent Moon on. And as you can see, it already does pretty decent damage just without the Crescent Moon. In this particular case, you can also use these dream items on other characters. So it's important to talk about that as well. So the damage of Holy Shock Aura is actually pretty bad if you don't have some way to beef up the lightning damage. And we need to talk about that real quick, because a lot of people get confused on this, and they think that Holy Shock or the dream items might be good to use on a mercenary, or they might be good to use on their druid, or some other characters. But the thing is that Holy Shock kind of sucks if you don't actually have any points to beef up lightning damage. As you can see right here, this is level 32, which is actually 2 levels higher than the aura actually is from Dreams. And as you can see, it's only dishing out 1,848, 1 to 1,848, which is an average damage of about 900, so about 950 average damage on hit, by the way. And then the lightning damage pulse is 1 to 616, which is an average of about 300 lightning damage on the pulse. As you can see, it's nowhere near as good. Even if you can wear both items, it's nowhere near as good as with the synergies. There is one exception to this, and that is the Lightning Sorceress. So the Lightning Sorceress has Lightning Mastery, which will enhance any lightning damage that comes out of the character. Now, if you put 2 dreams on a Lightning Sorceress with maxed out Lightning Mastery, you actually can get equivalent damage to a Holy Shock Paladin using this method. It's actually known as the Dream Sorceress. So a Dream Sorceress is totally a build that goes on utilizing Holy Shock. Holy Shock is definitely a fun one. It does have some downsides because the damage output is really random. Sometimes it'll hit the monsters for basically nothing, and sometimes it will hit the monsters for a massive, ridiculous amount of damage. But it really just kind of depends on how your luck is rolling at that particular day. Holy Fire has a much more stable output, and Holy Freeze is much better in terms of its utility because it applies a slow. All in all, between the Holy X auras, all 4 of them, Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, Holy Shock, and Sanctuary, Holy Shock is definitely the one that's capable of the highest damage output if the rolls go in the ability's favor. Holy Freeze is definitely the one that is the best utility because it has the chilling effect and the enemy's slowed by effect. And Holy Fire tends to be the one with the most stable damage output, so you're not really gambling so much on whether or not you get a high roll or a low roll. In my opinion, Dreams is an absolutely excellent one to add to a character because the Dream Helmet and the Dream Shield are very fun to use. Not only that, but they also will apply Confuse when struck and some other very interesting things like Magic Find, as well as just simply being cool items to put on characters just for fun. You can basically take the Dream Shield and the Dream Helmet, and you can put it on just about any Paladin as long as you have the synergies. And that's really the most important thing, is if you build the synergies for the ability, which is the Resist Lightning and the Salvation, then it will work on any Paladin that you want to put it on. It might not be the best choice for any paladin, but it's definitely one that you can do for fun. Now, something that I've seen a lot of people do is combine different auras together. So you can combine the Dream Helmet and the Dream Shield with one of the other auras, like building native Holy Fire, for instance, and running Holy Fire and Holy Shock at the same time, which is pretty cool. Same thing with Holy Freeze and Holy Shock, or Holy Fire and Holy Freeze, etc., etc. And you can even combine together various pieces of equipment like the dragon armor, the dragon shield, and like a dream helmet, and have like a little, like, you know, tri-combo going on, which is kind of interesting. There's a lot of ways that you can mess around with the Holy X auras, and you can have some fun with them. And Holy Shock is definitely not a slouch in this regard, because there's a lot of fun ways that you can build with it. I think that pretty much covers everything for this. Unfortunately, unlike Holy Fire, there's no exploding arrow that you can take advantage of. And even though the Sorceress can take advantage of Holy Shock, she still has to go in there and hit things to really get good damage out of it. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, and keep watching. Okay, so what's left? Let's take a look here. So, combat tree. What have we done on the combat tree? We have done Holy Shield. That's already been finished. Fist of the Heavens has already been done. Holy Bolt has already been done. Smite has already been done. So the only ones on the combat tree that have not been finished for the Paladin are Sacrifice, Zeal, Vengeance has already been done. Vengeance has already been done. Sacrifice, Zeal, Conversion, and Hammers. Those are the only ones that haven't been done. And then the Paladin will be finished. Do I have the stamina? Do I have the sanity? I think I need some crackers. First time seeing you on Twitch, been seeing you on YouTube for a while. Well, welcome to the party, Vin Lokang. I always dual stream on Twitch and YouTube for, what's the term? Like publicity reasons, you know, just to get my name out there as much as possible. It's really not like, Twitch isn't my main platform, but I always stream on here anyway. There's some VODs up there. I used to be an affiliate. I'm not an affiliate on Twitch anymore because I took it away. I didn't want to have to deal with the dual streaming issue. Maybe one day I'll become a partner, if I can manage to get that. But to become a partner is a little bit more detailed than becoming a affiliate. Will you get away from my cracker, sir? But if I do become a partner, I believe in the contract for a partner, it allows for dual streaming. So, one day, maybe. Alright, I feel better now that I had a cracker. One cracker to rule them all, and in the darkness bind them. Delicious. One delicious cracker, yum, yum, yum. One delicious, delicious cracker, yes. Oh, delicious crackers. Cody, leave the chinchillas alone. They are too small, and you are too big. You are a giganormous. You are a gigantosaurus. You are a jingangalangatangus. Okay? There's a little teeny things. They's like this big. Use a gigantosaurus and they's little pitanis. Okay? Don't be mean to them. And remember, your paws are really big, and when you jump up on the cage, you could hurt them. Don't do that. That'd be nice. You gigantosaurus. Gigantopankalankus. That's right, I said it. And these are my crackums. You can't have my crackums. Back off. I see you eyeballing my crackers. Don't think I don't see you eyeballing my crackers, sir. Would you like one of these crackers? Would you like one of these? Would you like a crackum? Would you like one of these? Yes. You can have the crackums. There you go. Take it, take it. What are you doing? Is that a good peanut butter crackums? Yeah? You like that? He said, you got some more? I'm a big gigantic. He said, I'm a big gigantosaurus. He said, I need more than just one crackums. He said, you can't just give me one. He said, I'm a giant dog. He said, that cracker wasn't even bigger than my nose. It tasted good, though. All right, let's do sacrifice. Let's get this party started. Let's get this party started right. Let's use the Eth-Zotted Caduceus for this and the Herald of Zachariam. That sounds like fun. Sacrificial lamb. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we have, I think we finished a lot of the abilities from the Paladin. I think all of the defensive auras and all of the offensive auras are done, and most of the combat skills are finished. And we're kind of working on just what's left. Sacrifice is what we're going to be working on today, and Sacrifice is, well, it's an interesting one. I never particularly liked Sacrifice. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I thought Sacrifice was bad. And the reason why I thought Sacrifice was bad was, well, it was bad. I mean, it's not just me thinking it. It really was. It had a lot of glitches, and there were some issues with it. Most notably is it would often miss targets for no reason. There were a lot of, like, really stupid things going on with the way that the ability worked. Sometimes if a monster was walking away from you at the time when you use Sacrifice, it would often just, like, pretend like it would actually do something, and then it wouldn't do anything. A lot of those bugs have actually been fixed. So Sacrifice no longer has a lot of those crappy things going on with it, which if you've, in the past, you used Sacrifice and you thought to yourself, wow, this skill sucks, you weren't wrong. But you might want to give it another try now because it definitely has been beefed up a little bit, and a lot of the bugs that were in, you know, making Sacrifice so terrible have been patched out. So it actually works a hell of a lot better now than it did before. They also introduced a reducing of the damage to self on the ability as well. So not only now does it actually hit properly like it's supposed to, but they took the damage to self and started to reduce it as you level it up. So you'll notice that even though it starts at 8%, when you get to a certain level, it actually goes to 1%, and it starts to go really, really low. The damage to self is almost negligible at that particular point, and of course it costs no mana because it's a sacrifice ability. So in general, with this particular ability, it's great to use early on because early on the Paladin has like no mana. I think you start with like 15 mana as a Paladin, which is just awful. And being able to use Zeal any certain number of times past like 2 or 3 at early levels is just god-awful because you don't have any mana leech, you don't have any way to restore your mana's not regenerating very quickly, and it's just kind of a pain in the butt. So Sacrifice works pretty good in the early levels when you really don't have a lot of mana and you haven't found a mana leech ring yet. And the interesting thing about this ability is it does actually have a really significant amount of physical damage increase. So even just by itself, as you can see, it hits 690% increase in damage. But it has 2 synergies. One is Redemption, which is on the defensive tree, and putting 15 or 20 points into Redemption is going to net you a very nice 15% per level, which is going to get you all the way up to 990% increase. And then the second skill that it has damage per level is Fanaticism, which is down here. And Fanaticism is going to get you another increase in the damage output to 1090% per hit. Now, of course, if you utilize Fanaticism with the ability, you're going to get a very nice amount of damage. As you can see, I'm currently dishing out 4,302 to 5,600 damage, sacrifice damage, with an Ethereal Astrion's Iron Ward Caduceus. This is not the best weapon that you could potentially use with this. In fact, it would probably be a Grief. But the reason why I'm not showing you Grief is because, well, Grief doesn't show its damage output. The rather unfortunate thing about Grief is that, well, it just doesn't actually show on the character panel. So when you're utilizing Grief and you look at the character panel, it just kind of shows you nothing. Now, Sacrifice is a rather simple ability. It does lots of physical damage. You hit a target, some blood comes out. Like, it's actually kind of funny to watch. In the old version of the game, especially, like, this is one of my favorites, is you would walk up to a monster and you just see blood squirting out of yourself. Like, it just falls on the ground, too. Like, you can literally see the blood on the ground from literally just squirting blood out of yourself. And it also makes a very iconic sound. Now, part of Sacrifice's main issue is that it's really just single target damage. While it does do a very significant bonk to the target, it's still a single target bonk, which is not quite as good as a, AoE bonk. Zeal tends to be the preferred choice because, well, Zeal just tends to hit more monsters quicker. Not that it does more damage, but that it spreads the damage out more evenly, and so you can kill more monsters quicker with it. Which, it's not really like either here or there. Like, it's really just what people choose, and it's a delivery method more than anything. Zeal just tends to deliver damage better than Sacrifice does. If you're utilizing things like Holy Fire, Holy Shock, Holy Freeze, or if you're just trying to dish out as much damage as possible with a physical damage attack, Zeal can more often than not be a better choice because it's going to hit more monsters faster. Whereas Sacrifice tends to be a much higher physical donk to the monsters. When it comes to Players 8, even in Hell difficulty, which is what I'm at right now, you'll notice that I can pretty much just donk the crap out of just about anything I come to with this. And this is with not the optimal weapon that you would potentially use with this build. Like I said, you would probably use Grief for the damage output, but this weapon still seems to work pretty well as well. And as you can clearly see, and I feel like this exemplifies my point quite well, is that it doesn't really dish out very good AoE damage. So in that situation, you noticed I was surrounded by a bunch of monsters, and it wasn't that I had any issue killing any of them, because I was dishing out plenty of damage, and I was able to kill any of them with relative ease. But I still had to go around donking every single monster to get that damage output out. And so Sacrifice kind of lacks in just simply the ability to kill multiple monsters quickly. However, it does have very good single target damage, works very good versus things like bosses and whatnot, and it also costs no mana, which means that you don't necessarily need any kind of mana leech with this particular ability, and you can focus on things like life leech and other effects like crushing blow, open wounds, deadly strike, which is going to help out tremendously with this particular type of attack, and even other effects that might be useful, like proccing effects, things like Carrion Wind for stuns, things like Venom on Treachery, or Principle has Holy Bolt on striking, things like that. There's tons of different ways you can take advantage of an ability like this, but in my opinion, Sacrifice still kind of lacks a little bit over Zeal, just simply because the game's not really so much about killing one monster really fast, it's about killing lots of monsters really fast, and Sacrifice is not really good at killing lots of monsters really fast, unfortunately. It is, however, way better than it was before. And I know I said that at the beginning of the video, but I feel like I really need to stress this point. For those of you who have ever tried out Sacrifice in the past, especially in Classic or in D2 LOD, Sacrifice has seen some significant improvements with Diablo 2 Resurrected. And with recent patches specifically, Sacrifice was fixed. A lot of bugs were fixed with it, and it has generally just been improved to the point where it is a very workable and very usable skill. And if you would like to use or build a Sacrifice Paladin at this particular point, this is the best time to do it, because Sacrifice is at the best it's probably ever going to be. Redemption, which is the synergy for Sacrifice, is actually not terrible for this particular build either. So if you ever find yourself in a situation where you actually are consuming a lot of your HP with Sacrifice, Redemption comes in handy as a swap to. So usually what I do is I'll put like Fanaticism and Redemption on two different buttons, so like F5 and F6, and then what you do is you just scroll between them. So as you're running around and you're dishing out your damage, you can just scroll between the two, pull up your Redemption, heal yourself or whatever, and then scroll back to Fanaticism. You don't really have to run Redemption all the time, and it's definitely not something that is, you know, wanted to be run all the time, because the item find barbarians and whatnot will yell at you, and that's generally, you know, they get angry. They get grumpy. Let me just say that much. They get grumpy. But if you turn it on when you need it and you turn it off when you don't, you'll find that Redemption is actually a surprisingly useful aura. It also looks different enough from Fanaticism that you're not going to mistake the two auras together. Cough, cough, Thorns, and Might, unfortunately. They do look very similar, although it's hard to tell them apart sometimes when you aren't used to it, or if they're both on top of each other even, then things get even more confusing, because they both look so similar. Although Thorns does spin a little bit, and Might doesn't. As for Sacrifice specifically, though, it does work very well with Fanaticism, and hitting the maximum breakpoint for speed on Sacrifice can help a little bit to mitigate the fact that it is one of those abilities that is pretty much just a one donk ability. You know, you go up, you donk a monster, you kill it, you move on to the next monster, and so forth and so on. It's very similar in a lot of ways to Charge, which has a lot of increased damage as well. Although Charge has even more increased damage and is even more of a one donk ability than Sacrifice is, if that's even possible. Although Charge does not have the beautiful no mana cost that Sacrifice does. And in fact, Charge actually costs way too much mana. It'll burn through all your mana relatively quickly for that massive damage bump that it's giving. So in terms of like how these effects actually, these physical damage skills actually affect the character, it's really easily quantifiable. Zeal is majorly the skill that you use when you are attacking something with a large group of monsters, or you are trying to proc an ability that requires multiple hits. Sacrifice is a very high damage ability that doesn't have any mana cost. And I think that's the main benefit of Sacrifice, is it's a 0 mana cost ability, which means it can be utilized in situations where you would otherwise have run out of mana. Like, for instance, let's say you are a Zeal Paladin. Well, you know, good on you. Zeal Paladins are great. But let's say you're fighting Bale and Bale steals all your mana away and you can't attack again to restore your mana. Well, just pop a couple sacrifices off to get your mana back. Sacrifice can leech mana just as good as anything else, and it doesn't cost any mana to do so, which makes it absolutely excellent for recovering mana or basically jump-starting the mana engine. Charge is the highest single target damage ability that Paladins have, but it also is a movement ability at the same time, and it tends to be very poor in terms of killing multiple monsters, even more so than Sacrifice, and it costs massive amounts of mana in the process. Vengeance, on the other hand, is the single target ability that Paladins have that dishes out large amounts of elemental damage. And I do have a separate video on that because it is a rather complicated situation, and everyone who builds Vengeance, I swear, every time they come to me, they always build it wrong. And it's really not their fault because the Vengeance skill just doesn't explain how it works properly. And so a lot of people think that they're doing the right thing, but they're actually going in the wrong direction with Vengeance. And if you're interested in Vengeance, I would definitely recommend checking out my video on that. But as far as Paladin combat skills go, there's really not like a whole lot of speciality here in terms of like which ones people like to choose. It pretty much comes down to Smite, which always hits its target, Zeal, which is used for proccing effects, Charge, which is the high physical damage single target ability, and Sacrifice, which costs no mana. And that's really the main benefit of Sacrifice over everything else, is just it doesn't cost any mana to use. It doesn't have better damage than Charge. It doesn't attack quicker than Zeal. It doesn't have a guaranteed hit like Smite does, and it doesn't put out elemental damage like Vengeance does. So, you know, if you quantify them in this way, you can really kind of understand why you would pick a specific Paladin skill over another. You know, if I was specifically trying to dish out elemental damage, like Holy Freeze, Holy Shock, or Holy Fire, I would not choose Sacrifice, because Sacrifice is not going to attack quick enough to apply the elemental damage the way I want. I would choose Zeal. Smite is also not chosen for that as well. Smite would not be chosen for Holy Shock, Holy Fire, Holy Freeze either, but it's for a different reason. It doesn't apply elemental damage, which is a limitation of that particular ability. And when you get into each individual ability and you start to figure out what they're good for, you understand better how to utilize them for your Paladin. I think that's pretty much it for Sacrifice. There's really not a whole more to go over with this particular skill. It does the big donk, and it does it good. As always, thanks for watching, and keep watching. All right, we're on to Zeal now. Zeal is the fun attack. The fun. That's the fun. Let me do a little bit of a refresher on Zeal just to make sure I don't forget everything, but Zeal is definitely one of the main Paladin abilities, so I don't want to mess it up. Zeal. Am I sure I haven't already done Zeal? I could have sworn I did Zeal. Vengeance, Smite, Conviction, Fist of the Heavens, Might, Holy Bolt, Concentration, Holy Shield, Redemption, and Sanctuary. So no, I have not done Zeal yet. Interesting. Bum 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 bum. Dee 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 doo dee lum bum bing dee long dee doo long doo doo doo. Beep beep beep. Boop boop boop. Cody, what's the matter, buddy? I already took you out to go peppers. Your mama's sleeping. She doesn't want you to bother her. She's already doing the sleps. You already missed it. She went all night without you. She did. She went all night. She went all night without you, boobas. Why do you always gotta come up here? She went all night without you, boobas. There, let me rub your snoot. There you go. Calm you down a little bit like this. Go rub your snoots like this. Oh, you got a pimple on your snoot. Snoot pimple boy. Why you got so many pimples? Why you got so many pimples? Pimple Popper MD boy. Pimple Popper MD. Pimple Popper MD. Pimple Popper. Pimple Popper. Pimple Popper MD. Would you like another Crackem? Would you like another Crackem? I got some peanut butter Crackem right here. Would you like a this? What did I say? Did I say the word? I did not say the word. He knows the word. The word is yes. He's like, give me this Crackem. So give it to me. You missed a piece. You missed a piece of your Crackem. Look, there's still a piece. You missed it. Oh no, he's dropped it on my shirt. He's dropped it right there. He's dropped it. Get it. Was that a good Crackem? That's good. Yes, got the peanut butter and the cheese flavor. You got a little piece right there. Look, right there. Get it. There. It's okay. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Oh, come on. Dooda, 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 dooda. Hello, guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be going over one of the most famous Paladin skills pretty much of all time, and that is Zeal. Zeal is a skill that has seen some pretty crazy changes over the years, one of which is the reduction in the number of hits down to a maximum of 5. A long time ago, back in the eons and eons ago when I was a young kid, Zeal used to actually continually scale all the way up to a maximum number of hits of infinity. If you had level 99 Zeal, it would hit 99 times. It was just actually kind of silly. And I had actually leveled up a Paladin with level 20 Zeal that hit like 25 times because of my plus to skills. And it was a little ridiculous, I'm not going to lie. And I can totally see why they had brought it down, because, I mean, it was literally like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and if you accidentally hit it a second time, which I would do sometimes by accident, it was another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. And it was just absolutely silly. And sometimes you would get stuck in an infinite loop of attacks until your weapon broke, and then you start punching them, which is silly. So I can totally understand why they brought Zeal down to 5 hits, because, well, It was kind of silly, and you couldn't actually put more than like 5 points in the dang thing anyway, because if you did, it would just lock you in an infinite loop of attacking, which is pretty silly. Zeal has some pretty good advantages over a lot of the other abilities. Most notably is its ability to attack multiple targets as well as a single target multiple times. So it's kind of hard to explain exactly what Zeal does without actually going out and playing with it. So let's go out and take our Zeal to a target, and let's do a little bit of bonkening, shall we? So first off, one of the most important things with Zeal is just simply the fact that it hits multiple times. So if you go out to any monster, doesn't matter what monster it is, and you attack the monster, it will hit 5 times. If there is 5 monsters, it will hit the 5 monsters 5 times. If there is 1 monster, it will hit the 1 monster 5 times. It's actually quite interesting the way that Zeal works out, because it is a very fast ability. As you can clearly see, I'm hitting many times. And it does pretty good damage, too. It's one of those abilities that just tends to get used a lot, and it's really because of a lot of different reasons. First off is, well, it has pretty good attack speed. Comparatively to a regular attack, it's actually about double the speed of a regular attack. You can... If you max out the attack speed of a regular attack, for instance, you can get about, I think it's like 3.5 attacks per second or something like that. I was actually just looking this up on Amazon Basin. 3.125 attacks per second, which is not a whole lot, but it's decent. However, if you max out Zeal, you can get a maximum of 5.21 attacks per second, which is a hell of a lot faster than the regular attacks will ever get. And a lot of abilities like Sacrifice, Vengeance, Conversion are all pretty much the same as a regular attack anyway, so you can't really max them out fast enough to compete with the way that Zeal works. Now, Zeal doesn't have the highest damage output. This is something that's important. The higher damage output skill is definitely Sacrifice and Charge, but Sacrifice and Charge are very poor when it comes to dealing with large groups of monsters. There is, however, some bad things about Zeal. One of the worst things about Zeal is getting stuck in the middle of a group of monsters. Because Zeal spreads out the damage to everything around you, it tends not to hit one target multiple times if there is multiple targets around, which means that in a situation when you're surrounded, which is very deadly for a Zealer, the Zeal is just going to hit everything around you in a circle, spreading the damage out very poorly, as opposed to focusing the damage on a single target. Abilities like Sacrifice, Smite, Charge, Vengeance, even Conversion have a much better time at focusing damage on a single target. However, Zeal, when you are fighting a single target, will hit that single target all 5 times because there's nothing else nearby to touch, which is kind of weird, like when you're actually utilizing it. And you'll know exactly when you need to use something else other than Zeal. In many situations where I get surrounded by a huge number of monsters, I might use something like Sacrifice to save my life in that situation, because otherwise I'll just be stuck in an infinite loop of Zealing everything around me in a circle, killing pretty much nothing. And in this way, it works very similarly to Fury on the Druid, if you've ever played around with that. Zeal does, however, offer the fastest attack speed out of all of the abilities. Even Smite, which I think caps out very close to Zeal, but a 4-frame Zeal will definitely still beat Smite in terms of raw attack speed. And number of hits, which is kind of important. The number of hits allows you to proc effects or to apply elemental damage, which is why Zeal ends up being chosen the most out of all the abilities. Because Smite, well, can't apply elemental damage, and on top of that, it's not very good for multi-damage effects anyway. So if you're using things like Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, Holy Shock, or you're trying to set up a build that revolves around proccing effects, like for instance, maybe you're using Voice of Reason, or you're using another item that has proccing effects on it, Zeal tends to be the best choice just simply for the number of sheer hits that it provides, along with the proccing effects themselves, because the more hits that you can obtain, the more chances you have at rolling those proccing effects. And the same thing goes for the elemental damage. If you're doing 10,000 elemental damage per hit, then increasing the number of hits is the easiest way to increase your damage output, because you can attack more times and apply that damage to the target more times. Zeal cannot be interrupted while it is zealing. It's actually written right here in Amazon Basin. It says sequences aren't interrupted by blocking, casting, hit recovery, being knocked back, or stunned. So what it means by a sequence is 5 attacks. So once the 5 attacks is up, and you are moving on to the next sequence, you can, of course, be interrupted in between the sequences. But while the sequence is actually active, you cannot be interrupted during that time period. I don't think it was always that way, because I remember getting interrupted back in the day. But I could be remembering wrong. I do remember several times I would attack 25 times in a row without interruption, so maybe it was always that way. However, in between the sequences, it definitely can be interrupted, so be aware that you might not be able to start the next sequence if you're getting wailed on too heavily. It doesn't really have a very high mana cost, but early on in the game, it can be very difficult to utilize to a good extent. It's only 2 mana cost, and it stays at 2 mana cost pretty much forever. But the problem is that early on in the game, you only have like 15 mana, and 2 mana is actually a lot when you only have 15 mana. So a lot of the times, you won't really be able to utilize Zeal to its maximum benefit early on. It does have one synergy, which is Sacrifice, and Sacrifice is actually kind of a nice one to pair with Zeal, because it gives you a single target ability to use in the cases when you're surrounded. So whenever you do get surrounded with a million monsters and Zeal is not quite working out for you anymore, you can swap over and use Sacrifice for a little while to bust your way out of the giant wall of monsters that's surrounding you. Sacrifice tends to work pretty well, just not as well as Zeal, which is a much faster and higher damage ability versus most targets. One of the main issues I find with Zeal is getting enough attack rating to actually make it useful. Attacking fast is not enough. You need to actually be able to hit the target multiple times. Who cares if you can hit 5 times, 5.21 attacks per second, when you're missing 3 out of those 5 attacks every single time you swing. So part of the issue with Zeal is getting enough attack rating that you're actually hitting your target on a regular basis. Now, to do that, you're going to need other secondary abilities. Like, for instance, Fanaticism tends to go very well with Zeal, and that will get you a rather large amount of attack rating. But if you're using something like Holy Fire, Holy Freeze, or Holy Shock, that's not an option. Another option is Blessed Aim, which will give you a passive attack rating bonus depending on how many points you put into it. At maximum, it'll give you a 100% increase in your attack rating. But the main ways to get attack rating with Zeal honestly come from things like Raven Frost, charms that will give you attack rating, and basically any item that's going to give you raw attack rating instead of attack rating percentage. Because raw attack rating tends to give you a much larger bonus in general. As you can see, Raven Frost only has 250 attack rating on it and 20 dex, which is 1 dex per 5 attack rating. So that gives us a total of 350 attack rating on this ring. But you'll notice that we go from 5,328 to 8,023, which is a pretty massive bump in attack rating for one item. And this is because of all the percentage pluses that we have. So if you notice, there's a 350% bonus attack rating on Zeal, and if we were to put points into Fanaticism, we would have a nice 180% attack rating on Fanaticism, which is going to get us even more. And then we could also throw points into Blessed Aim, which it's a 100% passive bonus. And then that 350 attack rating becomes even more. Now you can see we're going from 6,574 to 9,899. Getting enough attack rating on a Zealer is often one of the biggest challenges when it comes to this particular character, because bonus attack rating isn't enough. Percentage bonus attack rating is almost useless in the world of Diablo because raw attack rating is so much more powerful in most situations, because you will get plenty of plus percentage from abilities. I mean, I have 350% from Zeal right now. I've got another 180% from Fanaticism. I've got 200% from the Ashrion's Iron Ward. I've got another 20% from the Herald of Zakharum, and so forth and so on. And all of that basically means nothing if I don't have any raw attack rating to back it up. And to demonstrate that, let me go ahead and drop the Ravenfrost. I'll drop my attack rating ring. We'll throw these charms on the ground, which give lots of AR. And you'll notice that my attack rating drops pretty drastically down to 4,607. And I have other attack rating sources on too, like for instance, my Annihilus charm is currently giving me 20 attributes, which 20 attributes is 100 attack rating. That's another 100 attack rating, just lost straight there. And then Hellfire Torch is also giving me 20 attributes, which is more attack rating. And as you can see, before too long, all my attack rating is just gone out the window. Raw attack rating in general just tends to work much better when it comes to Zealers and physical damage characters, unless you're using a skill that doesn't utilize attack rating, which is one of the reasons why a lot of people tend to lean more towards Smite, because Smite hits no matter what and doesn't care about attack rating. It's one of those magical abilities that doesn't have to deal with attack rating problems. Now, why is attack rating so important with Zeal when it comes to your usefulness of the ability? It's just because hitting fast doesn't mean anything unless you're actually hitting the target. And you'll come across many situations where Zealers are running in, they're attacking very quickly, but it's pretty much just 5 whiffs. You know, it's like miss, 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 hit, miss, miss, hit, miss, miss. And it's terrible damage-wise. If you're not actually landing the hits, if you're not actually hitting anything, you're not going to dish out any damage no matter how fast you're attacking, and no matter how cool your arm looks when you're swinging, and no matter how satisfying it is when you finally get that one bonk on the target. Honestly, though, Zeal is probably like one of the best skills that Paladin has. It's a one-point wonder. It is a skill that you can maximize. And in many different ways, in many different builds, it becomes useful. Whether you're doing a Holy Fire Paladin, a Holy Freeze Paladin, a Holy Shock Paladin, a Fanaticism Zealer, a Sanctuary Zealer, all sorts of different abilities and fun things can be done with Zeal, including building proc characters based off of items like Force of Reason. And it just generally is one of the, I think, most used abilities within the Paladin tree. And even if it's just 1 point, even if you don't put any points into the synergy, even if you're just 1 point wondering Zeal, it still tends to be extremely useful. Even characters like frickin' Hammerdens will use an occasional Zeal strike every now and then. Even non-melee characters will use a Zeal strike every now and then, because Zeal is just arguably better than regular attacking. And if you're going to attack a target for whatever reason, and you have at least 1 point in Zeal, which most Paladins usually do, why not use Zeal instead of a regular attack? One thing to talk about is the breakpoints with Zeal. Now, Zeal has some very odd breakpoints, and let me bring up the breakpoint calculator real quick, and we'll talk about this. So, when it comes to Zeal, Zeal has a IAS table that looks like this. With 0 IAS, you're looking at 6 frames, basically, per attack, and the last attack always has a little bit more frames than the others. So when people talk about 4-frame Zeal, what they're talking about is the 4-4-4-4-8 frame attack. So what this means is that each attack within the sequence is taking 4 frames, and the last attack is taking 8 frames. That is your 4-frame Zeal, which is actually a pretty nice breakpoint to reach on a Zeal Paladin. That nets you a total of 5.2 attacks per second, which is pretty darn nice. And if we were to actually put that into quantifiable terms as far as something like, say, Holy Shock goes, let's take Holy Shock. We were looking at Holy Shock earlier, which does about 10,000 damage per hit. divided by 2, which gives us an average damage of about 5,000 damage per hit, right? So we're dishing out 5.2 attacks per second, which means we multiply 5,000 average damage times 5.2, which gets us a average damage per second of about 26,000. So 26,000 average damage per second for utilizing Zeal. That's, of course, if we land all 5 hits, which isn't always the case, but sometimes we do. There's also some other very interesting builds that you could utilize with the Zeal, 4-frame Zeal. My God Zealer, which I build, which is very interesting. Dream Paladins, Dragon Paladins, all sorts of very interesting things. Zeal is even something that is utilized not on the Paladin. Utilizing on a Sorceress, you can actually make a Zeal Sorceress using things like Dream Helmets and Dream Shields. I've seen a couple different sorceresses using various Zeal and even Vengeance abilities, and they're actually pretty interesting to play around with. Building a melee sorceress is definitely something that's a little bit of a challenge and kind of fun. All in all, I definitely think Zeal is an S tier, probably a plus skill that usually gets utilized more often than not on most Paladin builds. Over top of pretty much everything else with the exception of Smite. Like if I had to rank the abilities in terms of like how good they are, it probably goes Zeal, Smite, Sacrifice, Charge. Well, actually, Sacrifice, Vengeance, Charge, and then the last one would probably be Conversion as far as the melee skills go. It's not really super useful. Meh. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just yakking about Zeal. And put down in the comments if you guys remember the frickin' 25 frickin' attack Zeal from back in the day. As always, keep watching. Man, I'm running out of steam on this one. Is this the back room? This is the back room, sang Hung Lee. Oh yeah, I need some G Fuel sponsor. Where's my G Fuel sponsor? Come on, guys. Hurry up. Get that thing cranking. Come on, let's go. Get that jank cranking. The jank-a-lanka-lanka-banka-lanka-chank. D4 in less than 1 week. We're on the 27th. Cody, what is the matter with you? Hmm.
Stay a while and listen.
I love the sound of all the little doojanks. I'm such a nerd. I'll sit here and play with the sounds. I'll be like, I love it. I love the sounds. All right. What do we got next? Conversion. I haven't done conversion. Just double check. Vengeance, Smite, Conviction, Fist of the Heavens, Might Aura, Holy Ball, to Concentration, Holy Shield. No, I haven't done conversion. So conversion is actually an odd one, and it's actually not as bad as a lot of people think. It's just not as good as it probably could be if they fixed it a little bit. It's probably going to be a short video, though, but let's do it real quick so we can get it out of the way. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be looking at a rather underused and underappreciated skill known as conversion. Conversion is definitely an oddity in the world of Diablo 2. Before we talk about conversion, let's talk about another ability that is very similar to conversion that people actually do enjoy. And that is the assassin skill known as Mind Blast. Now, why am I talking about Mind Blast when I'm talking about conversion? Well, the thing is that what do people use Mind Blast for on the assassin? They use Mind Blast on the assassin to save their lives in dangerous situations. Mind Blast has the ability to convert monsters. It also stuns a little bit, and kind of knocks monsters back, right? Well, in a dangerous situation, like if you're dying and horribly can't save yourself, one of the easiest things to do on an assassin is a couple Mind Blast, converts a couple targets, and before you know it, you're a lot safer than you were before. It's not really a damage ability. It's not really something that is going to change the way you play your character immensely. But it can save your life in dangerous situations. A frog in my throat. Now, that's what we're going to talk about, the conversion ability on the Paladin. It's really no different. If you are in a dangerous situation and you need some, backup, help, the ability to convert the occasional monster is something that is going to come in handy. Let me see if I can actually show you guys this in a way that doesn't end up getting me killed, because I don't have my points spent properly. But let's go ahead and get ourselves surrounded by monsters. So let's pretend we are in a dangerous situation. We're doing something stupid. We end up getting surrounded by monsters like this. All right? One of the things that you can do is you can tap a couple of these monsters with conversion, and you can save your life. That's really all conversion is good for. Like, I hate to say this, but once you convert a couple of the monsters, you're going to use your Zeal or your regular attack to kill them. And while they're converted, of course, they're going to be slightly useful to you by dishing out a little bit of damage. But in most situations, you're not really going to rely on them for much more than distraction. So as you can see right now, I'm utilizing them to distract the enemy over here while I dish out damage to the monsters on the side. And I can convert a couple of these archers and utilize them to dish out some damage to the monsters as well. And in this particular way, you can get some interesting effects from conversion, but not as a damage ability. Alright, it's not a damage ability, and it's probably never going to be a good damage ability. But it does work very well to save your life in dangerous situations. Is it worth spending points into? Not really. Unfortunately, the only thing that really goes up with conversion is the chance to convert, which is kind of bad. And like, I mean, yeah, I mean, it means you have to spam it a little bit less, but even if I dumped 20 points into this skill right now, like, all it would really do is get me a higher conversion chance. And it actually kind of caps out at a certain point, and it doesn't really go much higher than you would think. Like, at level 35, it's 83%, but if I just 1-point wonder it, it's already at 49% with level 6, and once I get a couple skill points in there, you can see at level 16 it's 72%. So it doesn't really go much higher than what you would get with 1 point and a little bit of plus to skills. And that's really kind of like the thing about conversion that makes it either A, so bad, and B, so good. Is that, number one, you don't need to put a lot of points into it to get good effect from it. Number two, you don't want to put a lot of points into it to get good effect from it. It is a thing that saves your life, and that's about it. It does have some interesting side effects. So, for instance, whenever you convert a monster, they are given your auras. So one thing that you can do, which is kind of funny, is you can build Thorns. And I've always kind of like thought that this would be an interesting option for a Thorns Paladin, is to build like high levels of Thorns and then grab conversion. And then what you do is you basically just convert the monsters, and then you use your Thorns to see if you can kill the monsters. But unfortunately, it just doesn't really work out as well as you would like. The damage output on Thorns isn't really good enough to dish out massive amounts of damage to the monsters, and also the regeneration rate of the monsters tends to be a little bit too high to actually make things viable. But in this particular case, if you did have, you know, a relatively large army of monsters, you could get some pretty decent Thorns damage out. Honestly, though, it's not really going to get you the amount of damage that you would probably like. And honestly, the conversions don't even last for that long, except for when you're doing bail runs and somebody converts a bunch of monsters and you're sitting there waiting for the monster to deconvert so that you can kill it. And let's talk about that for a moment. So conversion, while it is a very interesting thing that can potentially save your life, it is also, unfortunately, a very annoying thing that will cause a lot of heartache within frickin' online play. One of the silliest things that I've ever seen is, like, we're doing Bale Waves, and somebody keeps converting all the monsters, so we can't kill the Bale Waves. And then when the monster deconverts, it stops the next Bale Wave from spawning, and then you go to try and kill it, and then they convert the monster again. Conversion is one of those odd things that, in the right measure, can actually be significantly useful, but in the wrong measure can be significantly harmful. And what do I mean by in the wrong measure? So, like, let's say, for instance, I went to, I don't know, Canyon of the Magi real quick, and I just converted everything. So let's just convert all the monsters. So let me convert every monster that I can get my hands on. At a certain point, if you convert too many of the monsters, there's no monsters left to fight the other monsters that aren't converted. So it's literally just a giant army of conversions fighting nobody, because everything is converted and nothing's doing damage to anything. And it's really difficult to actually get any kind of significant damage output here, because all the monsters are on my side. And you'd have to wait for all of them to turn back, of course, so that you can actually get some damage out of it. But what it really comes down to is you got to do it in, you know, in moderation. Too many converts is going to be a detriment. Like, you're not going to be able to kill all of them because they got to wait for them to deconvert. People are going to get upset because they can't actually dish out damage to the monsters. But 1 or 2 converts in the middle of a giant group of monsters like this is actually pretty powerful. Even just 1 converted monster will cause all of the rest of the monsters to converge on that converted monster, buying you a little bit of time and helping you to survive. But if you start converting everything, like literally the whole freaking battlefield, it just gets silly, and then you've got to wait a really long time for those monsters to deconvert so that you can kill them. It's also kind of silly to talk about this, but when a converted monster kills something, I don't believe you get EXP. And I forgot to look this up in advance, so let's go take a look together. So conversion, chance to convert on attack only applies to normal and minion monsters. Of course, it will not apply to the champions. While converted monsters are affected by friendly auras, poison damage, open wounds that has not expired before conversion will remain afterwards. A monster can be cursed with amplified damage before conversion to maximize damage returned by Thorns. Interesting. When converted, none of the monsters can spawn or heal, which is another interesting thing. So any monsters that have healing effects or can spawn other monsters, like, you know, maggots can make babies, or the little evil, like, flesh beasts can make little baby flesh beasts. None of that can actually happen when a monster is converted. You can not gain experience from monsters that are killed while converted. So if a monster dies while they are converted to your side, you don't get any EXP from them. But monsters killed by the converted monsters will give you EXP. So it also kind of lowers your EXP down if any of the monsters are killed by another monster during the conversion, which is unfortunate. The converted monsters will not follow you either, which is kind of weird. I guess they're on your side, but they just kind of wander around, which is a little strange. Auras will still apply to the converted monsters even after 2 seconds after it expires. So sometimes your ridiculous Fanaticism aura or something that you have on your character, which is being applied to the converted monster, can come back to bite you in the butt as the monster deconverts and then hits you in the face with that damage bonus, which can be pretty ouchy in a lot of situations. I've also seen some other situations where, like, various buffs like Shout, battle orders and things like that can be applied to converted monsters, which can make things really spicy. If you have a barbarian who is particularly wanting to spam his abilities, you can actually make like a super tank minion, a super tank freaking little bastard, because, like, say you have a minion of an elite, he has a lot of good buffs, you convert him, he comes over to your side, the freaking barbarian buffs him up, and then he converts back. He gets to keep those buffs, and then you get to fight a monster that's like super tank, which is kind of weird. Conversion effects are definitely one of the weirder things within Diablo, and it's definitely one of those things that a lot of people kind of avoid. But I will say that as a one-point wonder, conversion actually works quite well to keep you alive in dangerous situations. In hardcore specifically, converting a single or maybe 2 monsters can definitely go a long way to help you disseminate some of the damage away from yourself. So when you're a melee character and you're in a large group of monsters and you're trying to survive, a lot of the times what's happening is you're basically just all getting wailed on yourself. So everybody is wailing on you, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. But if you have at least 1 or 2 other targets in there with you, now everything isn't wailing on you specifically. So you can help spread that damage out a little bit, so you're not the only target that's getting wailed on. And in this way, conversion can be absolutely, useful for survival reasons. However, I would never recommend using it as a main ability. I think I've already talked too much on conversion. I think we've covered just about everything you can with this particular ability. And I think we're done. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're just talking about conversion. And as always, keep watching. Alright, let's see here. We have finished conversion. I didn't do Holy Bolt. We've already done Smite. We need to do Charge and Hammers. I think those are the only 2 left. Charge and Hammers. Hammers and Charge. Charge and Hammers. Hammers and charge and charge and hammers and hammers and hammers and charge and hammers and hammers and hammers and hammers and charge and charge. Or charge and hammers and hammers and charge and hammers and hammers and charge, hammers, charge, hammers, hammers and charge. Beautiful. Look at this beautiful diagram. Look at this beautiful because hold on, I gotta do this is my dad's whistle. My dad taught me this whistle when I was younger. So if you guys have never done this before, let me give you a brief tutorial on the whistling. Okay. So you can whistle. Most people can whistle. Alright, it goes like this. All right, that's a whistle. All right, my dad taught me this kind of like special whistle, and it goes like this. So this whistle is actually the same as a regular whistle. It just involves a slightly alteration of the regular whistle. So basically what you do is you do a normal whistle, but you loosen your lips up just a little bit so that instead of you have the you get, and it's hilarious. And we would always do things like this, where we had a little kid, and you go like, sounds like an alien blaster gun. I love it. I do it to Kubis sometimes. He doesn't know what the hell's going on. Kind of reminds me of the one on Crocodile Dundee where he did like I can't remember, he did like something like this, and he was like calming down the water buffalo. I can't even remember, it was like I think it was a water buffalo, and he was like, wow, 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 and the water buffalo like got down on his knees and like took a nap. I'm not really quite sure what the hell he was doing, but it kind of sounded a little bit similar. Yes, this is the gems that you get for watching the live recordings. You don't get this in the recordings, okay? You don't get this in the skill videos. You get this in the live recordings, all right? Which one do we do next? Let's do charge, or let's do hammers, or let's do charge, or let's do hammers. Let's do hammers. Why not? We'll do hammers. The Hamardian. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. Today we're going to be talking about the probably one of the most popular caster abilities of the Paladin, which is Blessed Hammer. Blessed Hammer is a skill that has a very interesting past, and I feel like we should probably talk about that past before we talk about the future, or the present. The present. Let's talk about the present next. But the past is very weird for Blessed Hammer. So a lot of people have very correctly surmised that because concentration affects hammers, that fanaticism should too, or might should affect it as well. But even though they are correct, they are also wrong, which I know is kind of confusing. But they are correct, and they are also wrong at the same time. And this is because of the very checkered and very odd past of this particular ability. So Blessed Hammer is a spell. It is not a melee ability. And because of this, it is not supposed to be affected by any kind of melee damage enhancement, which might, concentration, and fanaticism are all melee enhancements, not spell enhancements. However, Blessed Hammer is not a melee ability. It's not a ranged ability either. It is classified as a spell. And as such, it's not supposed to be affected by any melee enhancement. However, due to a bug a long time ago, Blessed Hammer was actually affected by the concentration aura. Only the concentration aura. And it was definitely a bug. The developers found out about it, patched it, and removed it from the game. And Blessed Hammer went back to being a mediocre skill that really didn't do a large amount of damage. Unfortunately, for the entire rest of the game, they liked it, and the developers didn't. So there was a huge uprising, pitchforks and flame torches were involved, and they rushed the headquarters. So I'm not exactly sure how it happened, but I know there was a lot of negative feedback within the community. The developers decided to re-add it as a feature, which means that, yes, they had admitted that concentration should have never affected Blessed Hammers, but they also decided that because everybody liked it so much, they were going to add it back into the game as a feature. And when they added it back into the game as a feature, everybody started utilizing it. Now, how does this particular bugged interaction work? Well, basically, Blessed Hammer, it gets 50% of the rated value of concentration. So right now, if I were to go ahead and beef up concentration, let's go ahead and put some points in real quick. I could get concentration up to a pretty massive 480% increased damage. However, it doesn't give 480% increased damage. It gives half of that, so 240% increased damage to hammers. I have to beef up hammers too, though. So if I put all my points into hammers, I've now got 451 to 456 magic damage. But if you check on the screen, you'll notice that it doesn't say 451 magic damage. It says 1,533 to 1,550, which isn't really a lot, to be honest. To get the maximum effect out of Blessed Hammers, you have to build the synergies for it. So that is Blessed Aim and Vigor. Blessed Aim is over here, and Vigor is over here. Once you beef up Vigor and Blessed Aim to their maximum, you'll notice that I'm sitting at a nice 8,000 damage, basically average, 8,800 average damage per hammer. The only downside really to Blessed Hammer is that, well, it doesn't really hit a target that you want it to half the time. It's not like a lot of other abilities that you can aim. Well, I mean, you can aim it if you really get used to the way that it spirals, and spiral it does. I feel like bringing up this graphic would definitely be pertinent right now. So this is basically the way that Blessed Hammer attacks. And if you look, it starts at the front of the person, a little bit to the arm side, not the shield side, and it starts to spiral around the character, starting at the back, moving back around to the front, and it continues the spiral until eventually it ends quite far away from the target. It continues this until it disappears. It does not disappear if it hits a target. It actually pierces through targets, and it does an additional 50% damage to undead. It is magic damage. Now, magic damage both has its pros and its cons. First off is that not a lot of monsters in the game have magic resistance. So for the most part, that 8,900 damage on the character screen is pretty much what you get. You're getting exactly what Blessed Hammer states for most monsters that you fight. Now, there are some monsters that do have magic resistance, but the downside is that there's really no way to bring that magic resistance down. There is no negative magic resistance equipment, and the only item in the game that has any effect on magic resistance at all is the Black Cleft Sunder Charm, which brings the monster down from 100% to 95%. A whopping 5% decrease in their magical resistance, and only if they're immune. So if they were at 90% magic resistance and you had a Black Cleft Sunder Charm, well, it does nothing. So let's take us out real quick and let's go play around with hammers. Now, obviously, hammers is a casted spell, so having faster cast rate is going to help you more than plus the skills. And I have basically no faster cast rate on right now, so that's going to be fun. And with no faster cast rate, it goes really slow. As you can see, I can cast a little bit here and there. It does consume a pretty decent amount of mana, as you can see, 13.5 mana per cast. But it continues to spiral around you for each cast and can actually hit a target multiple times if they happen to run through it, which is actually pretty interesting. So when you go across a bunch of monsters like this, as you can see, it tends to hit pretty hard, and it can kill monsters pretty effectively with just 1 or 2 connective hits. The unfortunate side effect of the spiraling, however, is that, well, it doesn't like hard targets. And anytime you come across any area with any kind of hard target, it's going to dissipate. The easiest place I can take you to is somewhere like Spider Forest, which has a bunch of walls. And you'll notice that when I cast the ability, if it happens to hit a wall, it immediately disintegrates. In tight areas, it will disintegrate immediately as it comes out of basically my arm here, my weapon hand, and immediately hits the wall. This means that when you're fighting in tight spaces, one of the absolute worst, by the way, is Maggot Lair. Hammers tend to be absolutely awful in terms of damage output in those zones, because it's going to just hit any known obstacles and it's going to do pretty awful damage in those areas. You usually need a pretty wide open space to get your maximum damage output from hammers, because the wide open space is going to net you the easiest way to dish out your damage. There is only a handful of monsters within the game that are actually immune to magic damage, and that's one of the reasons why I took you guys here, because I wanted to show you the 1 or 2 monsters that are actually immune to magic damage. And one of them, specifically, is undead monsters within Act 2. There are quite a few monsters within Act 2 that are actually immune to magic damage entirely, and there's no way that you're going to be able to kill those guys. You're going to have to pull out something else besides just simply the hammers. It used to be a long time ago, back when I think it was like 1.12 or something like that. I can't remember the exact patch number, but the 50% bonus damage to undead on the ability used to actually pierce the magic immunities and still damage the targets at least a little bit. Unfortunately, that is no longer the case. The piercing effect was taken away with hammers. And now you can no longer dish out any damage to magic immunes whatsoever. The Black Cleft Sunder Charm would give you the ability to do about 5% damage to the Plague Bearer, which isn't really going to be a whole lot. Unfortunately, in these situations, you really don't have much choice other than switching to something else like Holy Bolt or maybe Smite to deal with these particular targets at this particular time. Wave 2 of Veil is actually one of the more difficult waves. And the reason why Wave 2 of Veil is more difficult is because, well, that's the wave that's immune to magic. So Hammerdens often have a lot of issues getting through Wave 2 of Veil, and there are multiple strategies that involve various other ways of dishing out damage. Smite is one of them, which is a very easy way to dish out damage on a holy, blessed hammer paladin. You can also utilize other things like Holy Bolt or Fist of the Heavens if you go down that route. There is also various kinds of auras that can be utilized as well, like maybe you want to be a Dream Hammerden or something like that. And there's tons of different Hammerden like hybrid builds out there that can definitely get the job done. But hammers by themselves will struggle a little bit on some other stuff. Now, I said earlier that being magic damage is both a pro and a con. And what I mean by this is that when it comes to damage output, you can actually get a monster down to negative 100% of a resistance. So if I was a fire sorceress, a lightning sorceress, or a cold sorceress, I could bring down the resistance of a monster pretty darn low. You can bring them down from 100 to 0, you can bring them down to 0 to negative 100, and bringing them down to negative 100 means that you could potentially double your damage output. Blessed Hammer or magic damage can't do that. There is no equipment within the game that provides negative resistance or even negative resistance to any degree that would allow a Blessed Hammerdin to bring a monster down below 0% resistance. And unfortunately, this also means that when a monster does have a high resistance to magical damage, there is very little that you can do to counter that. And there are quite a few monsters in the game that have high magic resistance that are a pain in the butt for Hammerdins to deal with, which usually means that they end up doing things like smiting them. Most notably is Uber Diablo, Uber Mephisto, Uber Baal, and Pandemonium Diablo, as well as Uber Duriel, Uber Iswal, and Lilith, all have significantly high magic resistance, which means that hammers tend to work very poorly against them. Usually in these situations, you'll see a Hammerdin sub-smite and use things like Fanaticism to get extra damage for those cases, and it really comes down to having a little bit of crushing blow, a little bit of open wounds, and enough survivability to, be able to take the damage. Which is usually not too big of a deal because Paladins have this amazing skill called Holy Shield, which generally takes care of most survivability issues. As long as you build 75% block and you have a decent level of Holy Shield, you can usually survive a lot of things with a little bit of HP. I would recommend that if you do 1 point Hammerdin, you generally want to have at least around 1500 HP. Because if you don't have about 1500 HP, you may get one-shot by either Lilith or Uber Iswal, which are the two hardest hitting of the monsters that I was talking about earlier. Those two in particular can hit for about 1500, sometimes a little bit higher than 1500, but 1500 is like the bare minimum to not get one-shot by one of their larger damage hits. And that's including physical damage reduction, by the way. What else is there to discuss about hammers? Other than the fact that they suck in close quarters, which I already talked about. Their magic damage, which I already talked about. The mana cost on them is a little bit of a pain in the butt, and you may find that a lot of the times you are struggling for mana. Meditation Polearm on a Mercenary helps out a lot, and having more mana helps out a ton. A lot of Paladins that do Hammerdin actually won't play Hammerdin without an Enigma because hammers are a little hard to target without teleport. Enigma is one of those silly things that I generally don't tend to use on my Paladins, but I can totally see why characters would want to use the teleport on their Enigma Paladin, but I personally don't think it's necessary. It gets to the point where literally I've heard people say this, and I've heard them say it on a regular basis. I won't play my Hammerdin until I get my Enigma. Like, they literally will not even respec into the Hammerdin or play them at all until they have an Enigma to teleport around with. And it's kind of weird to me because the Hammerdin is a very powerful character even without Enigma. It's not something that's required to make this character work, but there's still people out there who won't touch the Hammerdin without it, which is a little silly to me. In general, though, when it comes to the Hammerdin and the Enigma, it's really so that you can position yourself in the correct areas while you're casting all of your hammers. Another thing that we do need to talk about is the faster cast breakpoints of the Paladin. So let me pull up the breakpoints real quick for the Paladin, and we're going to take a look at these really quickly. So the Paladin has several breakpoints. One of them is the 75 breakpoint right here, which is the one that you generally want to shoot for with the Hammerdin. You can try and go for the 125 breakpoint, which is a little bit more difficult to obtain, but most Paladins will usually settle for that 75 FCR breakpoint. And to get that, it's usually not too ridiculously difficult. Something like a Spirit Shield combined with Skin of the Viper Magi or a Spirit Sword or a Hoto. It doesn't take too much to hit that breakpoint, and it's basically the one that you want to shoot for when you're trying to build a Hammerdin. Anything lower than 75 for the Hammerdin isn't really going to be very enjoyable. And if you do shoot for that 125, you're going to require some pretty specific equipment to try and hit that. I think Viper Magi is required for that. I'm not entirely sure, but Viper Magi does tend to be like one of the items that helps you hit that breakpoint a lot easier. And obviously casting faster means more damage, and more damage means things die quicker, and all of it just generally is nice. Blessed Hammer is not really my favorite skill. I have built Blessed Hammer Paladins in the past, I know, lay gasp. I built one back in Classic, in Lord of Destruction, and they're not really my cup of tea, personally. If you play a Blessed Hammer Paladin and you like it, I mean, more power to you. But you might find, like me, that when you play the Blessed Hammer Paladin, it's just not really that fun. I do find that it is very effective at killing large groups of monsters, but it's just not really my particular playstyle. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watching my videos, even when we're talking about spinny boy hammers. And as always, keep watching. Spinny boy hammers go round, round, round. Spinny boy hammers go all the way to town. Spinny boy hammers get lost in the sea, breaking on the pillars and just for me. I don't know what to do with the hammer boy town, 'cause I wanna go all the way back down. Gonna play Zeal or a Armageddon. I don't wanna play the hammer boy. Spinny, 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 spinny boy. I don't wanna be a spinny, spinny, spinny toy. Spinny, 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 spinny boy. I don't want to be a spinny, spinny, spinny toy. Whereas Dusty? Dusty is not here because Kubus is out. The monster dog. The monster dog. He's currently taking a nap. There he is right there. The monster. Him's a monster dog. He's a big old monster dog. Big old monster dog sleeping on a monster log. Big old monster dog. Big old monster dog. Yes. Monster dog. The dog of the monster. I need to do a refresher on charge. I can't honestly say that I've actually researched charge in detail, although I've made several charge paladins. There's probably still mechanics on charge that I don't quite understand. Ooh, look at all that writing. Wow. Okay, let's read up. To attack a target, it must be selected within line of sight, but outside melee range and unobstructed. The Paladin will then charge toward the target and attack it within melee range, regardless of a success of the attack. Eligible target will always be knocked back, and when unobstructed, this will normally place them outside of melee range, allowing consecutive charges. These will normally be 8 to 9 frames apart, depending on charge speed, resulting in a 2.778 or 3.125 attacks per second. When the target is within melee range, or none is selected, and any target is within melee range, using charge will cost mana, but only result in a standard attack. With no bonus to attack rating and the damage from charge, charge will also cost mana when used while obstructed. Although charge excels at two-handed weapon, a smite can be a useful companion to allow targets within melee range to be knocked back out of it, allowing charge to be used again. Attack speed does not apply to charge attacks. Interesting. While charging, blocking is reduced to 1/3, 25%, but the attackers still require a hit check, so they do not always hit, as would be the case with running. Charge speed is not modified by faster run walk, but is modified when other walk/run speed modifiers. However, due to the way it is calculated, these modifiers aren't normally as significant as when applied to walk or run speed. Charge speed equals base run speed times 100 plus max speed minus 50 divided by 100 plus base speed times 1.5 times 3. It's a little complicated. Base run speed is 9 yards per second, so base charge speed is normally 22.5 yards per second. 9 times 1.5 plus 9 times Speed is the sum of the following modifiers: Vigor, body armor, and shield penalties, cold length, holy freeze, decrepify, and slowest target. Since there is a floor of negative 50% walk-run, minimum charge speed is normally 18 yards per second. However, when walk-run speed is modified while already charging, the charge bonus may be lost, and the charge speed is simply calculated as follows. Faster run walk still doesn't apply, and charge speed can be reduced to a floor of 1.5 yards per second. Although this requires negative 125% walk-run speed, charge bonus may also be lost when an obstruction causes a charge, of course, but does not actually prevent Paladin from reaching his destination. Base charge speed of 22.5 yards per second is equivalent to running with 225% walk-run speed, giving the Paladin almost unrivaled movement speed. Charge can be used to travel quickly by selecting it on the right mouse button or on the left mouse button by holding Shift and not selecting a target. The Paladin will charge to the cursor as long as he is unobstructed and the buttons are held down. However, if he is within melee range of any target before or after charging, he will attack without charging. So it is best to use the left mouse button to release Shift and to allow him to run out of range and resume charging. On rare occasions, there may be a glitch which results in the Paladin being unable to move. When encountered, first try swapping weapons. If this doesn't solve the issue, the game will have to be saved and exited. This is actually due to spamming charge way too much. I've actually played around with this. Alright, I think we're good. We about to finish the Paladin, boys. We about to finish the Paladin, and then we can move on to something else. We about to finish the Paladin, and then we can move on to something else. Doot, doot. Oh, man. Beep, beep. I'm trying to think of specific items that I might want to get to enhance this. Am I gonna do an update on the new set mechanics? And didn't I made those set videos after the set mechanics were changed in 2.4. I'm pretty sure. Because I only made the set videos after they did the upgrade mechanics. I don't really know, dude. You got any suggestions? I don't really know. All right, let's get this last one over with because I am running out of steam. So 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello guys and gals, and welcome to another episode of Skills and Abilities. I do believe this is the last skill on the Paladin tree, so we're going to be moving on to another class after this. I'm not exactly sure how many of these abilities I have left to do, but I figured let's finish the Paladin. Paladin's one of my favorite characters anyway, so why not? So what are we going to be doing today? Well, we're going to be doing Charge. Charge is the last skill on the list, and it's definitely an interesting one, and it has a lot of mechanics that we need to go over. First off, what is Charge as an ability? Well, it's a very big single target damage hit. It does a lot of damage in one bonk. One big giant bonk. It's actually very useful to have a knockback with this particular ability, and we'll talk about why. But it actually pairs very well with Smite if you want to alternate between Smite for the knockback and Charge for the hit. So you basically just go Smite, Charge, Smite, Charge, Smite, Charge, Smite, Charge, Smite, Charge. Now, why is this the case? Well, Charge actually doesn't dish out damage if the monster is within melee range. So a lot of people don't know this about the Charge ability, and it's kind of an oddity, is that basically you have to not be in melee range to get optimal damage from the ability. So let's go ahead and build Might. We're going to go ahead and throw the Might aura on. We're going to throw on our Charge aura, and I'm going to kind of show you what I mean. So let's grab our shield as well. Bink, bink. Speaking of shields, let's talk about that for a second. So when you are charging, it doesn't technically count as running, but it also doesn't technically count as walking. You do not lose your defense, but your block chance is capped to 25% while charging. So there's kind of an interesting thing there. It's not quite the same as running, because when you're running, you lose all of your defense, and you don't get anything in return. Whereas when you are charging, you don't lose your defense, but your block chance does get capped at 25% the same way it does when you're running. So you're still pretty tanky while charging. You're just not as tanky as you would be while you were walking. So let's go to Darkwood. Why not? We can charge around here, and we'll talk about the various ways that this particular ability works. So first off, when you charge and hit a monster, the monster is going to take a pretty significant amount of damage. All right, but if you hold down the button, what's going to happen is you're going to attack like this. All right, this is not charging. You do not get the damage bonus, and you do not get the AR bonus when you are utilizing the ability in this way. So if you're standing next to a target and you attack the target like this, you are not getting the damage bonus. You are not getting the AR. To get the damage bonus in the AR, you have to charge the target from outside of melee range. This is very important. This means that to get the actual damage bonus, the monster has to not be next to you. Which is why knockback comes into play with this particular ability, because you want the target to be knocked away from you. Another interesting way that you can utilize this is with Smite. So if you're having trouble getting a monster to get knocked away from you, you can smite them away from you and then charge to them. One of the best ways to use this ability is simply to run away and charge back to the monster once you are outside of melee range. So if you don't actually have a knockback ability, you want to actually run away and charge back. Run away and charge back. Run away and charge back. Over and over again until you can kill them. Now, if you can knock them back, you don't have to do this. So it's very important to note that if you are able to knock them back with each successive hit, it actually does enable you to continually attack the same target with charge repeatedly. So for instance, in this particular case, I can knock the target back multiple times and dish out multiple hits of charge while knocking them away from me. And charge is kind of odd in this way, because it's one of the few melee abilities that you do want to have a knockback effect for. But charge is not only about its knockback. Another thing that charge is exceedingly good for is movement speed. So you can utilize charge simply to move very fast. It's basically the equivalent of about 225% faster run walk on a character. And when you charge, what you want to do is you just want to click once. You want to hold the shift key and click once. This is going to charge you in the direction that you're trying to go. You don't want to hold down the button. If you hold down the button, it's going to end up in a lot of mana cost. As you can see, it's just draining my mana into oblivion, which is definitely not what you want. Also, it can occasionally end up in a bug where your character gets locked in position. So you don't want to overutilize it too much in that way. Instead, what you want to do is you want to just shift, 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 and you just click occasionally here and there to make your character run really fast. You don't have to hold down the button to get the best effect out of it. Also, it costs the same amount of mana if you click here as if you click here. So when you're charging for movement, you want to make sure that you're utilizing charge at its maximum distance so that you're not spending a huge amount of mana on the ability. Yes, it's still going to cost you a pretty significant amount of mana to charge around, but nowhere near as much as if you utilize it like this, which is going to burn your mana into oblivion extremely fast. You can be slowed when you are charging, so it's important to note that there are effects like slows target, decrepify, chilling effects that can slow down your movement speed while you are charging. And it can make you go extremely slow. This is unfortunate because it does mean that sometimes the ability ends up being rather useless if you don't have, for instance, Canopy Frozen. And you end up getting hit by, some nasty curses and things like that. But as you can see, it tends to have some pretty good damage output. With a one-handed weapon, which is a pretty decent one-handed weapon, but it's still a one-handed weapon, I'm dishing out 5,200 to 6,826. Now this, of course, is doubled by things like Deadly Strike, which is definitely very nice. Charge can also apply Open Wounds. It can also apply Crushing Blow. So you can get some pretty nice effectiveness out of the ability in this way. But unfortunately, because you actually have to back up and charge into enemies that are not knocked back, it does make it a little bit difficult to get optimal damage output on certain monsters. As far as I know, I don't think you can knock back size 3 monsters, although we can always go check that out right now.
Not here.
It's too bad you can't charge in town. That'd be nice. Why do I have Thorns aura on? What the hell's going on? I don't even have Thorns. I don't even have the skill Thorns. I don't even have any abilities that give Thorns. What the hell's going on here? I don't even know where the Thorns aura is coming from. But it is definitely on me, which is really strange. Seems like a bug. Size 3 monsters. River of Flame should be a good place for size 3 monsters. So these are size 3 monsters. They're Pit Lords. Let's see if we can knock a Pit Lord back. Looks like we can knock the Pit Lord back with size 3. So it doesn't seem like size 3 monsters are unaffected by the knockback of this particular ability. So it looks like we can still get pretty nice charge damage on these guys. It is a little wonky to use, though. So what happens is that you can't dish out the full charge damage unless you actually hit the target from range, right? Well, sometimes what happens is a monster will be standing in front of another monster. And even though you knock the monster back, he doesn't go anywhere because, of course, he hits his allies that are behind him. Kind of like he gets caught by them, so to speak. This means that you're not going to be able to knock them back if they have a lot of monsters around them, which unfortunately means that the more monsters there are in a particular battle, the less likely you are to be able to knock back that monster and have the continuous charge streak, which is definitely what you want if you're trying to use the charge ability. Because the more times that you can continuously use charge in a row, the better the damage output will be. However, even if you manage to get off every single charge attack in sequence, with a knockback on every single charge, you're looking at about the same attack speed as a regular attack. So just walking up to a monster and just regular attacking them. But the damage output of charge, of course, is way better than a regular attack. With 1,750 damage increase at level 35 with synergies, you're going to hit something really hard. You can, of course, increase that even more by utilizing items like, say, Fortitude, a Phoenix Shield, and so forth and so on. And I believe I do actually have a Phoenix Shield right here. Let's play around with this real quick. So here is a Grief. Now, Grief is not going to be the optimal weapon for this particular build, because two-handed weapons tend to do more damage than Grief does in this particular setup. But let's just test this real quick with the Grief and the Fortitude instead of the Astrions and the Ladder. So let's go ahead and grab our Dujinks here, max out Charge, max out Might, max out Vigor, and we should have our maxed Dujink here. Of course, we lost a couple skill points, unfortunately, but nothing we can do about that. But we do have our Phoenix on. I don't think I have a Fortitude sitting in here, but I might have a Chains of Honor, which does offer a 200% damage bonus to demons, which is pretty close to what Fortitude offers. So we should be looking at a similar damage output for the demons. And let's go ahead and try that on one of these demons now. And we charge. And of course we're stuck in a corner. Nobody puts baby in a corner. I'm not exactly entirely sure it's doing better. Although these monsters are immune to physical. Let's find some more monsters. Let's go kill Shank real quick, or Eldritch. As you can see, once you get them in a charge string like this, it actually works pretty good to kill monsters. Now, one of the biggest uses of charge is not PvM. It's actually PvP. So charge is a actually really effective PvP skill. Not only does it offer significant damage output, it's also a very good mobility ability, which helps you get around the battlefield. And it also just freaking... It's kind of ridiculous when it comes to the amount of damage that you can put out with a single hit. I don't know exactly what the upper limit is on charge, but I would imagine that charge could probably one-shot a player relatively easily, depending on gear, you know, abilities, things like that. I think the most important thing probably with charge in PvP is trying to stay alive while you're charging, because you can still be hit, of course, while you're charging around. Does make things a little more complicated. Even if charge, you know, is used for PvP mainly, it's still a very fun skill to run around on PvE with and have some fun. It does make for some very beautiful damage output in terms of its single target capability. Now, granted, Grief doesn't actually show off how much damage it does, but if I were to throw on Astrions instead, you could see here that I'm sitting on a 7.8k hit right now, with a pretty good chance to double Dudley Strike, which means double that. So I'm looking at like anywhere between like 16,000 damage right now for a single charge strike, which is pretty nice, to be honest. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals watch my videos, even when we're talking about charge. And as always, keep watching. Alright, well that's pretty much it for that. I gotta get all these videos uploaded, and that's gonna take some time. Yeah, definitely. I think I'm gonna call it a night, though. It's been 8 hours on this stream, and I've recorded... Man, how many videos have I recorded so far? Let's count them. Let's count them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 videos today. That's kind of insane. And I'll probably get those all posted up as soon as I can. They're probably going to be coming out one a day for the next month. So for those of you who got to watch them now, congratulations. You guys can always, you know, watch them again on the live recording. But the final versions uploaded by themselves won't be until later. I need to get them thumbnailed, titled, edited with the descriptions, you know, various things, blah, blah, blah. Faith, the Unholy Trinity. I think I saw Markiplier play that. Yeah, I want to say that I saw Markiplier play that game. It's interesting looking. I was actually looking at it to play it. I don't know if I'll be able to beat it in one sitting, but I guess I could always try. No, I'll leave it up here, and we'll look at that for Saturday. All right, guys and gals, I think I'm going to head out. It's been a long stream, and I'm going to get these videos uploaded. It's going to take a while to upload 20-some-odd videos. I think there's actually a limit on the number of videos that I could upload at any given time. I think it's like 15 or something. So YouTube's going to hate me for a little while. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals hanging out with me all day, even when we're just recording videos and having a freaking blast. And as always, ciao.